Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Demon Souls. God, I love that intro every single time. It's really, really cool. I kind of wish that the game could also somehow play the other one you get when you actually start a new game. Because that way maybe it would be easier to keep track of those names and other events that have been referenced in that other video that plays at the start. Now, I'd imagine we'll still meet those people, right? Eventually. The problem is I won't really remember them. That being said, they more or less just listed off a bunch of names. There was some other information in there as well. I could just watch back my VOD, honestly, if I wanted to get that information back, but yeah, it's... I don't know, at the end of the day, it's not really all that important. It's strange with FromSoft games, because in Elden Ring it was very much the same thing. Like, the introductory cutscene gave you a bunch of important information, yet it took so long to actually engage with those specific parts of the story that it was hard to put the pieces, well, not necessarily hard to put the pieces together, but hard to really sort of immerse yourself within that story frame, so to speak, right? So it was this thing where I knew certain bits were important, and I knew kind of how they were supposed to fit together, but a lot of it just didn't really click for me, I guess, because it was so fragmented. And, well, there's rarely anything to really latch onto, right? That's another discussion for Elden Ring, but yeah. Anyways, let's continue with Demon Souls. I was really, really looking forward to get back into it. I had a lot of fun on Monday, and it's an awesome game. The design of it is incredible, and the detail that's on display here, the amount of work they put into the visuals of the remake is actually astounding, in my opinion. Anyways, though, one thing that is slightly annoying me is the fact that I cannot level up yet. At least I don't think I can. Save here, yeah, I know that. For now, at least. But yeah, the lady that originally resurrected me is nowhere to be seen. So I wonder what kind of trigger I will have to pull to get her to show up again. I'd imagine it might be similar to Bloodborne, where you have to... Well, in Bloodborne, it's very, very interesting in Bloodborne, actually. In order to get the doll to be alive and be able to level up, you kind of have to see the first boss. Except that you don't, if you know what you're doing, right? Because the way it works in Bloodborne is that you have insight as another, well, not really stat, but a resource. And you gain insight by discovering, let's say, interesting places, right? And all the boss rooms also count towards that. So once you gain insight, the doll becomes alive. And typically, most players will get that, or the first insight at the first boss room they encounter. However, there is an item that you can pick up, and if you use that, you also get insight, allowing you to level up earlier in Bloodborne. That's very, that's something that you can do when you know what you're doing, because I'd imagine most players at the start, even if they find that item, they'll most likely not really use it, right? Because it's an item like the souls or the blood echoes in that case that you get sort of on top of everything else that they probably won't want to use because they can't level up yet. So it's this interesting situation where that's a thing. Anyways, I I have a bunch of souls. Was wondering if I maybe want to spend them.
It's simple. In trade with your
I mean... 957. I don't know how much that actually is. If the normal healing item is already 150, then I'd imagine a level up is probably going to cost around what I now have. Maybe a little bit less. I could just go for a bunch of items, right? I could try out the axe. Well, I actually don't have enough of that. The heater shield I don't need. The shield that I currently have is pretty good already. Could just buy a bunch of bolts, considering that I found the crossbow last time. I don't know, is this worth it? 6 of these? I'm already getting a bunch of them anyways. The thing is, I really want to try fighting that knight with the red helmet, right? So I was wondering if maybe this will be worth it. Honestly, let's just go with it. Yeah, I don't really need the souls, so... Oh yeah, I probably should have done this first, but oh well.
You come back alive.
Alright. I'm still fat rolling, and I actually kind of want to keep it that way for now. 94.8% equipment burden. I think I mentioned that in Elden Ring. I'm still not a fan of that. I wish that you'd fat roll when you go above your equipment burden. Which, yeah, it's just a bit of a... I think, you know, if you say, well, your character can handle... I guess the imply, or what they're implying here is that, well, your character physically cannot wear more than 40, I don't know, kilograms, whatever. Then you won't even be able to walk, right? But with less, obviously, you just can't roll very fast. Which arguably is realistic, but then again... the roll in and of itself is fairly unrealistic, right? I mean, it'd be difficult to find actual soldiers in, you know, the Middle Ages or whatever who rolled. I mean, it might have been a thing somewhere. I don't know. I don't think that's... Well, whatever. Right. I don't have another ring. Let's just go back. Let's go back and... I guess I could just straight up go to the knight with the red helmet. Also, by the way, if you're down here, it's actually really impressive just how big this level already is. I didn't realize the scale of it. I don't know if they're doing some camera tricks here where they're pulling the background or not, where they're pushing the background back a bit further. I think it's more so the design of the place that allows them to make it look really, really big. Which arguably is something that Elden Ring does as well, where things from a distance just look ginormous. And then they're still fairly big, if you think about, what's it called, Stormwind Castle? They're still fairly big places once you get into them, but obviously you can't access everything, and so the actual play space is still somewhat limited, obviously. But they just look ginormous when you see them from a distance, and this whole castle does as well. And the cool part, obviously, being that chapel over there, that's where the knight with the red helmet is standing in front of, right? And that, you know, that's quite a distance away, and you can actually see, you know, the different pathways that I took, even the thing that I jumped down to, right? The outer wooden structure there where I went up and down. And then the left tower obviously being the one where I unlocked the shortcut where I cut down those people that dropped the armor that I'm not able to wear. So yeah, it's quite impressive, just the scale of the whole place. When you then go back to purely the pathways that I'm able, like the actual parts of the level, it's not it's not that big, right? But implementing it in this kind of scale is really, really impressive. It just looks very good. All right, let me see. 30 crescent moon grass. So yeah, I kind of want to stick with the idea of using the shield more than the dodge roll. I've never really done that in a playthrough where I actually had to use that because of equipment burden. And I want to try it. If it gets too tedious at some point or it's just not fun, I can obviously just change it again, right? I mean, that's the beauty of these games, is that they do allow for quite a bit of experimentation when it comes to gear and overall character design. Design, is that the right thing? Well, the way you level up your character and whatnot. You have a lot of options, right? And considering that I started like this, I guess I will try to keep equipment burden at maximum, because that way I'm forced to shield, right? Because otherwise, if I do have a quicker roll, I know that I will always just utilize that because it's so easy to do. And considering how, you know, simple especially parrying already seems to be, oh, wait, what? Why was I shoving? Is that because I didn't have enough stamina? No. How did I shove? Is that... It has to be something that you can trigger manually, right? Ah, alright. Ew. How did I do that accidentally? So it's if you don't push your stick in any direction, and then you push it forward and also R1, you can do this neat little push here. But as you can see, it's a bit finicky to execute, I think. It's also unfortunate that you can... Yeah, so the reason for why it's happening accidentally is because I kind of just stand here, right? I block the attack. I attack once with R1, and then I'm trying to move forward, because obviously I'm pushing the enemy back by attacking them. But by then pushing the stick forward, I can easily get into this. I mean, it's not a big deal. It still pushes the enemy away from me, right? So it's... not a problem, hopefully. I might be able to utilize the firebombs against the knight. I don't know how effective they'll be, but... might be able to try it. Well, the only issue is I don't really know how easy he'll be to parry, right? Alright, I kind of hoped that I would be able to attack you. Oh. Yeah. Obviously, fighting against multiple enemies actually is quite a bit more difficult when you're trying to utilize your shield. Because it's very much a one-on-one protection. If other people or other enemies are jumping at you at the same time, it gets to be quite difficult. Oh. wasn't good. They're dealing very little damage, though. I guess my armor is really giving me good protection here. I might want to double check that, actually. Let's see, is there a stat that I can look at that might tell me? Physical, base 16, total 106, versus blunt 106, versus slash. Well, I have very good slashing resistance, it seems. But see, well, fire resistance 81 doesn't seem too bad. I obviously have no idea what those numbers actually mean, which is one of my biggest gripes with these games, is just figuring out what the numbers in the menu actually mean, you know, is arguably, well, okay, so Darius is kind of a, let's see, how can I put it? There is a trade-off that you as a player need to decide upon, right? In any game. It's not specific to the Souls games. And that is that there are game systems. Well, every game obviously has game systems, right? And they have stats, and these things interact in specific ways. Especially with RPGs, obviously, there are a bunch of stats, a bunch of status effects, and other things that interact in very specific ways. Now, well, ideally, those would be explained in a way where it's not overly complicated, but you can still understand everything, and you can fully understand why things are happening, right? So if you get dealt a bunch of damage, or if you die, then you should be able to figure out why that happened, and ideally also would be able to combat or to counter it with other equipment, specific spells, right? I mean, that's where the fun comes in RPGs, is figuring out how to deal with certain damage types, certain enemy types, certain attacks, and so on and so forth, right? Now, sadly, a lot of games actually don't explain their systems either. They don't explain them very well. Sometimes, and that's obviously the worst part, is when games try to explain their systems or have UI prompts that try to explain what's going on, but they're actually wrong, right? Or almost wrong, or written in a very weird way to where it's very easy to misunderstand. That's obviously the worst part. Interestingly enough, the FromSoft games typically go with another approach, where they're presenting a bunch of stats to you, but they never really properly explain them, right? Now, you might be saying that they're self-explanatory to a point, but what the heck does it mean that I have 106 physical resistance, right? What does that mean? There is no reference point for me to figure out if that's good or bad. And they're actually doing a good job here, for example. So if I have to do this. So if I go to my shield, right? The reduction is mentioned with a percentage value, right? So if I have 100% physical damage reduction, all the incoming damage is reduced, right? I'm not taking damage, granted, under the assumption that I still have stamina, but I'm not taking physical damage. However, if I take magical damage, it'll only reduce that by 30%. That's really, really easy to understand, right? But then you go 2 levels down, guard break, 55%. Apparently. Yeah, what the heck does that mean? Absolutely no freaking idea, right? I mean, I kind of know that guard break means something with enemies poise, and but that's based on my knowledge of what I know from other FromSoft games, other Souls titles, and so on and so forth. But in this specific scenario, no idea. Same goes for the attack, right? And the thing is there, I kind of know how it works in the other games. So the physical attack typically it's 65 plus the 7, right? Which is 72, and then takes the armor value or the physical defense of whoever I'm fighting, and it subtracts that from my physical attack, and the what comes out of it is the damage they actually take, right? So I think I'm dealing, what, like 50-something damage to these basic enemies that I just fought, meaning they don't have a lot of defense, which makes sense, right? And they also don't look like they have much defense. Problem is, the game doesn't explain how it's calculating that, right? And sometimes that's okay, right? It's fine if games purposefully obscure certain mechanics, right? Because that way they force you to experiment, and it's also, in a way, more realistic because, well, if you were in a real world scenario, I guess, then you wouldn't have specific stats, right? So by obscuring that a little bit, it puts on another layer onto the game. It might not feel as gamey as other games do, right? And that's obviously a choice that you can make. And it's not necessarily bad if a game isn't super realistic. It can be incredibly fun. I mean, I'm still playing Divinity Original Sin, for example, and that's a turn-based game that is specifically super fun during combat because it has a more sort of tabletop approach to its gameplay, right? Instead of a more realistic approach. And so it allows you to be very... to employ a bunch of different tactics and come up with really, really cool strategies to deal with enemies and really exploit their weaknesses. And that's a lot of fun, right? And obviously FromSoft has a different approach here, but I do wish that they would, either remove these stats, right? Or simplify them, or explain them fully. But they've hit this weird middle ground where they present a whole bunch of stats to you, while at the same time not really explaining them. And that also leads to some confusion because sometimes the seemingly what they're presenting to you in terms of numbers is not what the game then actually does with those, right? You can figure it out, but it requires a lot of experimentation and overall just isn't very fun. And so I do wish that they would do a bunch of different stuff there. And yeah, in this specific scenario, no idea, 106 physical, base 16. So I guess 16 would be if I was not wearing any armor, maybe? Or maybe that's based on my level. Yeah, and 106, absolutely no idea if that's good or if maybe these guys are just really, really easy to deal with. Oh, that was wrong direction, buddy. But yeah, maybe with a couple more different armor sets. I probably should have looked at that other set that I got when I cut down those two people from their chains. Maybe that would have been somewhat of a reference point to determine how good my armor currently is, but again, we'll see about it. He heard that, huh? That's interesting. I wonder if the original did that. Because it seems to me that there's a bunch more stuff that you can move or that you can interact with. That might actually be a very, very slight difference compared to the original. Yeah, see, these guys are quite easy to parry. Not so sure if that's gonna go over well with the big red guy. Especially considering that if I mistime my parry, he's probably gonna deal a whole lot of damage to me. So, let's see if I can actually sneak up on this guy. He might turn around because of the other dude in the back. Oh, well, it worked. That was kind of unfair, though. One more dude in the back, and then... Yeah. I'm not even... Why are you attacking? I wasn't even close to you. What the heck? Yeah, he has some trouble navigating that small part there in between the wall and the trebuchet. Ah, I'm constantly stuck on the wall with my sword. Gotta heal up a bit. Was there another guy inside? I don't remember. The only thing is, it could be quite frustrating to go back here if I lose. Because I have to collect my souls again. Do I want to try this? I could just move on as well. The thing is, I don't think I'm going to deal much damage to the guy, because he looks like he's wearing pretty hefty armor. So I think I'll have to parry him. Maybe I can run around him and backstab him as well. The good thing is I do have my shield with 100% physical damage reduction. But... avoid enemy. Well... You know... Maybe... This will be a good test. Yeah. Holy fuck. Alright. I don't fully understand. So I was trying to parry him, but he was doing a weird charge type of attack. Oh boy. Does it make sense to just run back there? Because if I fight these guys every single time, it's gonna take me ages to get to him. Let's see. Yeah, so the thing's just, I tried to parry, I shouldn't have parried his, well, whatever that was. Yeah, alright, this is... Stop hitting me, damn it. It's a bit more complicated to run in here than I thought. Well, yeah, see, that's the problem. There's just too much going on here to constantly try the big guy. What the hell was that? Why did he fly off such a long distance? Yo, hi, what's going on? Haven't seen you here in a while. How's Final Fantasy going? Go. So yeah, might not be... I don't... The thing is, it would be pretty easy to parry him if he had a sword, like this guy. But with his spear... Oh. Yeah. Really need to remind myself not to roll. Oh my god. Why is he doing so slow attacks all of a sudden? There we go. At least he's dropping a bunch of good stuff. I also don't want to spend all my healing items on this one dude. One thing that I didn't understand though, so he was charging me and I tried to block his charge. Oh, hello. Did not realize you can drop that. But then I pressed L1 to defend it against his next attack, but for some reason that didn't work. At least I don't think it did. So somehow it... what the hell is he... Why is he always running against the wall? Yeah, somehow it counted... I think... just like with this guy, I probably just wasn't quick enough. I wonder if they specifically put the spear guy here so that you can already train on a lower level enemy before you engage with the red-headed knight. That would be a really, really cool design choice. It seems very much on purpose, doesn't it? Alright, where are my souls? Can I get those without triggering him? I think he kind of came running my way. I could also just grab the item in the background and then come back. It's... What do I want to do here? I mean, I don't have to parry him. The problem is he was... How much damage did he deal? About like half my HP or something? Half my maximum HP, meaning about 70% of my current HP, right? Because I'm still in soul form. Is it called soul form? I think it was. So... Because I could try to be very passive and just sort of churn away at his health. Tree souls. Yeah, I didn't realize he would have a spear. It might be pretty difficult to parry for me. Let's see. Yeah, the problem is he's doing this weird charge. There we go. Oh god, that's not dealing a lot of damage at all. Oh god. Yeah. Oh god, I really shouldn't. Nope. Really shouldn't do that. Oh god. I think I got really lucky there. Let's see, that's exactly what I didn't want. Ooh, that's actually healing for a bunch. Okay, he's doing less damage than I thought. He's saying when almost dying. Oh boy. Let's actually heal up further. Yeah, this is not a good spot to fight him at all. Problem is he can also recover really easily. And he has... Oh, are you kidding me? Why is he able to do that? So he can swap between his stuff really, really fast. Like a lot faster than I thought he would be able to. What you doing, buddy? Ah, damn it. God, it's really difficult to see how quickly he attacks. Because he can swap between his stuff really, really fast. So he can... And he also has the shield bash, which he does when you're defending yourself. So you only want to put up the shield whenever he's in... Whenever he's actually attacking. Never when he's in neutral, I guess. Because that way... Man... The problem is I would be able to defeat him if I can parry him like 3 times in a row. Right? That should be almost enough damage to do it. Well, that was weird. Okay. Where the hell did you come from? Oh, you were still alive. Huh. I guess, might actually make sense to deal with these because... Nope. Because they can drop the healing as well. Obviously, if I use up a bunch of healing to deal with them... Oop, that's my stamina gone. Then there's not much point to it. Yeah, I don't think they drop enough to warrant fighting them every single time. Then again, I might have to fight a few of them. Just because they'll attack me anyways. Yeah, one thing I'm still not fully understanding here is the way enemies change between their attack stances. So for example, that guy jumped, fell down, right? And then he was still able to go into his combo really fast. So there is kind of a state change that it's definitely a lot faster than I'm used to. Same with the big guy. Like, if I hold up my shield at the correct time, I will be able to push him back slightly. Because his attack isn't... Or he'll be pushed back slightly. Or stuff like that, right? I didn't realize that he was too far away to be... Oh god, that was really bad. See, there he was very far away. Oh god, I thought that was an attack. What the fuck? And, okay. He was doing something with his shield there for some reason. Alright, do a normal attack, please. There we go. At least he always drops these, which is really cool. Yeah, the parry is... I mean, it's fairly easy to do because some of their attacks are really, really slow. The problem is I don't really know when they're doing this, their slow attacks. Can't quite figure out why they're doing the shield bash sometimes, because I thought they were only doing that while I'm holding up a shield, but then again, I might have done that. See that, for example. The first attack pushed him back a lot, but the second one doesn't. And so he was able to counter me, but only the spear guys seem to be able to do that. Well, and the big one as well, the blue-headed one. So do I want to try this again? The issue is he really doesn't give me a lot of chances to fully understand his movement. Because if he does hit me once, then I'm basically done for. How did that one hit? Are you serious? I wonder if he can parry me as well. See, I didn't take damage there, though. Interesting. Ah. Oh, are you kidding me? Why was that not a backstab? Really? Okay, the problem is also the healing. Because he has this... Like, he just comes running at you. And then he does that really quickly. So it's actually not that easy to heal. Okay, that... That doesn't... That's a bit of a bullshit attack. He immediately changes from his shield bash to... Not only, like a normal R1 attack or a rush, but something that hits you multiple times. Yeah, that's my biggest issue. Oh, did one of them jump down somewhere? Oh, are you kidding me? Oh my god. I wasn't... Wait, I wasn't... I thought I was running out of stamina, but I actually wasn't. Don't really... Oh. They must have drained my poise then, huh? Something like that. Because otherwise, I wasn't really sure why they were suddenly getting through my shield. Yeah, that actually might be easier to just do with them outside instead of having them all clump up on me. That's not really all that useful. Wasting a bunch of healing items though. Well, I have enough. It's not like I'm really wasting them. That's what they're for, right? Yeah, the healing part... Oh. Sorry, buddy. That was not my intention, but it worked out well. And there as well, he was jumping at me, and I could actually break his attack by attacking myself. But sometimes that doesn't seem to work, so it's kind of finicky in terms of the timing, I think. Yeah, my biggest issue is healing against the big guy, because I don't seem to be able to find an opening to do it. If I'm fighting him in front of the chapel door, it might actually be easier, but then I have a problem in retrieving my souls if I die back there. Although technically I could just run past him, shouldn't be too difficult. God, his attacks are way slower than I think they are. I always assume that they're much faster. Definitely the most difficult part so far. They can change up the pacing of their attacks really, really well. Which is also interesting. I always felt like that was a bit of a... how can I put it? Bit of a more boring thing in FromSoft's games is that, you know, enemies are either fast or slow. It's very rare that they're both at the same time or that they vary their attacks a lot. And the trouble is that Elden Ring's solution to that was really just, oh, we're making all enemies really, really fast, but sometimes their fast attacks are just held for a ridiculously long time. Works much better here, right? The little dude with the blue helmet, the way his attacks work are that they actually look realistic, right? He's a pretty hefty dude, and so his sword swing naturally just comes out a little bit slower because he has to, you know, put weight behind it to even be able to swing it, especially with the armor he's wearing. It might just be the animation that Bluepoint did for it, though. I'm not sure how that was in the original. But... Oh wait, did I actually pick up my... Where the heck did I die? Did I already pick up my souls? How the heck do I bring up my soul counter if I have the dynamic UI on? That's not thought out very well, is it? Oh no, never mind. There they are. Okay. Well, I'm getting a ridiculous amount of souls because I'm constantly fighting him. Okay. Anyway, let's just try it again. Yeah, that attack really is a problem. Oh yeah, that's also an issue. Ah, for fuck's sake. Okay, this time it didn't really punish that. Ah, now it died back here. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just grab my soul to move on for now. I really want to fight him, but the run back is getting annoying at this point. Yeah, if I move on, maybe I'll find a better way to... Maybe there's gonna be another... safe spot? Oh, hello. Really? That's not a... I think I'm also overestimating how quickly I can put up my shield. Because sometimes I thought that I was able to hold it up really quickly, but that doesn't seem to work every time, so... Mail breaker, really? They can drop that? What's with the other dude over there? He's walking into completely wrong direction. Wait, really? You think so? I've seen people try this for like 3-4 hours until they get... or until they kill someone. I mean... Oh, oh, stamina. Really? Yeah. Issue is I'm just churning through my health too quickly. Or through my healing items, rather. So there's not going to be much left if I attempt this a bunch more times. Yeah, that's one of my biggest issues is when I when I want to learn an encounter like that, but I have a long run back, especially one that pretty much forces me to fight a bunch of other stuff too, it gets really difficult properly learning the timings, right? So it's, which is why I think I'm just going to move on for now and hope that there's going to be a better way to approach the red dude, just so that it's easy for me to run back to him. See, I still don't... That is so ridiculously slow. Alright, come here. Nope. Oh! Wait, the backstab does a lot less than the parry, though. Interesting. Maybe because they knew that it's somehow or somewhat easy to backstab as well. I could try that against the red dude. He is definitely a lot more, a lot quicker than this guy. So it's more difficult to walk around him. I think I would be able to, if I parry him, or not parry, but if I hold up my shield and then just walk around him. So, I could try to do it in a more passive way. I also just realized that I have to go back there anyways. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that at all. The fact that you can accidentally trigger that shove just because you want to move forward. That's really not a good implementation at all. I wish they would... That's something that FromSoft has never learned over the years, I feel like. Their weird attempt to, I guess, introduce multiple different ways to attack. See, how was he able... He was still in his swing, wasn't he? I feel like he switched animations there way too quickly. Oh, he's serious. It can't even attack him when he's standing in that weird corner there, because he's so close to the wall. Maybe I would be able to cheese that. Well, first of all, I need to get my souls back. There we go. Okay, well that's not doing much. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the Dark Souls way to do it, I guess. That's how you can deal with those annoying knights in Undead Burg. That's bullshit, though. Oh, fuck. I wanted to... Are you serious? You can't run when you're still... Yeah, that's dumb. Oh shit, I also forgot to switch to my other healing eye. See, those are the things that I absolutely hate about FromSoft games. Is that their weird attempt to introduce multiple different ways to deal with enemies. But what they're always doing is just they're overloading some certain buttons. Even though the controller has that many buttons, they somehow force you to disengage from an enemy because they couldn't figure out how to properly put sprint onto the controller while targeting an enemy? Like, how are you not able to come up with a better solution for that? Because that's obviously really ridiculous, right? That you are forced to untarget an enemy to be able to sprint away from them. Which that's probably one of Elden Ring's most annoying... Oh god. Yeah, I held up my shield way too early. Should only do that when he's actually attacking. There we go. Bit of a cheese way to handle him. Definitely a lot more boring than trying to parry, but with the spear, I'm not entirely sure how I would have done that. Are you serious? It's just for a soul? And he doesn't even drop anything. But I guess he can probably drop something. Well, that was anticlimactic. But yeah, Elden Ring's worst implementation of controls is the fact that when you target an enemy and you side jump, your jump takes longer than when you jump forwards or backwards. And it also takes longer compared to when you untarget an enemy. And I have no clue why they did that. It feels absolutely terrible, and they also never did that in their other games. Yeah, that was really worth it. I thought there was a special item back there. That's why I came here in the first place. I mean, he dropped a lot of souls. The problem is I can still not level up. Nice. Cool. Great. I wonder how that opens. There doesn't seem to be any other way to get there, huh? Maybe there's like a tunnel through the ground. Looks really cool, though. Those stained glass windows? Wow. Man, this game looks awesome. But yeah, same thing here. That's really ridiculous that they don't allow you... And it doesn't even make sense because... So, circle is already has two functions to begin with, right? Because you have your roll, and then if you hold it, you sprint. So why the hell are you not allowed to sprint when you target an enemy? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever because, well, the hold function isn't used in that scenario, right? So I was targeting him. Why wasn't I allowed to just hold and run back? What a weird choice. Very, very weird choice. Oh well. Oh yeah, also, I think that other grass that I just got... Yeah, I already had a bunch of them. Consumed to recover all HP. Oh, well. Might be useful against the first boss or something, maybe. This, however, still doesn't look like a boss room, though. I think, wasn't I wondering what happened to the whole castle last time I was here? Why it's burning? I just remembered they literally show you a dragon when you first enter the level, so I guess it must have been the dragon that attacked the castle? Probably, right? Well then, let's continue onwards. God, I'm still such a big fan of the fact that they actually utilize the fog more in this game. Makes so much more sense compared to Dark Souls. I still don't, I mean, well, I guess coming up with something else for boss rooms and stuff is quite difficult. Oh, hello. What the hell are you? Because the fog door effect, arguably, is a pretty good one, right? And a fog door is even a proper, or rather a well-known phrase, right? Standing in front of a fog door. Everybody knows what that means nowadays. So it's actually kind of cool on that level that they kept the fog, but no other game except Demon's Souls actually has an explanation for why there is fog in the first place. I just wish they would have come up with something else, especially since Elden Ring, for example, uses this golden fog, right? So I feel like it would have been pretty easy to come up with, you know, some sort of cool explanation for why it exists and why it specifically covers up boss rooms and stuff. I don't know. I feel like they could have tried to explain that a little bit better. All right, what the hell is going on down there? Looks like they're trying to get to that guy. Oh, I just remembered. I could vault over here, couldn't I? Pretty sure I could, because otherwise, how would you get there, right? Do I want to do that, though? Let's go this way first. Those are explodey barrels, right? Oh, yeah. Knew it. Alright. Well, that's the barrels gone, hopefully. There we go. I want to level up, damn it! Almost 5,000 souls. God, I love what they did with the lighting in this game, man. It's actually so much better compared to a lot of other games, even games that have released recently, right? I mean, this has released recently as well, but they seem to have put a lot more thought into the lighting compared to a lot of other games. Because typically games overdo the whole contrast thing, right? Where they want to make it look really, really awesome, especially in shadowy areas, but they'll overdo it to the point where it just becomes like a dark tunnel type thing in a scenario like this, right? And to have, like, obviously we have the flame in the background, flickering, so that's really cool, but to have that light shaft come in behind the soldier, actually almost putting a highlight on him, but the soldier is still standing in the shadows, right? Just makes for a very cool picture, but at the same time also allows you to get complete sense of your surroundings. So you know where he's standing in relation to you, how far away he is, what's in between that, and where, and ultimately also because of the flame in the background, you know where to go. So it's doing so many things at once, and not a lot of other games really are able to pull it off that well. And then again, oh, hello. Oh, for fuck's sake, stop trying to push these guys. The big advantage that the FromSoft games obviously have compared to more open games is that they can, oh, hello, really utilize these tight, small levels to their advantage to really focus on these moments, right? Whereas in other games that are more open, it's a lot more difficult to be sure that the player actually approaches any given situation from the correct angle to really notice what you're doing. And even in games that don't have an open world, that's really difficult to do. I mean, I've watched so many playthroughs of people doing, you know, The Last of Us or Uncharted, right? And those games, they, in my opinion, sometimes they even overdo the idea of guiding you through a level, right? Because they very heavily rely on light sources placed in a specific way to shine or to light up the way you're supposed to go, right? And at the same time, especially Uncharted obviously does that. Earlier games maybe more than the later ones. I think Uncharted 4 did find somewhat of a balance there, but they specifically highlight ledges that you can grab onto, right? But it ends up looking rather unnatural. And the fact that all the ledges you're able to grab onto are mysteriously painted yellow or something like that, right? Or birds have shit on the specific ledges that you can go to. It kind of works, but it's when it's the entire game, right? And for its full runtime of multiple, 10, 20, 30 hours, at some point it just looks very, very unrealistic. And arguably, FromSoft has always had a bit of a hand for that, but that's also because, well, it's because the player also knows that if they just blindly run through a level, they can die really quickly, right? And I guess in comparison, The Last of Us has that somewhat because you do want to sneak most of the time, especially in Uncharted. You just blindly run in and, guns blazing, just kill everything that gets in front of you. So because of that, it's, I guess, a lot more difficult to really focus on those specific moments. Although they do try, and I guess they have the advantage of having the characters talk a bunch. They also typically have you walking around with another character that can highlight things for you, and also can force you to slow down a little to notice those specific moments. But obviously, yeah, it's just always kind of both frustrating and funny to me to watch other playthroughs and just realize how people completely miss certain really, really obvious highlights that pinpoint the right direction, and then they're getting frustrated because the game doesn't really know. Well, that's definitely one of the big criticisms, I guess, for the Naughty Dog games specifically, although other games do that as well, that they're never really prepared for when the player does not do what the developers intend you to do. The new God of War games are also a big, big, big offender in that, where they, for some reason, decided to have QuickTime events that you cannot fail, right? I haven't actually played them myself, but I've seen a bunch of scenes where, people have purposefully failed the QuickTime events, and the game doesn't do anything with it. It just repeats the same animation over and over again, which looks absolutely ridiculous and completely ruins what would otherwise be a very tense moment, right? No idea why they did that. But yeah, it's sadly, especially with how much more detailed games have become over the last, 7-8 years, they also seem to have completely forgotten that people can do things in different orders and how to properly deal with that. I feel like games in the past, sort of 10, 15 years ago were actually better at handling players that didn't do it the way they were supposed to, right? And actually have proper solutions for that. Which is not to say that God of War doesn't. I think there are also examples for when it has really clever solutions to when the player... Oh, that person is helpful? What's going on here? Oh. Guess he won't attack me? Who the hell are you? But yeah, it's both funny and frustrating to see other players, completely miss certain specific triggers that are supposedly there to help you, guide you through the level. That's a very creepy smile. Holy shit.
Good day to you. Care to look over my wares? Mostly stolen, but who's telling, eh?
Well, honestly, I think that most people here can't really... Well, they wouldn't notice if you steal from them, right?
Brave knight or lowly fodder? The demons snatched their souls regardless of their station, plummeting them all into madness. And those who dare cling to their humanity were hunted down. It is the end of great Boletaria as we know it. But hell, at least the demons don't send us to our deaths in battle.
Why is he always reverting back to his creepy smile? Holy shit. Another interesting point here. I don't think that... So, the big thing in FromSoft games is always everybody has lost their mind, right? There are always different reasons for it. Here it's interesting because it's specifically mentioning demons that have sucked up the souls of the people. We haven't actually met any demons though, right? I'm just trying to compare it to Dark Souls, because in Dark Souls I never felt that it was properly explained where the heck the humanity of the people actually goes. It's just sort of not there anymore. Might have missed something there, but this feels, at least at the start of the game, feels a lot more logical, a lot easier to get into, right? It's still very mysterious, but it seemingly makes a bit more sense, where it's not as, well, a bit more sense. I'm not saying that it's badly done in Dark Souls, but it's, yeah. Arguably, they're sometimes overdoing the mysterious level of these things sometimes. Works well so far here, though. Okay, so he just sells the more basic stuff. Do I want to risk keeping my souls so that I can level up a bunch? Or do I just want to purchase a bunch of stuff? Because I could get more of these half-moon grasses. Then again, I have a bunch of them as well, right? I don't think that I need this anytime soon. Consume to stop bleeding. How many of these do I have? Does it say anywhere? Held 21. Oh, wait, there is a maximum though. So you can have 50 of these. Interesting. 50 of these as well. That's so much healing though, they could have just gone with 99, right? What a weird choice. But I guess that must have been in the original as well, huh? Because why not limit it to, I don't know, 20 or something? Like a Bloodborne? Very interesting. I mean, technically I could only buy 10, so... I don't know. I don't want to lose all my souls. How many of these do I have? 12. I wonder why they're already giving me that many fire bombs, and also the pine resin. Feels like at some point I'm fighting somebody who's weak to fire, potentially. Actually, let's buy, wait, 9, I could buy 9. Let's buy like 5 of these, and then for the rest I'll get these. Probably wasted a bunch of souls here, but at the same time, well, the thing is, I really want to change it up a little bit in this playthrough, right? Because I feel like, especially with Elden Ring, I just went for quote-unquote maximum safety, right? I just did I did what felt most comfortable for me. And I kind of want to do it differently here. Oh, that looks like a bunch of explodey barrels as well. Is there another guy who throws firebombs at me? Maybe not. What is that sound? Oh, might be another one of those blue knights. They're breathing very heavily, typically. I don't know. I guess this would also lead over to the other dude. Run straight through. Oh, God, I always forget. Why do you open and close them with X? Oh, did you start Demon Souls as well? Oh, hello. Did not see you. That could have been very unfortunately timed. Man, I like so much about this game already. The fact that... Okay, another thing that I sometimes dislike in FromSoft's games is when both you and enemies are actually dealing a lot of damage. And I typically like it a lot more when it's more of a, you know, you hit them, they hit you, and it's a little bit more of a struggle, a little bit more of an intimate fight. So I really, really like that they decided to... Well, I take 4 or 5 hits to kill them, but they also don't deal that much damage to me. That's pretty cool. Okay, so they jump down from there. Should be able to get up there then, right? Somehow? Oh, holy shit, there's a bunch more guys down there. Ooh. There's a lot of guys over the entire level. Yeah, I think I'm pretty glad that I spent my assaults. Alright, let's see. Do you guys jump down? Where the heck did you come from? Didn't expect one of the normal guys to be here. Oh, they're still shooting at me. It sounded like somebody jumped down. I wonder what the relationship is between the normal guys and the soldiers. I mean, the quote-unquote normal guys. They could just be, I guess, people that were sort of pulled into the army when the castle was attacked, right? So they weren't originally soldiers, but then they needed to fight as well because they had to. Oh. That was awkward. I wanted to see whether or not there... Did I... What the hell happened there? Did I kick him while jumping down? That was strange. It was 3 damage somehow to him. But yeah, I was wondering whether or not there is a plunging attack in this game. I don't know if I did it wrong though. Might have not been enough of a fall to trigger it. Well, at least I did pick up a bunch of souls already. So I will still be able to utilize that once I get to a point where I can level up. God, there's so much to look at. Wait, that's where it came from, right? That actually looks way higher than I thought. Because I'm going up now. I kind of want to go to the lower levels, though. Ah, for fuck's sake. You can actually hit me from here? That's annoying. Can you please? Thank you. Why? I don't... Kind of confused why you utilized his shield there. Okay, you can parry the shield bash as well. Cool. I was confused why he used his shield, because I thought they were only going to do that when I'm defending myself, right? To get through my shields. But I guess they're just randomly doing that sometimes as well. That was a good scream. Wait, you didn't die? Are you kidding me? Another fuck door. Wait, where is he? How the hell did you survive that fall? That was also really funny. His scream was really cool. He fell down again. Okay, oh. Wait, I completely missed that staircase. Oopsie. I guess it was a good thing that he actually fell down so much. I don't fully understand when they fall down that far, though. Ah, I forgot that he was doing another attack then. Broken sword. Alright. See, that's more what I expected from these guys. The other one dropped an actual good sword. Let me take a look at that, though. Yeah, the mail breaker is what the other guy dropped. And, oh, item burn is still fine. Broken sword. A straight sword with a broken blade. Covered in rust, crusted with blood, and utterly blunt. Okay. Never quite understood why that's actually an item. I mean, I guess it just makes sense. But, well, there isn't really any point to using it, right? I don't think. Or are there specific builds that would actually, where it would be advantageous to have one of those broken swords? Don't necessarily think so. I guess if you want to do some sort of challenge run. Ooh! Wait. Was I out of stamina? Or is that just... It's really quite difficult to figure out. I don't think I ran out of stamina there, so he must have... Either it was a specific attack that he did... Oh, another one of those guys. Yeah, either it was a specific attack, or somehow multiple attacks of his broke my poise. Poise is such a... Wait, poise does exist in this, right? Not as a stat in and of itself. So maybe it's hidden? Or maybe it does not exist. Oh, man, it looks so good. Fucking hell, that looks good. The way the lighting shines through and onto the chairs and everything. They did such a good job with that. Just the way objects are integrated into the scene, like here, for example, with the benches and whatnot. Wait, can I vault? I cannot vault over this, okay. Guess it's too thick. I mean, technically you should be able to do it, but... Oh. Oh boy. His other attack came out more quickly. He's... Oh, because he's using a two-handed sword, I get it. I was wondering why his attacks were so different, but that makes more sense. Come down here. So satisfying. Really, really satisfying. Well, they had to nail it, that's true, but yeah, it doesn't, you know. They could have also messed it up. And, well, especially as a launch title, it's always really, really difficult to really hit like, to also guarantee that everything turns out right. I guess they must have given them a lot of time to polish the game, I think, which is really, really cool to see that. Because arguably, I'm trying to remember, well, it did buy Killzone Shadowfall when the PlayStation 4 originally launched, and while the game was good, and it definitely showcased the graphics capabilities of the console, it definitely didn't feel as polished as this. Yeah, that was a pretty cool parry. I did not realize I was able to pull it. There is a really, really satisfying back and forth in this combat. And even though he had a two-handed sword, he still wasn't dealing so much damage to where it was too risky for me to utilize a parry, which is often why I never really liked parrying in Souls games, because it's, you know, if you mess it up, you just lose 80% of your health or whatever. So I was never really that much of a fan of it. But here it's at least so far, it's a really, really awesome back and forth between your attacks and the enemy. Feels way, way more like an actual combat encounter, right? Where it's this, oh, you know, I break through his guard, but then he breaks through mine a little bit. And also for quote-unquote normal enemies, they are very, very varied in what they can do. Oh, seriously? Really thought I would be able to just vault over there. Maybe overestimating where you can do that. Oh, hi. You guys waited for me, I guess, huh? I thought I was too late on that, but I guess I wasn't. I really like the shove, actually. It's such a cool addition to be able to do it. I just wish that it was a separate button or something. It's really annoying that it just happens on accident a lot of the time. Scimitar. There we go. Finally, a different weapon. I guess I can't go through here. So he opened up that door, right? That was closed, I think, at the start. Just need to remember that I still need to get there. No, let's actually look at it from here. Scimitar. It's lighter than the one that I'm using with the same damage. It has a different damage type though. Wait, how does that work? Slashing. Wait, physical damage. Well, that's a reduction. 80 plus 6. It has bleed on it. D with dexterity. What does it say? A small curved sword. This slashing weapon inflicts heavy damage upon soft flesh, but has a limited effect on metal armor and hard scales. Causes targets to bleed. Why is there... We're missing a point there. I'd actually be really interested in utilizing the bleed effect. So it's the same damage, but has the bleed on top of it. Normal and piercing. Yeah, it's a bit confusing why there is apparently normal damage. You'd think that this would be slashing as well, right? Ain't Elden Ring? Yeah, I suppose bleeding probably isn't as effective in this as it is in Elden Ring, right? I'm just debating because everything here seems to be, well, except for the small guys, but they're easy to deal with anyways, right? So, don't know how much usefulness I'd actually get out of the bleed. You also do it by accident 70% of the time, yeah. It's, very, very unfortunate that, because it's just so natural for you to, because you're kind of waiting for the enemy to attack most of the time, either because you want to parry or because you're holding up your shield. And then you sort of naturally move forward because if you attack them, I don't know, it just automatically happens that you want to move forward, right? And by doing that, you automatically do the shove. It would be really, really cool if that was just a separate button altogether. See, that would actually be an attack where it would make sense for it to only be able to be utilized while you're targeting an enemy. I mean, maybe that would still be frustrating to some degree, but when you target, some button that is otherwise doing something else just becomes the shove. I don't know. Yeah, bleed in Elden Ring is just ridiculous. I don't know why they actually decided to make it that strong. Well, the weirdest part in Elden Ring is also that just way too many weapons have bleed on them for some reason. There is a ridiculous amount of weapons that has bleed on them. Even magical weapons, right? Where you deal both magical damage and you can bleed the enemy. Really ridiculous. I mean, it's kind of cool. It's really fun utilizing that. It's just, I guess, unfortunate that it's not balanced properly compared to other damage types, to some degree at least. Well, do I want to try it? So I guess enemies with metal armor have a bunch more slashing resistance. Thing is just, it doesn't really fit my aesthetic. Looks kind of more like a pirate weapon, right? I think is it a bit faster than the sword though? Well, I can just try it for a minute and then switch back to my sword. I heard about that, yeah, that they made the scaling for both different. That's, well, in a way that's pretty awesome, and I think long overdue. I think a lot of people that, you know, PvP a lot were really waiting for that to happen at some point. It's kind of strange to me that they did it in an update and not account for that early on, especially with a big game like Elden Ring that was going to be imbalanced no matter what. Okay, let's see what that guy's about. I think it's really clever. It's just, yeah. I mean, balance still needs to be a thing in PvE as well, right? Alright. Sure, buddy. Can help you. What are they? Okay, guys. They... Yeah, I definitely think it's quicker than the sword. I like it. There we go. Hi. Are you wearing the same armor that I'm? You have a very cool shield and sword, though.
My thanks for your brave rescue. I am Ostrava of Boletaria. Accept this as a token of my gratitude.
Hey, a telescope, nice. Oh, okay, buddy. He just... What? He just walks away? Alright, sure. Man, I don't know. I like how quick it is. It doesn't really fit sort of the soldier type thing. Ah, well. Let's equip that telescope. It's going to be really useful to look at a bunch of stuff. Gives a clear view of distant scenery. Also looks pretty awesome. A rare trinket, which employs concave... Is he fighting people? Concave glass that allows one to view distant scenes as clear as day. Possibly originated in the relatively advanced region to Boletaria's south. Isn't that where we are from, technically? Is he fighting stuff? Where the hell are you? I guess he went this way? Oh yeah, there you are. Good. Please don't tell me you would still be able to die. What the hell are you doing? Oh, there we go. What the hell is going on? Does he know where he wants to go?
Now I take my leave. There is something I must do.
Could have mentioned that beforehand, but... Do you know what you must do? Because you seem kind of confused, buddy. guess I'm just gonna help him out a bit further. I don't want him to die. He probably has some sort of quest line attached to him, right? Oh, yeah. He most certainly can still die, I think. I think against the little ones... Oh, shit. Against the little ones, this weapon is pretty cool, because it's just a bit faster than the sword, but... See, I really don't understand. It must have been his attack then? Why the heck? Oh, there we go. Sharpstone shard and Heartstone shard. My first upgrade item with it. Where the hell did he go? I guess he decided that I could do this on my own and just noped out. What the heck is going on with the guy? Okay, there's nothing else here though, right? So he just went down here because there were still enemies around, or why did he do that? Very strange. Oh, let's actually look at those items. Heartstone and Sharpstone. A shard of hot ore reinforces straight swords, axes, hammers, and the like. A rudimentary ore that evenly increases a weapon's strength. Weapons can be reinforced by heartstones up to level 10. Okay, so first of all, really cool that they tell you how far you can level up. The weapons, I mean. I don't know why they never tell you that in the other games. I mean, sometimes they do, but sometimes they don't. Very strange. Oh. Shard of Sharp Ore reinforces daggers, curved swords, spears, and the like. Is that... Did he just walk... Sir, what the heck are you doing? Maybe he's looking for something and doesn't know where it is? Yeah, well, anyways. Okay, so they... I was gonna say, I thought at first when I picked up both that one might be for magical weapons and the other one for normal ones, because that's what they typically did in the other games. Here it seems to be by weapon type. So it's straight swords, axes, hammers, and this is daggers, curved swords, spears. Interesting. Interesting choice. It's actually a pretty cool choice, I would say, because at least that way you probably get an equal amount of both of these, so you'd be able to have both weapon types be reinforced to the same level all the time. Hopefully. That would be pretty awesome. Well, at least I can spend my souls on that. Yeah, he might be looking for something. Maybe there is some sort of secret entrance or tunnel here? I don't know. And he also seems confused, or maybe he's waiting for me to go somewhere else, but I think... Haven't I dealt with most enemies now? Oh yeah, I wanted to go back once because I thought I had seen another item here, but no, must have been a bloodstain. Alright. Oh yeah, was there another item up where he was standing, though? There is. Alright, so now I can go back. I can go back up and vault over the ledge. If that's a thing that I could do, I thought I would be able to vault over more ledges than I was able to so far, but... Yeah, see, now he's coming this way, so maybe he actually did wait for me to go here. But I'm fairly positive that most enemies should be dead, so hopefully he can't just die. He also, I'm pretty sure that he wouldn't be able to traverse that fog gate up there on his own, right? Would be pretty strange if he could. Alright, just gotta make sure. That's where it just came from, right? Yeah. Wait, did he go back again? He didn't follow me. Ah, well, whatever. Ooh, wait, it looks like there's actually an inside room here. Or maybe that's just, I think that's just, yeah. I think that's actually, what are those called again? It's just a cube behind the window to make it look more realistic. Well, that's pretty awesome though. Okay, so this all just leads back down to where I already was. I could go back to the merchant, but he didn't really have anything else interesting going on. Don't think that I can actually go over there unless I missed that. Yeah, see, no vaulting here for some reason, unless I'm doing it wrong. Wait, was it circle or was it... I already forgot about it again. Just the merchant. I definitely didn't miss anything here. Let's just go back to where he stood and see what that item is all about. Wait, maybe... did it... Oh, I might have just pressed the wrong button at the other places. Yeah, so it was circle, not X. Hello! Well, this was definitely worth it. Thief ring. Become harder for enemies to detect. Alright, ancient sapphire ring that conceals the bearer's presence from enemies, up to a distance. Huh. Not necessarily something that I need for my build currently, because I'm more of a soldier type, right? And I'm wearing pretty heavy armor, so I don't think it really fits with me currently. That's pretty awesome, though, that you get that here. Also, setting up here, let's try out the telescope. Okay, so it works pretty much like the one in Bloodborne, I think. Wait, can you... Ah, you can zoom in as well. Wow. All right, this will be pretty awesome to look at things from a distance. Also, I'm already getting way more of the better healing items. It's pretty good. Oh, there you are. Yeah, he's still just walking around. I wonder if there... Do you think there is an explanation as to why we're wearing the same armor? Maybe he's from the same region where I'm from? Outside of Boletaria, I mean. Because that's where we would have gotten the armor, right? Alright. Don't think I missed anything here. The buildings also look so cool. It's really... I always like how well, games in general, but when you have a castle scenario like this, it's not really even a castle anymore. It's actually more like a medieval city, right? And we entered the outside protective walls when we went in here. I'm such a huge fan of these sort of cramped places, right? When everything's... how can I put this? Well, all the buildings are kind of shoved into each other, right? And it's creating these narrow alleyways between them. That always looks really, really awesome. Obviously, we can't really go everywhere here, but just incredibly interesting to see all of that. All right. Guess we'll have to go this way first. Ooh, hello. We're at the back side of the castle. And one thing that's definitely great to see, which, you know, is kind of a given for a huge graphical update like this, but one thing that's always bothered me about the visuals, especially in Dark Souls, is how little effort they put into the backgrounds of their scenes. Which is, well, I'm saying how little effort. It's not necessarily the effort they put into it, but rather the fact that their engine was really, really limiting for that for a long while. They must have done a lot to be able to pull off, you know, the big world of Elden Ring. Because even back in Sekiro, a lot of the backgrounds were looking pretty hideous, right? Because they were very low resolution and not that detailed. Yeah, definitely one thing that always bothered me about Dark Souls is just how much of a difference there is between the actual play area in terms of detail and the background. And it kind of takes you out of the game world a little bit, right? Because it very much feels like only the places you can actually walk to are detailed, which is precisely what is happening, but yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. That broken up top? Almost looks a bit like a fairy tale castle, doesn't it? Sort of a darker version of a Disney castle in the background between those. Also the those big mountains look awesome. All right, this feels like a trap. Couple dudes here. Oh, hello. Wait, can I? Oh, God. Whoop. I think I got pretty lucky there. Helped out a bunch, but almost killed myself. Oopsie. That was unfortunate because the invulnerable state of being hit by the first one didn't last long enough. So a couple of other ones hit me as well. Oh, that looks like I have to... Wow. Holy shit, that's a lot bigger than I thought. Looks pretty awesome, though. So I guess that's the actual castle, and the place where we are is more of a, I guess, part of the actual city? What the heck are you doing here? Wait, that's not the dragon that I saw in the opening cutscene, though. Because that one was red, wasn't he? It's a blue one. Would the dragon be considered a demon in the scenario? Because we've heard so far that the demons are the ones that have taken away the souls, right? Wait, what? Am I not using... Why is it... Wait. Oh. Huh? Okay. So while you're using the telescope, you can zoom in and out with D-pad up and down, but if you're all the way zoomed out, then D-pad down is suddenly cycling through your items? Okay. That feels like an oversight. I don't think that's supposed to happen. God, this looks awesome. Somehow the mountains in the background are reminding me of Sekiro a lot. Those snowy mountainsides. See that a lot in Sekiro. But yeah, I'm wondering whether or not the dragon is considered a demon and is part of taking away the souls of these soldiers, or if he's also suffered at the hands of a demon. Is that the dragon? Yeah, those kind of peaks, they do appear in a lot of games. Breath of the Wild definitely has them. That's true. I think Generation 4 of Pokemon also has a very similar looking mountain, now that I think about it. I mean, it's a very cool sort of design element, right? Where were they in The Witcher? Wasn't that in the DLC? Are they called Dueling Peaks? Because I think in In the Tucson DLC in The Witcher 3, right? You have these? Wait, was it those? Might have been. I think that's the dragon that I'm hearing. All right. Oh, hello. Somehow didn't expect these guys to be here. Oh, now this is... I still underestimate how quickly the spear guys can attack you again. That's pretty annoying when you're fighting both at the same time, because it... Yeah, I feel like my current weapon is a lot less effective against these guys. Because it doesn't push them back quite a bit, quite as much. Yeah, it's difficult to say. It is quite difficult to say. I don't think I'm the biggest fan of that. Let's try going back to the longsword for the time being. Because I feel like the scimitar is... when you get them while they are attacking, right? When you find an opening, then it feels quite effective. But it feels like it's a lot more difficult to find an opening using it. So, yeah. I go back to my trusty longsword here. Oh, right. They always refer to as dueling peaks because of the two, right? Duel. Yeah. Makes sense, I guess. Don't think I've ever paid attention to that too much, to be honest. Do they have the same name in Breath of the Wild? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, the lore. I mean, it's such a cool and iconic design. If you have these types of mountains in the background, right? It's so easy to come up with cool ideas about what they could mean or what they could have been used for, or I don't know. It's a very, very cool environmental element, I guess. Man, I'm a huge fan of how they've done the different weapons in this game. It actually feels so much more satisfying seeing enemies with, you know, axes compared to spears, compared to swords. It really feels like it actually put thought into how they would utilize those weapons. Whereas in the other games so far, it never really, I don't know, it never felt like they were all that different. I'm hearing something. Ah, there we go. That's the red weapon. Red dragon. Hello. Okay, he's flying away again. That feels very much like the red dragon in Dark Souls, doesn't it? On the bridge. I wonder if he's actually gonna... He just flew off again. See, halfway expecting him to show up back here, right? But there was the blue one. I guess they're both here. They're called the same in Breath of the Wild, all right? I didn't remember that. Easter egg like the Wilhelm scream, I guess you could say that, yeah. Do we have... Are there famous mountains that look like that in the real world? Not specifically like that, right? At least I don't really... I mean, there's the one, but it's only really half of it, right? In I think, Yellowstone National Park. The fairly famous one that has the really steep wall to one side because it broke apart at some point in the past. But that's only one, right? It doesn't have sort of a brother right next to it. I guess in that regard they're not super realistic because they wouldn't really hold up in the real world, maybe. But there's such an awesome design element, especially for a fantasy game. Does the red dragon from Dark Souls feel like this one? Yeah, it just feels like, well, another one of those weird things that you always... Okay, he's coming back. Is he coming back? Ah, yeah, it's coming back. Alright, let's see what he does if I stay here. There we go. That's what I was waiting for. Thanks for helping out with those guys. Boy. He's flying away again. Oh, what a cool... Oh, he just repeats that? Okay. Ah, that was such a cool visual with the black clouds of the fires still rising. That looks so cool on the bridge, doesn't it? With all the sort of sparkles of the fire still being there. Alright, buddy, you can stop now. Okay, and he's flying away again. Well, the one in Dark Souls does stick around. But yeah, that's one of those things where I'm really going back and forth in FromSoft's design philosophy, because sometimes... Is he coming back again? Sometimes it feels like they just sort of copy over design concepts from their own games into the later ones. And, well, I guess it's a bit of a 50-50 thing, right? Sometimes they do really cool stuff with it, and they incorporate those same ideas into a new, really cool context, and it's fun. But sometimes it also just straight up feels like a cheap copy and paste from other games, right? I mean, Demon's Souls so far, absolutely awesome, but yeah, it does make me wonder why they decided, especially with Dark Souls. Later on, right, when they did it multiple times, it did become sort of a staple of their game design, that they incorporate, for example, poison swamps in every single game, right? It actually became a little bit of an Easter egg, or a kind of a cool callback on their other games. But now that I consider it, I don't know, Dark Souls is a weird game to me. I can definitely see why people like it so much, but it also just feels like this weird re-attempt at Demon's Souls for some reason. Stuff like this, right? It's literally the same thing. It's a bridge. Red. The dragon even has the same color. Yeah, I don't know. Really going back and forth on that, whether or not I think it's good or weird that Dark Souls has the same, like literally the same thing. All right, I guess we'll have to run. Oh, there's a couple people still alive. Well, I guess that... Yeah, all right. He's always coming back. I guess that gives me a point of reference to where I have to go. How long does it take to get here? Not that long, but I should be able to run through. All right, let's make him fly away again. That's actually really awesome. So he only does his fire breath if you stay around long enough for him to actually attack. Really like that. Oh boy, nope. Oh, wait. Shit, I thought he was closer. Yeah, he definitely takes very long to get here. Let's just make him fly away again, and then we'll just run through. Should be fine. His scream just sounded so near. So I was kind of concerned that he was going to hit me. Oh boy. Did not consider running out of stamina though. Hello. You two are pretty brave, I have to say. I would have not, you know, kept standing around at that place while the dragon was right above my head. Okay, I guess he sticks around while I'm still here. I do want to get the items on the bridge, though. It's just a bunch of healing. There's one more thing up there, but we'll grab that later. He could just, if the dragon would just land, he could probably crush me beneath his feet, but I guess it's not really what he wants to do. God, he's loud though. Now he's flying away again. I could run back and grab the item, but let's go this way first. Oh, hello. What does this do? Pretty dark down there. Oh, okay, that's a pretty big contraption. Also looks pretty awesome. Wait, is this for the main entrance? Might be. It is. All right, cool. The fuck is that? Okay. Calm down. Yeah, that kind of looks like the first boss, doesn't it? I have no clue what it's supposed to be, but it very much looks like it. There are 2 enemies ahead. Oh, that's a very specific message. I'm gonna rate that. I did not realize you could do that. Is that something you can do in the other games? I don't think so. Can you put in specific numbers in the other games? I don't think I've ever seen that. But then again, I'm always going back and forth and actually reading messages, because they can obviously spoil a bunch of stuff for you, but at the same time, I feel like they're also part of the game, right? They're supposed to be there, so... Wait, is this the, this could be the back of the door that I was just at, right? Yeah, it's the one at the bridge. That's pretty cool. So it's overgrown, you can't open it, but it's still there, and you can actually get to both sides. Valuable treasures ahead. Ah, well. It's debatable. Hello. Oh, I just realized the light effect on the... Where did the other guy come from? Ah, yeah. Fighting 2 spear guys at once. Actually not that easy. Yeah, I was gonna comment on... So I guess it's the soul stone thing that I'm wearing on my belt, right? And it's actually creating a light cone in front of you. A little bit of a light cone. Looks a bit like a flashlight, doesn't it? I just noticed how it actually properly reflects on the walls. What a cool effect. Okay. Let's see where we are here. There we go. I was gonna say, there has to be somebody in here. Can you guys stop throwing firebombs when I'm standing like 3 meters in front of you? It's also really cool. He was almost a little bit unsure as to how he was going to approach me because I held up my shield, right? And they can't really do the shield bash thing, I think. But the stronger enemies, the blue glowing ones, they can actually get through your guard. the fuck is that? Okay, guys. Wait a second here. Some sort of slime with the shields? Maybe that's what the firebombs are for? Can I hit it from here? Of course not. I think I hit the wall below it. I think the guys also were distracted by that for some reason. Oh, it has something to attack. What the fuck? Is it holding a spear? Oh, hello. What is this thing? Wait, it has a spear, but it can also throw something? How does it have an arm? And where does it put its spear while it's not attacking me? Ooh, that was... Okay, in this particular scenario, it was definitely my me running out of stamina. Oh, yeah, okay. Taking much more damage from behind. What the hell is this thing? It actually also completely disintegrates into, I don't know, liquid. Only leaves behind the shield. Very, very cool effect. What the heck? Always trying to figure out what this actually is, right? So is it a manifestation of some sort of poisonous substance? But it wasn't poisoning me, was it? I don't think it was. I think that's another one over there. Yeah, there's a bunch of them here. Okay, let's try that again. Awesome. That's not what I wanted to do. Ah, there we go. I was gonna say, there has to be a reason for why they give you so many firebombs in this level. And the pine resin as well. So these guys are weak to fire then. Okay, yeah, now I'm in front of the castle again at the... Oh, now it has a fockade. Okay, yeah, well, that definitely means that that's the first boss. Alright, cool. I am wondering what these guys are supposed to be. There's another one, right? Is it only one? Oop. Forgot that they have that ranged attack. Ooh, hello! They drop Heartstone shards. Okay, that's pretty cool. Oh, and now we are at the opposite side of the main gate. Oh, scared there for a second that it was only gonna open up one of them. Yeah, now we're here. I guess these guys are all still dead. Oh, that was a crow. Ah, yeah. So this looks like the spears the little guys are using. It even has the slime on it. So I guess the boss is a big version of these slime guys for some reason. Just go back for a second there. I want to see if I forgot anything or overlooked anything here. I don't think I did, but just to be sure. Well, I guess, who sold the firebombs? The little guy, right? At the, where I found that other dude that was walking around. May want to buy a couple more, but I think this is a good point to upgrade my longsword. That's also probably why they're giving you the upgrade materials, right? That'll help against the first boss, I guess. Yeah, okay. So there was no other door here. And this is just a little walkway we came back from. I really enjoy how this level is put together. Really, really clever how they're leading you back and forth here. All right. What do I do? How many souls do I have? 2,000. I also still have 15 firebombs. Depending on what the boss is like, that might be enough. But yeah, I definitely want to go back to the Nexus real quick to upgrade my weapon. There was nothing else to cut down here, right? No. God, it's a lot more staircases than I thought there would be. Actually, it takes a while to get around. All right, so now we've opened up these two. I guess this also gives us an easier access to the bridge with the dragon, right? Which I guess that's how we would continue. What the hell's over there? Is that a crystal lizard? Like the ones in Dark Souls? Might be, huh? Very much looks like one. That gate's still closed, though. That one's open. I mean, there was that weird pit that looked like you could jump down into, but I didn't see anything to land on, so that might be how you get there, and then you can open up the gate from behind. Oh. What are you still doing here? Oh, wait, I actually never utilized the jump attack. That looks awesome. Because you're staying pretty low and then just doing the slash thing. Can you do an R2 as well? No. No R2 jump thing. I have played the original a tiny bit, so I do remember some points about this level, but not much. And it's been a long time. And I never really continued. I think... I don't even remember if I did this first boss. I might have. But I think that was about it. I don't think that I continued much further. I might have checked out one of the other archstones, but yeah, I really don't remember much. It was free at some point over PS Plus, which is why I had it to begin with. Otherwise, I probably would have never bought it. I do remember enjoying it back then, but just didn't really have, I guess, the patience or something. Hello! He is now here. Hi. I guess you found what you were looking for, huh?
Before the Blight, Boletaria was a grand kingdom. The king, his knights, and his subjects were modest and plain, but also steadfast and compassionate. I have spent much time in my studies in the cultured countries of the south, yet no country holds my heart as does Boletaria. But look at what has become of us now. I refuse to believe that this is what Father wished for our great land.
Father? Suggesting that you are a descendant of the king? Who else would he mean when he says father?
I refuse to believe that this is what Father wished for our great land.
So you're a knight from Boletaria, right? Do I understand that correctly? Alright. Anybody have anything else to say?
You came for demon souls.
Oh, that's still the same there. Why is he glowing blue? I guess that guy also has this this weird orange aura about them, doesn't he? Maybe that's another... Because I have the white thing. That's because I'm in soul form currently, right? I wonder if his orange mist means that he's also been... Maybe he also died at some point? Or maybe not entirely died, but was still... maybe he still lost part of his soul? Maybe? The blue is weird because it typically indicates somebody who helps you, right? If you're playing online. Don't know why that would be here. Maybe he's not actually here, but only has been summoned here by somebody. Alright.
That ornament. That belongs to my daughter.
Oh.
Then she didn't make it after all.
Oh.
My dearest little baby. May she rest in peace. May I ask a favor? Would you mind giving me that hair ornament? I'd like to have it in memory of my daughter.
Yeah, sure. I almost forgot about that. That's from the bodies that I cut down from the chains. One of them dropped the ornament and I wasn't really sure what it was supposed to be. I mean, it very much looked like some sort of key item. Well, I guess now I know what... now he knows what happened to her, right? Better than not knowing, I suppose.
You're a saint. Thank you. Thank you so much. I mustn't forget. It's not much, but please accept this as thanks. I found it discarded on the main road. It might look ordinary, but it seems to possess a strange power. Anyway, I feel that you should have it. It'll be happier in your hands.
Ring of Herculean Strength. Well, this was definitely worth it. Alright. Raises item carry capacity. Long ago, Stockpile Thomas found this ring lying on the road. Raises item carry capacity. Alright, I had kind of hoped that it would just simply increase your strength attribute. That would have been pretty awesome. I don't know how useful this is, because... let's try it out on this one. Yeah, it doesn't change your equip burden. It just changes how much you can carry, which doesn't help with the fast or fad roll, right? That's unfortunate. So I'm not gonna use that, at least for now. I mean, maybe there's going to be a point where it's useful to have more carry capacity, but for now it seems like that's not really a thing.
Hello again. I'm keeping a close watch on your belongings, don't you worry.
Thanks very much. I like him.
That candle maiden cared for me during my first days here. She says very little, but has a kind heart. She's just the age my young daughter would have been. Poor girl. Trapped here with her eyes occluded by wax. If only something could be done to help her.
Slightly confused who he was talking about there, but eyes occluded by wax? I think he actually means the woman that resurrected me, right? Because I thought for a second that he was talking about the girl that sits around the corner. The one that says Umbasa. But I think he was talking about the what I suspect is the level up maiden thing. Alright, let's see. Well, I probably want to keep this stuff for now, right? I put the other things away because I don't really have anything that utilizes MP for now. These I probably want to keep. Let's see. So the broken sword. Wait, can I sell some stuff? I sure hope so. Because that was really, really strange in Dark Souls, that you aren't really able to sell stuff for a very long time until you meet the snake, I think. Which is really, really annoying because enemies keep dropping the same thing over and over again and you just have no way to get rid of it, right? It just clogs up your storage box. That was pretty annoying to be honest. So I hope that doesn't happen here, but we'll see about that. Let's put this stuff away. This one I can't use anyways. I'm still not entirely sure whether or not I want to use the scimitar at this point. I really like the idea of having the bleed effect, but I don't know. Not only does the longsword fit my aesthetic a lot more, but it also felt like it was easier to get through enemy guards with it. So yeah, let's stick with it for now, especially because now I can level it up, right? So. All right. Ooh, true. I wanted to double check. Let's see. So this would be physical. 16, and this is 21. All right, so my current armor actually doesn't have super high physical defense. I was just wondering, because enemies aren't dealing that much damage to me, but considering this looks like cloth, very old one at that. Yeah, my current armor doesn't even have that high of a defense rating, I guess. The rings I'm going to keep around. I think they still weigh some, yeah, 0.2, but that's not a big deal, I think.
You have a heart of gold. Don't let them take it from you.
Well, I certainly know that line. From that windmill song that I mentioned last time.
Oh, good day to you. I can forge weapons for you for a fair price. There aren't enough smithing tools in this temple to handle all the work. Only certain ores can be used to forge weapons, but you'll just have to make do. And be thankful that I can do anything for you at all in this forsaken place.
Not enough smithing tools to handle all the work? Didn't think you had that much to do, honestly. Guess there are more people than me than I thought? Okay, first of all, let's repel the... Holy shit, that's expensive. Okay, I did not realize this was going to be that expensive. Well, guess I kind of have to do it, right? I wonder if that's going to be a problem at some point. All right, at least this doesn't seem too expensive, right? 380, yeah, hardstone shards. So that would be, what is it, 80 plus 6 currently, right? That would be 88 plus 10, meaning 12 damage more. Yeah, sure. And now it requires 4 hardstone shards. Hardstone shard is what the little slime guys dropped, right? So technically, I guess I could farm that if I wanted to. Oh, you can also build it back with a meltstone shard. Why'd you do that? Oh wait, is that building it back or is that something else? Because it has that special symbol on it, doesn't it? Well, maybe the meltstone will explain once I get one. Let's see. To, yeah, you can't really sell something to these guys, right?
I need your business.
Oh, Mbasa.
All right. Yeah, she doesn't have anything going on with wax on her eyes, so I'm pretty sure he talked about the maiden that resurrected me. Wherever she went. Okay, well, at least he's now here. All right, I'm gonna take a very short break, and I'll be right back. Where the heck's my mouse? There it is. Be right back. Alrighty, there we go. Let's continue on with Demon Souls. I should probably... Do I just straight up want to fight the boss? I guess going back to that one merchant that sells the fire bombs would be a little bit annoying right now, because I'd have to go through a bunch of enemies again. So I think what I'll do... Let me just spend the rest of my souls for now. I guess I could buy some healing items from him.
It's trade your
Right.
souls.
Yeah, let's just buy a bunch of this stuff. And that way I'm not going to
You'll
lose
come back
anything
alive. I need your business.
if I die to the boss, which will probably won't happen, I guess. Well, at least that first boss that I fought, that demon-looking thing, that actually looked surprisingly similar to the first boss in Dark Souls as well. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, he killed me really, really quickly. A lot quicker than I thought. But that's also, I think that was mainly due to how I'm still not really comfortable with the changes in between fast and slow attacks. Just like the knight with the red helmet, right? Where I also had trouble figuring out when he was doing really fast attacks and sometimes really slow attacks. Yeah. I mean, there is still some other stuff to look at in the level that I was doing. I just, well, just going off of my experience with with the other FromSoft games, I have a feeling that the level up lady will come back once I deal with the first boss. So that's kind of what I want to go for right now. Also, I'm a huge fan of the fact that they only give you this one archstone so far, right? That there isn't another bonfire type thing somewhere else in the castle. Unless I overlooked it, but... it's just always a lot better when they do it this way. It's interesting to me how these concepts are coming back, right? Because that's what I personally like a lot more in Bloodborne compared to Dark Souls. Is that, well, the way the levels are built is really just, okay, you get the one lamp at the start of the level, and then you get another one once you defeat the boss, but there is no lamp in between. But there are shortcuts, right? And it, at least so far, seems like the same thing's going on here. Whereas the bonfires, I mean, the bonfires in Dark Souls, they aren't necessarily bad or worse than the Bloodborne system. I guess subjectively, I just enjoyed more to have the, I guess, more classical level structure of a Bloodborne game. I don't know. Some of the, maybe it's also just that some of the bonfire placements are a bit weird to me. I don't know. I guess it's weirder in Dark Souls 2 than it is in the first one. And then Elden Ring obviously is a completely different beast, with it being open world. Shit, I probably should have remembered how much damage I was dealing originally. I think it was somewhere in the 50s, so it should just be a straight up... Well, technically, at least from what I know of the other FromSoft games, it should be a straight up gain of the plus 12 that I just got, right? So just plus a flat plus 12 damage to these guys, because they don't have anything else going on that would, you know, mess with that in any sort of way. Oh yeah, from here you can look at it much better. It very much looks like some sort of crystal lizard. Although it does seem, I don't know, bigger than I thought. With all the colors that's going on. Yeah, that's definitely a lizard type thing. How interesting. Ooh. Sometimes it's difficult to just turn around. bad timing for picking up the item. Hey, another one of those. Yeah, I really hope that at some point I'll be able to sell some stuff. Because otherwise that's gonna annoy the fuck out of me if I have the same item like a billion different times in my inventory. Hey, another firebomb. Nice. He almost always seems to drop them, which makes me think that maybe fire really is good against the boss. Because that would also mean that at least you would have one chance of getting back a firebomb every time you come back here. Ominous fog gate. Alright, yeah, I probably want to unequip this so it's easier to cycle through the other stuff. Counteracts poison? Well, I only really have one anyways. Interesting, I haven't really encountered any bleeding or poison type enemies, yet they still drop. But yeah, let's equip the pine resin as well. Considering that I already have 7 of those, might be pretty good against this enemy. Alright, first boss in Demon Souls. Let's go. Do we get a cutscene? No. Foundlings. Oh. Oh, okay. It's literally just a big slime ball? Ah. Bit quicker than I thought he would be. Really? Oh, there we go. Holy shit, that's good. Let's get rid of the small one here. Yeah, they knew what they were doing when they gave you... Oh, hello. How many of you guys are here? What the fuck? That's a lot. Okay, that didn't hit as many as I wanted it to. Wait, did they all fall off of the Bane guy? I guess so. It actually, somehow it looks pretty funny to me, just how many of them are here. Okay, wait, is the boss losing health every time, or is it only if I hit the big one? Is the big one even doing anything? They're all just sort of running after me, it seems like. Yeah, individually, they're fairly easy to deal with. Any other stray ones here? Somehow I didn't expect that they were all gonna fall off of the big guy. Or maybe it was because of the firebomb? Some of them are still attached to it. Honestly, I kind of just want to churn through all my firebombs here. Because typically I just, you know, as always, try to save items for way too long. Oh, hello. Where did you come from? Hey, they even drop stuff. Are you doing anything? Oh, they can drop both of the level up materials. Is he just running away from me now because I dealt with all the little ones? I think he's afraid of me now. Okay. Well, that was, easy. You shall obtain the demon soul. You've regained your body. Nice. It actually dropped less souls than the red headed knight. Well, I guess it checks out in terms of difficulty. God, I love the detail of all the shields still being here. Such a cool thing. Okay, so that counted as a demon then. So I guess this thing was somehow sucking the souls out of everything in its surroundings, maybe? Well, I mean, I guess utilizing the firebombs was a pretty good choice. But even when I didn't use them, it was just a bunch of those normal enemies, but they didn't even really attack that much. I've been in soul form for so long, yeah. That's true. I guess I could switch my ring now, right? As long as I'm not in soul form. Let's maybe go with the thief ring for now. I just need to remember to switch it back. Oh, wait, is that a... Ah. So the thief ring is creating a sort of cloud effect around you. I guess it's supposed to suggest that you are hidden away from enemies. It's a bit of a weird effect, but why not? God, I just love the look of the messages. Only thing is that the bloodstones, this white white effect that the bloodstains have going on that's a bit more distracting. The messages look really, really cool though. And then we actually do get another archstone. I wonder what this is supposed to represent. Because it looks as if you basically killed a demon and then stuck one of these swords through its head, right? But what does that mean for the first archstone that I came here with? Did somebody else already kill a demon and therefore make the place accessible in the first place? And also, how is this connected to the demon that I just killed, right? Is this maybe a physical manifestation of the demon soul of that thing? Lead demon soul. Or lead? Ah, see? So you get... I was gonna say, did I actually get a soul when I killed the boss? But I didn't. You get it from this thing. So yeah, I guess it might actually be some sort of physical representation of the demon soul. The thing that I just dealt with. Which, if true, that would be pretty awesome. Soul of the Phalanx Demon. Oh yeah, thanks for being here again. I hope you have fun. Let's take a look at the soul. Oh, that looks awesome. Soul of the Phalanx Demon, a source of great power. Consumed to gain a larger number of souls. Certain demon souls transmute into magic, miracles, or weapons. I wonder how that's going to be. So I suppose that probably works very similar to how it does in Dark Souls, right? Or in Elden Ring, or any of the other games. I probably just need to unlock a way to transmute them, right? So probably want to keep this. It's so interesting to me that this also looks like a skull of sorts. Like a demon skull, right? Somehow must have been the thing that I killed. Its physical representation. So what, do we just carry these ornamental swords around for whenever we kill the demon. Obviously not, but still pretty cool imagery. And yeah, it has to be connected to those runes that you can see in the Nexus. They just look way too similar. Also, this is... Well, the Archstone does allow me to travel back to the Nexus, right? So in that regard, does that mean that somehow we're actually utilizing these vessels of demons in order to travel to the Nexus and back from it? Because that would also be really, really interesting. Because at this point, I don't really know what the Nexus even is. It looks like a very peaceful place, but there has to be a reason for why it exists, right? And this does make me wonder if it is true that we're utilizing some sort of physical representation of killed demons in order to travel back and forth from the Nexus. It also said at the beginning that we are trapped in the Nexus, right? So that doesn't mean that we literally can't escape the Nexus, but it does mean that we're connected to it, right? And it also interacts with the whole dying idea, right? If you die, you go back to soul form, but because you're connected to the Nexus, you can't fully die. And you can also gain your body back. It's definitely going to be an interesting angle to explore. But let's head back for now. The Lord's Path. All right. Archstone of the Phalanx Demon. Past the huge gates of Boletarian Palace lies what is now a feeding ground for dragons, the Cliff Pathway, which leads to the inner ward where knights make their abode. Yeah, we've already seen that from a distance, the supposed inner ward. Actually, this place is pretty insane when you really think about it, right? Just the sheer size of this castle and the palace where we were. I wonder what's up with the dragons, though. I don't think that the dragons... They might just be some ancient race that just stuck around when the demon plague came around, and maybe they're too powerful for the demons to take their souls away, and so they just, I guess, took advantage of the situation and are now feeding on the mindless soldiers who are probably a lot less equipped to handle dragon attacks now that they have kind of lost their minds, right? All right, let's head back to the Nexus. God, I love this this fog effect of you know, the fog sort of engulfs you and then it retreats.
Welcome back.
There we go. Ooh.
The monumental awaits the above.
Alright, I wonder if now that golden gate that I saw earlier has opened up. Probably, right?
The monumental will explain the Nexus to thee.
Alright, cool. Yeah, that's the gate that opened. Well, great. Explanations are always a good idea. And now she's actually here. I was gonna say, did the Archstone change? But, well, at least as of now, it didn't. But we're also not finished with the level yet, right? Wow. She doesn't really look how I'd imagine she would look. I mean, I only got a sneak peek of her when she resurrected us, right? So it looks like she was shackled at some point, right? Because she's still wearing that iron bracelet around her foot. And then I'm also... I wonder what it means that she's almost wrapped like a mummy, right? I mean, it's loosening at the bottom, but especially during the cutscene that we just got, it sort of panned up from her legs, right? And for a second, it made me think almost as if she was, maybe she was somehow fully encased in these wrappings. And either freed herself or was freed for some reason. I mean, she's also wearing a cape, so no idea what's going on there, but she has a nice braid. I don't know. Maybe this might be me interpreting too much into this. It might just be a simple outfit, right? That was, I don't know, very cheap to make. But to me, it looks as if she was maybe mummified at some point. Maybe even buried alive for some reason. And then either got freed or freed herself. And the wax on the eyes is really, really disturbing. Because it also means, like, either somebody else put that on her to take her eyes away or her sight away, or she did that to herself. Either or. Probably somebody else did that to her, but... I wonder what it all means.
The monumental awaits the above. The monumental will explain the nexus to thee.
Why aren't her lips moving? Is that a... Wait. Where'd the other guy go? He vanished again. Maybe he just went somewhere else?
Still alive? I am impressed.
Oh, well, thank you.
This is something that might interest you. The black-robed maiden of the Nexus looks after the flames. She's the morose one, with eyes sealed, compacted by wax. She can control souls like no other. Bring her the souls of men and demons, and she will embolden your flesh and blood with their power. But beware, do not decay into a foul beast.
Okay, so he's kind of explaining the level up mechanic there. Did he suggest that maybe if we get too many souls, we can become a foul beast? Or maybe, well, it probably just means that, you know, if you lose sight of yourself, I guess, if you're too greedy, right, and just want more souls and more souls and more souls, that you're gonna lose yourself eventually. Which is obviously, you know, a bit funny in the way that the way most people die in Souls games, most deaths occur because you overestimate what you can do, right? You just want to get in that one more attack, but then it was too much and you're getting countered or something, or attacked by something else and you die. That's typically how it works.
What's happened? Have you lost your nerve? No matter. Have a seat. We can sit here forever. At least we will be safe.
Sounded like a pretty sad laugh. Is that what he's doing? Is he too afraid to go out and fight, so he just sits here but doesn't really know what to do with himself because, well, he's trapped. He can't really die, but he is also too afraid to fight?
What's happened? No matter. At least we...
All right. Well, see, she suggested that we'll head up to meet the Monumental, whoever that is. So let's do that for the time being. And then I'll have to look for the other guy. I wonder if he just left again. It could be, right? I mean, Sometimes Souls NPCs just do that, where they reappear and vanish at will. And sometimes it's really, really difficult to understand why or how they're coming back and how you actually do their quest lines and whatnot. Okay, let's see. I really, really like the small place here, right? Because it's obviously really reminiscent of these sort of side alcoves in cathedrals and churches, right? And then obviously with the music in the background. Really cool design. Also, wait, who said that? The guy that I just talked to, right? Mentioned that? So the maiden she's tending to the flames. We don't have bonfires here, right? So the concept of a firekeeper, I don't really think exists in this game. I'm just wondering, was that purely a literal comment in that she tends to all the candles here? Or is there some deeper meaning behind the flame? I mean, I guess there would also have to be a reason for all these candles being here in the first place, right? I guess this is also maybe where she went. So maybe she was up here with this monumental. And now she came back down. For some reason. Oh, no, there's a message here. Help, please. God, I love this place. It just has this, for some reason, ominous atmosphere to it, but at the same time, it also feels peaceful and inviting. It's such a cool thing with these opposing elements to it. Okay, so I can go further up. And then we have these runes all over the place. They almost look a little bit like star charts, don't they? Especially with that one curve all the way at the top, right? That ends in what looks to be sort of a half moon thing. Huh. Maybe representing where the Nexus is in relation to the rest of the world. Right, is this where I'm supposed to be? Oh. What the fuck is going on here? A trustworthy person awaits. Well, I would hope so. And I wonder what these two statues are supposed to represent. I think I speculated last time that they were sort of life and death, maybe. I took that from Nald Sol in 14 because, you know, they recently, well, not that recently, but they released a raid where Nald Sol is the final boss and he has these two people, one also being the right side up and the other one upside down. And they can sort of rotate and have different attacks based on the way their rotation is. I don't know. I just took that interpretation from there, but obviously it's a completely different game and might represent something else entirely. I wonder where the light is coming from. Okay, there is another item over there, which I can maybe get to by jumping down here, although it doesn't look like it, does it? Maybe with a little bit of luck. Okay, what is going on here, though? These look like children. Are they alive, or are they dead? They all have a bowl in front of them? Actually looks somewhat creepy, doesn't it? Or are they dolls? Hey, there's another staircase leading down? Whoa. Maybe I don't have to jump down. I guess I can just walk. The heck is going on here? Okay, that one's actually moving. I guess maybe that's the person I'm supposed to meet. Where are they all? I don't know, they're reminding me of small monks, right? Like children that are supposed to become monks, maybe? Oh god. That was a very quick head turn. So the candles of all the other ones burned down and are snuffed out. But his is still burning for some reason.
We have long awaited you, Slayer of Demons. I am one of the Monumentals. We preserve the fabric of reality. There is a tale I wish to tell you. Once, we too a scourge of demons faced.
Chaos Ghost, thank you for the raid. Guess you came in at a really good time. I guess I'm getting a cutscene here.
In the distant past, under benevolent rule, the world was united owing to the soul arts. Until a lust for power caused the awakening of the Old One. Across the land seeped a colorless, deep fog, and the world faced extinction at the hands of the demons. Thanks be, we were able to lull the Old One back to its slumber, yet only after the loss of innumerable souls and most of the world.
I'm still very much at the beginning, but it's going great so far.
In order to mend the fabric of what lands still remained, we entrusted 6 leaders with 6 precious archstones. One to the king of a small yet industrious land. One to the king of the burrowers underground.
Honestly, didn't expect this long of a cutscene, to be honest.
One to the wise queen of the great ivory tower. One to the chieftain of lost and ill-fortuned souls. One to the shaman of the tempest-worshipping shadowmen. And the last to the great giants of the northern lands. The archstones were placed in the fringelands that survived. We contained the Old One here below the Nexus and prohibited the soul arts. Finally, we became monumentals, half-living sentinels of the fabric of reality. Alas, the other monumentals have perished, and only I remain.
Alright, that was a pretty awesome cutscene. By the power of the Monumental, the 4 sealed archstones have been unlocked. I didn't even realize the other ones were still sealed. Okay, thank you again, Chaos Ghost, for the raid. I just started that cutscene, so I guess now I'm probably properly starting the game. Yeah, it's been going great so far. I mean, I have played the original a tiny bit, but not much, and I don't really remember much from it anyways. So it's more or less a completely first playthrough for me. And wow, yeah, it's an absolute... I'm absolutely blown away by the game so far, because I mean, I do know a little bit of the context around it. For example, that Blue Point didn't really change anything in terms of gameplay. They sort of just overlaid their visuals on top of the original, and I'm incredibly impressed because in a lot of ways this game seems much, well, I don't want to say much better, but certainly seems on par at least, or even potentially better in some ways than other FromSoft titles, which is pretty mind-blowing to me, just how good it all works. And the thing that I'm actually, and that goes back to this cutscene, that I'm most impressed with so far is just simply that they seem to have put a lot more effort into immersing you into this world specifically. I've talked about the fog a bunch of times already, but with this cutscene actually explaining to you or what these archstones are supposed to be and how and why they connect the world together, it's pretty awesome. Whew. So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to experiencing this a bunch more. How was your stream going? I think you've been playing Resident Evil quite a bit. Did you do that today as well? So I guess I, by accident, took the right archstone first. I mean, it's the one that's all the way at the bottom, right? Where the blue dude sits in front of it. But I guess I wouldn't have been able to actually go to the other ones either.
Now it is your turn. You must lull the old one back to its slumber and seal it away for all eternity. If not, the deep fog will absorb all that we know. Have you the strength to bear this burden?
Oh, accept the mission. RE4 with HD mod. Ah, cool. I'm not too familiar with all the sort of different versions of RE4, but I guess the HD mod is actually a mod, right? It's not something that because I think, wasn't it a GameCube version or something that was introduced with better graphics or something? Haven't played the game in over a decade. Wow, that's really cool when you return to old games that you've played like long ago and then rediscovering them. I really like that. User-made mod, all right, yeah. I've never been super into Resident Evil myself, simply because I think back when the games originally released, I really wasn't into horror, and I was actually kind of afraid to play them. I did play through them with a friend once though. So I'm somewhat familiar with them, but never really played through them myself. I was always thinking maybe, because the remake of Resident Evil 2 looked really, really good, to maybe play it. Maybe I'll go back to it at one point. Resident Evil 4 is I think regarded as one of the best ones though, right? I guess 1 and 2 were also always pretty good. 3, I think people have been gone back and forth on. And then 5 and 6 were, nah. That's when they went for more action, right? Alright, I do want to accept this mission though.
Yes, we are fortunate indeed to have you. Now, go forth and destroy every last demon. The old one, without demons to feed its souls, will a new servant seek and lure you to its bosom.
That sounds ominous. 5 and 6 don't exist to some people, yeah. I mean, I can see why, right? It's unfortunate when a series like takes a really big turn. I think people for the longest time have wanted Resident Evil to return back to its roots, kind of. Which I guess well, at least 7 and 8. I don't think they would be for me, but well, I mean, it's great that people like them, right? And it was probably a good idea to get the series at least somewhat back to its origins, I guess. Although I've also heard of people who actually like at least 5. So, it depends. Probably also depends on when you got into the series, right? It's always a big thing as well. Yeah, 7 and 8, well, a lot of people like them. And I was actually, well, originally I was really interested in 7 as well because it still seems to be one of the only games that actually makes use of VR. And I have seen a person playing through it in VR as well. But yeah, it's not super my type of game, I think. Especially because of the horror genre as well, but maybe I'll play it at some point in time. Alright, so if I try to recap the story a little bit here, we have the old one, some ancient demon, I guess, and well, somehow people of this land have become greedy, or they did something that I guess triggered this old one to come out of its slumber. So it was just sleeping, not really engaging with the world anymore, but somehow people did something that roused it, and then it, well, it's currently utilizing demons. So the demons are sucking away the souls of everybody, and then I guess the old one takes those souls for itself. Found it interesting there at the end that he mentioned that the old one might lure me to it, suggesting that I can also become a demon that's doing its bidding, maybe? And then what I also found interesting was the comment about the Archstones and how they're holding the world together. Oh, they never supported 7's VR to PC for some... Really? I always thought that it was just like a 1-year exclusivity or something. I never really looked at information about that. But yeah, I thought that it was just at the beginning because, well, probably Sony paid them, right, for marketing PlayStation VR, but I thought that it was just a timed exclusivity, but they've never released it. I guess there might be mods for it, right? But that's pretty dumb. And also, Resident Evil 8 wasn't even done for VR, right? It's kind of a shame. I don't know, especially with PlayStation VR 2 coming out in a... well, I don't actually know when, but in the near future, I guess. I still find it hard to really find a reason to buy any VR headset. A friend of mine had one, or had the original PlayStation VR, and also at my university we had a couple of the older Oculus VR headsets for some for research purposes and whatnot. But I was always, they are so cool, right? The technology behind it is really awesome, and if they work properly, and you know, whatever software you're playing is optimized for it properly, they can be really, really awesome. I mean, those tech demos that came with it on with the first PlayStation VR, those were really, really well done, and they were really fun. But obviously, it's like, I don't know, 20 minutes, right, of something that never really actually became a game. Yeah, 8 didn't have VR. I don't understand that. I mean, Well, I do understand from a monetary perspective because, well, I'm pretty sure that Sony basically paid for the whole VR conversion of 7 to market their own VR headset, but it's such a shame that all these headsets get marketed all the time, but I think it's still an incredibly niche market and only really exists on PC because you can actually utilize mods to convert games to VR that originally just weren't that. On console, you only really have, well, maybe the weird VR edition of Skyrim, the 8th release of that game. Couple other things here and there, but I just wish that developers would do more with it. But I also understand that it's just not really in their interest because, well, it's expensive to develop and the install base is pretty small, so it's hard to recommend. Yeah, it can be worth it on PC, definitely. Half-Life Alyx, I've heard, is also pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I'd eventually... I guess a lot of people are just also buy it because it's so interesting in terms of its technology. Even though it is fairly expensive, but it's just very, very cool to try out. I just really wish they would do more with it. It's one of those things that could be really awesome, but it's still, I feel like VR still needs this one really, really awesome game that everybody wants to play, that really pushes people over to buy it in bulk so that it's then, you know, it gets cheaper and more affordable for other developers to do something with it. And we're still not really there, unfortunately. And I also think that, for some reason, they always put money into it only in these short bursts. So when PlayStation VR originally released, I had hoped, because it was PlayStation, right, and a bit cheaper than the other stuff for PC, that Sony would really push it and also pay a bunch of developers to maybe develop exclusive stuff for it. But they really didn't do it. It was just Resident Evil, and then for some reason they almost completely abandoned it again. And I fear the same thing's going to happen with the VR2 as well. I mean, there is a Horizon game coming out, but I feel like that's going to be it. And then nothing else will happen. So yeah, at least on PC you have, you know, all kinds of mods and other ways to utilize it, which is obviously a good thing. But it also means that you have to, you know, put in the work, you have to look for them, and then not all mods are always great, right? It can be finicky sometimes, especially with VR. I do think that it does require a certain amount of polish to actually be fun, which is why I wish that more developers would natively support it. It's very much a niche still, yeah. It is really, really awesome when it does work, and for some titles, like I think No Man's Sky supports VR, right? Maybe Subnautica. For those types of titles, it would be really cool for me to use it. But it needs this one killer game where it's also not just an additional feature, but really takes advantage of it in a unique way that everybody wants to try. And yeah, sadly, it's just still not there. Even though it's been around for so long at this point, right? I feel like it's been a niche now for, what, 10 years almost? Which is kind of crazy to think about. And still hasn't really gotten off the ground. Ah, well. Maybe it will in the next couple of years. Did he elaborate on why all these other guys are dead? I don't think he did, right? He just said he's the last one alive? I wonder if the old one is also sucking their souls away.
We neutralized the old one and banned the soul arts. Then we spread the archstones, and in order to mend reality, monumentals we became. However, man's memory of history is ever short, and before long he repeated his mistakes. The monumentals perished, and the archstones were long forgotten. And the short-sighted King Alant once again roused the old one.
Oh, so they had already started mending the world, and then the old one came back. It is a lot more popular, yeah. Arguably, well, that is why I always found it strange that it hasn't really received that much attention from developers overall. Because you'd think that at this point, the user base would be big enough to have a bunch more titles like Half-Life Alyx, right? But it's still not really there. And then stuff, for example, like Subnautica, the sort of natively supported stuff from developers sometimes is pretty bug-riddled or just doesn't work as well as it should. But yeah, over the last couple of years, PC gaming has definitely done a major comeback, right? And with that, a lot of people, or a lot more people, have also bought VR headsets for PC, but somehow, just hasn't really had the support from developers that it would need to have to really push it over. And then even other stuff, I find weird that it's not more common, because where I live here, we have obviously a bunch of the escape room things, right? They're still fairly popular. And there are also a couple of VR escape rooms. And I've done one of those, and that was really, really awesome, right? Together with friends, everybody gets a VR headset and like a big backpack with batteries in it and whatnot. Doing an escape room over the course of an hour in VR was such an awesome experience. And that's another one of those things where I'm slightly confused why that's not more popular as well, because that obviously would be a much lower threshold to entry for a lot of people if you had just access to it and you didn't have to buy it for yourself but could still experience that. And well, especially considering, for example, some projects that I've also heard about at university where, let's say, car showrooms wanted to get into VR for customers. You know, you could just in VR customize your car and whatnot. Even that, I feel like, doesn't really exist, even though technically for car companies, right, buying a VR headset, that's basically nothing in terms of money. And they do have really, really expensive software as well in order to show you the cars on big screens and whatnot. But for some reason, VR, even there, hasn't really taken off. So maybe if that would have also... And then another thing is that I've always heard about people saying, well, you know, the big thing that's going to make VR more mainstream is probably going to be porn. Because people are just, you know, they're probably going to use it for that as well. And so that's going to make it more mainstream. But I think even that hasn't happened. I mean, not that I would be an expert in VR porn industry, but at least, I don't know, I haven't read about it in any sort of article really. And it was definitely one of the arguments that was made for it when it first came up, that people thought that that's where it would take off and then somehow bleed back into the PC market. But even that doesn't really seem to have happened. But then again, I don't know anybody who has a VR headset and also has talked about potentially using it for that. So, no idea. Yeah, I really thought that it would be bigger there. I don't know, maybe I just haven't heard about it because I'm not in that sort of area where I would hear about it, but I don't know, it's strange. I would have even thought that maybe a couple more places like that would pop up, right? Because, I mean, where I live, we do have some, well, I guess places where you can, like, watch porn, although well, yeah, they still exist. I wonder why, though, considering that it's basically free on the internet, right? But I would think that maybe those places would also maybe invest in VR headsets, but maybe that's too much of an investment for them. It's really weird that it doesn't take off more. Such a cool technology as well. And especially nowadays, I find it crazy what people are willing to spend on new GPUs, for example, right? The prices for graphic cards are insane nowadays. I mean, back in the day when I still played on PC a bunch more, the like highest end graphics card that you were able to buy was like $500, right? And that was already way more than what you'd ever need, right? The most popular ones were typically around like 300, maybe 350, right? And now the top models of NVIDIA, they're way more expensive, right? And people are willing to buy them. So in comparison, the price tag for a VR headset isn't even that high anymore. So, I mean, I do think that a lot of people are buying them, but somehow hasn't really led to more software being developed for it.
The monumentals perished, and the archstones were long forgotten. And the short-sighted King Alan.
Okay, that's the same thing he already said. Okay, what I really enjoy about Demon Souls, though, so far is I just feel like they've made so many really clever decisions where parts of the lore and story fit so well together with how they've designed the world. So the fact that the Nexus seems to bind the world back together and the Archstones as well, it is very interesting because, well, clearly the game is set up to have these individual levels instead of a big connected world, which is a more, I guess, classical approach to a game like this. But they've actually found a way to explain it within the world by saying that, well, it's been broken apart, right? It's been taken over by this fog and the old one that's been roused. And then they tried to put it back together and created these archstones to actually anchor it to the Nexus. But then obviously the old one came back, and now we're kind of at the point where we're at risk of losing the entire world, I guess. Still didn't really explain why these guys all seem to be... Well, are they even dead? They're definitely reminiscent of the monks in Sekiro, which I think is... Isn't that a sort of Japanese? I don't want to call it a tradition because I don't really know enough about it, but there are definitely, or have been in the past, I think, monks that wanted to become enlightened by eternally meditating, right? So they literally died in that sort of meditating sitting position because they didn't drink or eat, right? They would just straight up die, and then their body would stay around as well. That was their idea of, I guess, connecting themselves to the gods or something. I wonder if a similar sort of imagery is meant here with these small guys. Well, they are monumentals, somehow able to stick the world back together. Maybe eternally meditating to do that very thing, but somehow weren't able to do it anymore. Nope, can't vault over here. Can go back down. I really like how they've connected the Nexus back together. Or not back together, but how everything's connected here. And then this interesting imagery of statues being right set up versus statues being upside down. See that here as well. I wonder why. Stone of Ephemeral Eyes. What is that? Use in soul form to resurrect one's body. Ah, so that's probably the humanity of this game. God, I really love the 3D objects in the inventory. That texture or the shading on it looks beautiful. An eye stone on the verge of crumbling has the power to restore one's corporeal form. Can only use in soul form. Once used, it crumbles into nothing. I wonder how easy these are going to be to acquire. What's going on with eyes, though? Does remind me somewhat of Bloodborne, doesn't it? But it's just interesting that there seems to be a focus on it, considering that the maiden also has her eyes covered in wax for some reason. So these guys are also all dead, it seems. Maybe they're not fully dead. Guess it depends on what or who they actually are. Maybe they're also in some sort of slumber. Like that old one. Not entirely dead. Kind of depends on whether or not they're actually human to begin with, right? If they're calling themselves monumentals and seemingly we're here to make sure that the world stays connected and is held together, then maybe they're not even entirely human. All right. I could go even further up, so let's take a look at what else we have here. Also love these black wall textures. This is the way, all right? Looks like it's still closed though. So maybe this will open up further at some other point in time? Yeah. Oh, or maybe not. Touch door to Pantheon. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Welcome. Well, thank you. Still wondering what these runes are supposed to represent. I think I'm mostly calling them runes because of Elden Ring. I don't even know if they are meant to be runes specifically. I mean, I guess you could call them that. But Pantheon, huh? So now we're almost on the top level of the Nexus, it seems like. Oh. Wait, is that me? Player profile. Oh, wait, you can look at your stats here. Number of deaths, 5. Demons vanquished, 1. Time played, games completed. All right, so is this some type of leaderboard then? Most phantoms destroyed. Oh. Yeah, it seems like it. Most black phantoms slain. 18,840. All right. Souls obtained 700 million. Okay, so this is some sort of leaderboard. That's really well done. It's really awesome. Doesn't something similar exist in Dark Souls in the DLC? I wonder if this was... Wait, Demon Souls never received DLC, did it? So I guess this must have been part of it originally as well. Oh, this looks awesome with the windows sort of tilted down and you can look down into the entire structure. What an awesome place. Phantom saved. All right, so this is different stats and then they have like 10 places or something. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All right. Destroyer of the world. What the hell does that mean? Is that like the last, I don't know, 14 people that finished the game or what? Because it doesn't say anything about a placement, right? Strongest first completion. Whatever that means. Maybe the time? So speedrun time or something? God, the design of some of these characters. Oh, there's actually an item here. Hey, another one of those. All right. By the way, I just love it when games do this, right? When they have some sort of leaderboard like this, but they also incorporate it into the actual game in this way, right? So it's not just a leaderboard, it's an actual physical place that you visit and you can, I guess, come up with your own explanation as to what this means, right? I guess you could look at it as being a place of worship to these people that have done specific things, have slain a specific number of demons. Very, very awesome. I wonder if it just stays open now. It might also be that the reason for why you have to click on the door is just so that it can load in the current stats of people or something, right? Might be it. All right. We've talked to the Monumental. We know about the old one now. We know that the old one has... or is utilizing the demons. Oh, wait. I think nope. That's the correct one. I wanted to talk to him once more. Visions of friends.
The monumentals perished, and the archstones were long forgotten. And the short-sighted King Alant once again roused the old one.
But the Nexus must have been a thing all this time, right? Because didn't you say that they trapped the old one below the Nexus? That might be down there where the runes are on the ground, but it looks like there's a long, almost like a well or a long tunnel that goes downwards, right? I wonder if that's where the old one is supposed to be. And considering these candles that are sitting in front of them, I wonder if it's also meant literally. So maybe the fact that the Monumentals were watching over the world and they tried to mend it back together with the Archstones, maybe that was just forgotten over time, right? And so the people that were tending to this place and maybe even, you know, relighting the candles here, I mean, that's also right. I completely forgot about that. I was speculating whether or not that Maiden in Black, she lit all the other candles in the Nexus, but I think they were specifically talking about these ones, right? So maybe she's keeping this guy alive by relighting his candle. And the other ones have possibly perished because well, she's been left alone here with this task, and maybe over time the Nexus and the fact that it connects the world and mends the world with the Archstones, maybe all of that was forgotten. And so nobody was here to relight the candles for these monumentals, right? As if they were forgotten gods or something of this world. And so, because they weren't relit, they perished over time, which probably meant that the old one became stronger again. But I guess this King Aland also must have done something else that raised the old one again. It's already really, really interesting. And honestly, I think one thing that has been shown so far is that you can very much still include interesting and cool looking cutscenes and further explanations and still keep the mystery around, which I think this game, at least so far, has done a lot better than Dark Souls, for example. Because most of the other FromSoft titles, for some reason, only ever have that one introductory cutscene, and then they just kind of forget about that. I mean, they still have characters that explain a bunch of stuff to you, right, and a bunch of dialogue, but actually having multiple cutscenes and having, you know, well, like this, right? When I talked to him the first time, he went into this more detailed explanation that was accompanied by a cutscene. I feel like that just works way, way better, and it still means, or it still doesn't mean that mystery is really taken away, right? I mean, it's still very much a super interesting game so far, with a lot of, yeah, mystery and intrigue still left in the world and in what it is and why it exists and everything else. Oh wait, there's an... How do I get to that one? Oh. Didn't see that there was another item over here. But yeah, that was always something that I wasn't the biggest fan of, that they never elaborate on stuff in their other games as much as they should, in my opinion. Okay. Oh, it's actually not that difficult to get to this. So, let's see. Should be able to just... Oh, yeah. Nice. Renowned Warrior Soul. Alright, just a bunch more souls. Might allow me to level up even further than I would otherwise have been able to. Oh, sorry. I had to mute myself for a second. I had to sneeze. Yeah, I think that this is probably where the old one is supposed to be, right? And it's sealed and trapped by the runes that are holding the Nexus together. Maybe the reason for runes being all over the place also means that the world is held together by these things. And then you have the Archstones. And the one that's broken, yeah, might suggest that the world is already falling apart again, right? I can't travel there. I guess the other ones I can travel to. Wait, can I? Yeah, I can click on them. I'll go through them here in a second, but this one's probably just gone now. Yeah. Can't travel there anymore. Almost as if that specific region has already been cut off from the world, right? It's already fallen apart. You can't access it anymore. Alright, I talked to the Monumental.
Brave soul, for whom death is no fear. Prithee, lull the old one back to its ancient slumber.
White ice stone, blue ice stone. Ice stones briefly connect diffused worlds. Should you lose your physical form, remember the ice stone. Okay. The Maiden in Black manipulates souls with inhuman prowess. Her strength allows her to aid slayers of demons. Are these text bubbles things that were in the original? Because I kind of feel like they were not. I don't know, but... Maybe they wanted to make it a bit more obvious as to what her point was, right? Because considering that you come back here and you have no way of leveling up, and then she is suddenly here and is able to level you up, I don't know. There might be people who miss that. Isn't that something that can happen in Dark Souls as well? I feel like... Yeah, one of the streamers... I feel like Crystal, if you know her. She is... She was streaming Final Fantasy XIV for a long time, and is now going through like all Persona games and whatnot. And I think when she went through all the FromSoft games, she accidentally... Like she obviously didn't know about Estus Flasks in Dark Souls. And I think you actually have to pick it up, right? It's something that... It's an item on the ground that you have to pick up. And she somehow missed it. And I think went through the entire game without having an Estus Flask. Something like that. So yeah, it's... But at the same time, putting in these weird text boxes, I don't know if it really helps the game. In terms of being a bit more clearer about what it wants you to do. Heartstone. So I need another Heartstone shard in order to upgrade my my sword, right? Shouldn't be too difficult to get though. Wait a second. Oh, they're here. Yeah. It is... I guess it wasn't a thing in the original, so they didn't implement it here, but it's somewhat weird that the quote-unquote key items are just in your normal inventory here with all the other ones. So as I suspected, the blue eye stone leaves soul sign to help other worlders. Proof the monumental recognizes you as a true demon slayer. In death, your body is lost and you assume soul form. Only then can this be used to leave a soul sign. The soul sign is projected to countless disparate worlds where you can be summoned as a phantom. Help the host defeat a demon to restore your corporeal form. It's also... Even this, I feel like, is way clearer in what it wants you to do, right? Because the whole humanity thing in Dark Souls, honestly, I never really understood what the point of it all was, because whether or not you use humanity or not, it doesn't really do much for you as a player. Like, the game doesn't really become easier or harder if you are in one or the other. Because you can pretty much just not stay human the entire time, and I guess the only drawback to that is that you can't summon in other people to help you, right? That is only possible when you're human in Dark Souls. But the thing is, if you don't really know much about that, you just, you know, you'll die eventually. Then you're in the whatever weird looking form Dark Souls has. And at least for me personally, I just stayed in that form basically the entire time because, well, you never have any reason not to, right? And I didn't plan on utilizing the online feature anyways, right? So, for the longest time, I didn't really understand what humanity was even for. I mean, it can be used as an additional source of healing, and I think I did that like once or twice, but other than that, it almost seems like a pointless mechanic. I mean, obviously now I know that it's not, but it seems fairly obscure when you first go through it. Whereas here, well, obviously I can't be entirely sure if the description here is the same one as that from the original, but this seems pretty clear to me, right? So when you die, you enter soul form. And soul form means that you also lose HP. So you're incentivized to, in that state, join and help other players defeat the demons in their worlds for you to regain your body. And then you can defeat the demons more easily because you have more HP and whatnot. Seems like such an obvious thing to do, right? So you lose your body, you join another player, you gain it back, and then you can continue your own playthrough. It's such a cool idea as well, right? And again, just from the description as well, makes way more sense. And also actually incentivizes you to use this online feature because, and going back to Elden Ring, there isn't really any point in using the online feature to help others, right? I mean, obviously you want to be helped with your playthrough if you're stuck on a boss and if you're willing to utilize the online feature or co-op feature, but there isn't really any incentive for you to help others. It's just, well, I'm helping others because I want to, right? I mean, I know that you also get, I think, a special item for it. I would have to remember what that might be, but this is an actual tangible advantage that you can get out of this, right? You help others, you get your body back, you have more HP, right? And make the game easier for yourself going forward again. And then we have the White Eye Stone. A white mirror image of the other eye stones has the power to control summoning and send phantoms back to their original worlds, but without resurrecting their bodies. Also allows you to return to your own world from a world to which you were summoned as a phantom, only without resurrecting your body. Yeah, makes sense. So this can be utilized if you want to stop co-op, right? Either if you join somebody else or somebody joined you, you can just use this and it'll make them disappear again. And this one lets you regain your soul form without having to go through the trouble of helping somebody else. Or your body form, rather. Not soul form. Yeah, I don't know. It may just be my first impression. It may also be the point where I played Dark Souls. Because obviously I didn't play FromSoft's games in order at all. Started with Bloodborne, played Sekiro, then went back to Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2, then played Elden Ring. And now I'm playing Demon Souls. And I haven't even fully completed Dark Souls 2. So, and I've never played Dark Souls 3. So I guess these more subjective opinions you can take with a grain of salt because, you know, it might have been entirely different when you go through these games in order or when you play Dark Souls when it originally released. But just as my first impression here from everything that I've seen so far out of Demon Souls, honestly, it just seems like the game is just much better put together than Dark Souls, right? It just feels like it's way more thought out. Like things actually are connected for a reason, and they exist for a reason, like fog doors, right? Souls in particular. The fact that these demons are sucking away the souls and the old one wants to take the souls. And not only are these mechanics within the game, but they're also referenced constantly, right? They're not just there. They actually have meaning and things refer back to that, right? And characters refer back to it as well. The monumental in saying, you know, the old one sucks up the demons and there are a lot of demons in the world that do that for him, I guess, and we need to slay those demons to make sure that the old one doesn't get the souls. It's not even necessarily for us that we get more souls, it's rather that they don't, right? Or it doesn't, depending. I don't know, it's just, it makes so much more sense in, you know, in how it's put together. Whereas in Dark Souls, a lot of this stuff just exists, but you don't really know why, right? Why are you collecting souls in Dark Souls? It makes sense for those, I guess, quote-unquote, big souls, but the reason for why it's, you know, an actual currency or an experience material thing, it just sort of exists. Same way it just exists in Bloodborne or in Elden Ring, right? There's, I mean, in Elden Ring, they try to, I guess, make it look like the sort of the memories of a person are etched into the Earth Tree, and that's why they're called runes. But again, just at least going off of this first impression, I feel like a lot of this stuff just makes way more sense in Demon Souls, probably because it was the first one. And so they actually came up with these concepts in regards to what they are supposed to mean. But then when they created the other games, they just, I guess, copied the concept because it was such a good one and because people liked it. But they maybe didn't really, you know, think too much about how it actually makes sense within the world of those other games. I don't know. But again, just a first impression. So it might change over the course of the game. Let's see. Can I finally level, by the way?
What is it? Seekest thou the power of souls?
Very much so. I'm completely confused why her mouth doesn't move. Is that on purpose? Is she talking to me in my brain? Or because the monumental, his mouth also didn't move. Weird. Seek soul power. Very much so.
After all, thou requirest strength.
Indeed I do.
Go ahead. Touch the demon inside me. Let these vagabond souls become thine own.
What does it mean, touch the demon inside me? Is she suggesting that she is also a demon and therefore she can utilize these souls? It might explain why she's looking the way she's looking, right? So maybe she was actually wrapped up in these bandages and her eyes were covered with wax because she's some sort of demon, and in order to control her, they had to, well, almost mummify her?
Myself. I'm only here to tend to each flame. I keep the candles lit and serve the brave demon slayers who are trapped here.
Okay, I guess she doesn't want to talk to us much more than that.
I keep the candles lit and serve the brave demon slayers.
Alright. Cool. Such an interesting line though, right? Touch the demon inside of me. She has to be some sort of demon. Something like that. But then again, we don't really know what demons are yet, right? The only thing that supposedly was a demon that I've seen so far was that weird slime shield boss that I defeated. But even with that, I feel like it wasn't really a proper demon. It looked more like it had, I mean, it had this glowing core. And maybe that was the demon, and then sort of these slime creatures somehow attached itself to this demon for some reason. I don't think that the slime creatures themselves necessarily were demons, but they could be obviously something related to it, something that, I don't know, maybe out of the misery of the soldiers in the castle or something, they were creating the slime or something. I don't know. Anyways, let's finally level.
Key to life's ether.
Okay, let's see. 700 for one level.
From its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Like, strength be granted so the world might be mended. Yeah, we're still trying to mend the world. Huh. Alright. What do I do with this now? I mean, as of now, I really don't have anything besides the weapon that I'm currently using. So technically, I mean, I definitely do want to utilize magic in this playthrough as well, if I can find some. Question obviously being, when will I find some? And if I do, how can you utilize it? And is it really powerful? I think for now, I should probably... Well, first of all, I'm going to go with a little bit endurance and vitality. I don't want to raise my vitality too much, because it does very much seem like I have kind of enough for now. I mean, I said multiple times how I thought that enemies weren't really dealing that much damage to me. That being said, maybe the game really is more set up for that, right? Where it's more of a back and forth instead of constantly one-shotting enemies, but also being one-shot by enemies. Not that that really happens in Dark Souls or any of the other games, but especially with Elden Ring, I feel like it's way more about who out-damages the other one first. and not so much about actual sort of, I guess, this back and forth of defensive gameplay and whatnot. So I don't want to neglect vitality in any sort of way. But I don't want to overdo it either. You know, let's maybe put vitality to 12 first, and then also endurance to 12. Because endurance will definitely help me, considering that I want to utilize the shield as well. I do think that as of now, I have quite a bit of endurance. It didn't really feel too bad in terms of being able to counter attacks and whatnot. Even against that knight with the red helmet, it still felt like it was... In terms of endurance, I felt like I was fine. I definitely needed more health, obviously, but... Do maybe want to put a point in strength, though. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go a little bit more with the strength build. And then probably we'll come back to magic once I actually find some. Let's confirm this, but I still have a bunch of other souls.
Art thou finished?
Not entirely.
May thy strength help the world be mended.
By the way, I really like how they did the, up there in the top left, how they did the symbols for your buffs from the rings. Something about that, they look really awesome. They look way better than the symbols they chose in Elden Ring, I feel like. Elden Ring had weird symbols for its buff. Especially the blood one, literally just being a red square. I always thought that it was, like, it looks... It always reminded me somewhat of Missing No in Pokemon, right? Like a missing texture or something. I don't know what they were thinking with that. Anyways, let's see. I have a bunch of souls. I wonder how many levels I can get out of these. I think I'm just gonna utilize all of them, honestly, because, I mean, what's the point of keeping them around the entire time, right? Obviously don't want to use this, but the other ones. Considering that I also spent, what, like 6,000 to 7,000 souls on items and whatnot? It's crazy how far I could have leveled. Well, I also didn't necessarily expect to one-shot the first boss. That was... That was interesting. Well, then again, maybe when you're playing this game for the first time, maybe you wouldn't quite make the connection... Like, okay, I'm also playing it for the first time, but I mean, when you're playing a FromSoft game for the first time, maybe you wouldn't necessarily make that connection of, oh, you find firebombs, so... You know, they're probably useful against some sort of more powerful enemy later on, which was my line of thinking, right? And I tried it on one of the smaller slimes, and therefore it was also pretty potent on the boss. But maybe if you don't really figure that out, I can see it being a little bit more of a complicated fight. Though they didn't really seem to deal too much damage to me. I mean, they do have that ranged attack, but overall they weren't really that aggressive at all, those weird slime things. And the boss itself, I don't think is even doing anything. I mean, it started to run away from me as soon as I finished off all the small ones. So, I don't know. It's definitely interesting in terms of boss design so far.
Soul of the mind, key to life.
All right, definitely put one more point in strength. I don't know. Do I want to go with 15 endurance as well? You know, as I said, vitality was more or less fine so far. And now I'm also, well, obviously I can die at any point, right? So, might be that that I will be stuck in soul form again after a while, but yeah, I mean, I really want to utilize the shield now. So having a bunch more stamina hopefully will help me. Also, I just realized endurance also increases your resistances, so that might be cool. And then they're doing the same thing they've always done, where just increasing your level in general also increases your defense. Even your magic defense, it seems like. So that's pretty cool. So that's going to help me anyways, right? Without even raising my vitality. Yeah, let's just go with this for now.
Art thou finished? May thy strength help the world be mended.
It's really strange to me that the other guy is gone again.
Have you met the last surviving monumental?
I have.
Those fools revived the old one on a whim. And now they've trapped us here in the Nexus in a desperate attempt to undo their mistake. It's all a travesty, if you ask me.
Wait, he made it seem as if the Monumentals were the one that more or less resurrected the old one. Did I understand that correctly?
What's happened? No, at least we will be...
What a weird line. Also, what's going on with you?
Back in the time
Oh,
I lived
hello.
in Boletaria Castle, King Alan left on some strange business, then returned with horrible demons in tow. Soon, the land was ravaged by soul-starved madmen. My spine shudders just to think about it. If I did not have my miracle stone shard, keepsake of my grandfather, I may not have survived.
So this King Aland actually had demons with him. He must have tried to become more powerful or something, right? So maybe he thought by having demons around him, he would just be some sort of eternal king and didn't really realize what it might mean. I mean, maybe he is. If he's a boss enemy later, then... I don't know. Certainly interesting.
If I did not have my miracle stone shard, keepsake of...
Okay. The fist is the best option. Really? That's a very low... low comment even for FromSoft online comments.
If I did not have my miracle stone shard...
Okay, what's the other one? Tri-pole arm. Okay, that one's funny. That one's funny. Oh boy. every single fucking time. Who the hell are you guys? Why is he standing there ominously? Hello.
Oh, you must be another disciple of God.
Yeah, not really.
I too am on a quest to fight the demons in the name of the Lord. May I share God's power with you? Do not be bashful. We are both cut from the same cloth.
God's power, huh? I wonder what the god is supposed to be in this world. I was wondering about that when I read it in the class choice at the start. Because they're calling it just a god, right? Or the god, rather. More or less the same as sort of Christianity is talking about its god, right? In the real world, or has been talking about it for a long time. I'm just curious how they would really... I mean, if they know about an old one that's supposedly some sort of big... I mean, I'm just picturing like a really big demon. I mean, I guess in that cutscene that I watched, it looked like some sort of tentacle monster. I don't know if that was actually the old one. Might have been. But anyways, if there's... I mean, wouldn't that be looked at as sort of a hell being? I'm just thinking that in a world like this, if they believe in some sort of god, that god probably actually exists, right? If a big demon exists that can be roused from its slumber, surely some sort of god must exist on the opposite side. Deadlock, hi. Morning. So I'm really wondering what kind of god they're talking about and why so far it's been only ever mentioned as the god without anyone to elaborate on that.
A miracle is a heavenly act, but spells are the acts of demons, the work of soul arts.
Ah, okay.
They have similar effects, and yet one is clearly evil, and the other is clearly good.
Sure.
Magicians, in the end, are mere servants of the demons.
Interesting. I was wondering about what they specifically meant with soul arts. I thought it was probably magic. I mean, that's a very easy way to look at it, right? The other one, one's evil, one's good. I'm not so sure about that, buddy, but...
A miracle is a heavenly act.
Okay,
they have similar magicians.
Well, I guess back to what I was just saying, right? Well, clearly the miracles work, right? They have an effect. So, if they are built on faith, then whoever god you're praying to while utilizing the miracles seems to be the very entity that is bestowing those powers on you, right? Although then again, on the other hand, the soul arts, well, we don't really know yet why they've been, well, I guess I do know why they've been banned, but how that really interacts with the old one, or if the old one has been roused because people have been using soul arts, that's not entirely clear yet, right? Let's see. So cast with talisman. I don't have a talisman yet. Ooh, these are actually fairly expensive. Hidden soul. Hide oneself from black phantoms. Oh, so you can hide yourself from invaders, I guess. Black phantoms are invaders, right? Are they? Just guessed that. Don't actually know. Cast with a talisman. It's not been learned. Apparently tuned. All right. Say anything else? These are just my stats. So you literally just become invisible? Cool. Evacuate. Send user back to the Nexus. 20,000 souls? Wait, yeah, that's actually really interesting. So this would be the equivalent of a... what are they called in Dark Souls? The bone things? Bone shards? No, bone shards? Well, the ones that let you return to the last bonfire rested at with your souls intact. That seems to be a miracle in this game. If I interpret that correctly, that is. Yeah, I don't think there's any other way to getting back to the Nexus other than physically going back to the Archstones otherwise, right? Ah. Heal. Do they have any prerequisites, by the way? Because the left number is how much MP they cost, right? And the right one is how many slots you have to have in order to attune them. But I guess they don't have any sort of prerequisite for how much faith you have to have in order to use them to begin with. Antidote. New miracle discovered in Boletaria subdues the caster's essence, reducing the chance of detection by black phantoms. The perilous black phantoms that wander the lands of Boletaria are enemies of God and man alike. Maybe they're not invaders then. I mean, in the video to the right, it shows a normal enemy. But black phantoms aren't just normal enemies, though. Evacuate. A new miracle discovered in Boletaria transports the caster back to the Nexus. The Nexus lures and imprisons the most powerful souls, and this miracle works by manipulating this phenomenon. Wait, the Nexus lures and imprisons the most powerful souls. Doesn't that mean that the Nexus very much works like the old one? Or does it work like that because of the old one? Because it's trapping the old one as well. Interesting. Heal, restores caster's HP. Well, that's not really that necessary considering how much healing items I'm constantly getting. Might be more interesting later, I don't know. Succinct display of God's power. A great friend to warrior clerics who have departed on long journeys of solitude. Well, at least currently I'm not using my MP for anything, so having that might be... might be good regardless. Cures poison. I like the visual effects of these. On the right there. They all require a talisman though, which I don't think I have yet. Tune miracle. No miracles to tune. I have a slot though, right? That's the thing at the top. Memory slot. Okay.
I see. You wish to train yourself in stoicism. Very well.
I don't have any souls left, man. Interesting regardless, though. I definitely want to try out miracles at some point. What the hell are you doing here? Why are you standing in the middle of the room?
I have sinned.
Okay.
I swore allegiance to Saint Urbain, but was of no use to him. And now I have run away and abandoned his augustness.
Who the hell is Saint Urbain? That's, I think, pretty sure that's one of the people that they mentioned in the beginning cutscene.
O Lord, punish me, for I have not the strength to punish myself.
Okay. Why is he standing so close to the cleric, though? Does he hope that God is going to strike him down because he's here, or what?
Oh, august one, I hesitate to imagine your present state. Deep within the darkness, when no light shall ever shine, will you continue to pray, even in such misery? Oh, august one, deep will you continue to pray?
Saint Urbane, huh? Well, I do have a feeling that I'll meet him at some point. What's her role in all of this, though?
Miracle stone shard, keepsake of my grandfather. I may not have survived.
Because in the beginning, I thought that she was also going to be a merchant, or possibly the one that teaches you magic, but... Also, how the hell do these guys just appear here and then don't even elaborate on that? I mean, then again, considering what the Nexus is, maybe they've always been here and just came back from, I don't know, travels to some place and... Oh god!
Name has taken over you. We have a common foe, the demons.
Yeah, sorry, I pushed my button. Fuck's sake. Oh, I haven't done that in a long time. Well, hopefully he's fine. Did I still talk to you? Yeah, okay. He's fine. Yeah. Well, thankfully that doesn't really... He's still a bit skeptical about me, though. I just put my controller down and it pushed R2. Shit. Oh, well. Probably shouldn't try scratching my leg. Scratching my leg whenever I'm standing right next to an NPC. Not the best of ideas, I guess. I still have a feeling that there's more to this as well. This can't just be a place with a bunch of tutorial messages, can it? I don't know. What a weird corner. Okay, I've leveled up. At least I would theoretically be able to learn miracles if I can get enough souls to do so. I guess that means that I'm just going to go back to wherever I was before and take a look at what else I can discover there. Very curious that this the knight that I helped went away again. I was pretty sure he was going to stay around, but... Doesn't look like that's the case. Oh, wait. Who the hell are you?
Are you here to face the demons? If so, please free Sage Frake the Visionary from his cell in Latria. I will help you however I can. I can teach you.
Ah, there we go.
Sage Frake is a gleaming hope for humankind, but I have not the power to save him alone.
Sage Frake is another one of those guys that were listed in the beginning. Don't let the other guy on the other side, you know, hear that you're teaching spells. I don't think he would be too thrilled about that. I like how he's not even mentioning that some people might regard spells as soul arts and a work of demons or evil works. Frake's apprentice.
Master Frake is a great man who has systemized the magic of the soul arts to make it possible for human imitation. By observing the state of Boletaria and the demons within it, he is likely to pave the way for greater things. All the more reason that I must meet Master Frake as soon as possible.
Must meet? I thought you were his apprentice. Or do you want to become his apprentice? So soul arts are the imitation of what the demons are doing. Did I get that right? That's very, very interesting. And might explain why this King Aland wanted the demons to be on his side, or tried to summon them to his side, or whatever he did. Probably because he wanted to utilize soul arts for his own gains, right? But didn't realize that the demons would suck up all the demons of everybody else. Or maybe he realized and just didn't care. Although, I mean, we haven't really heard what might have happened to him, so can't be entirely sure if maybe this King Aland is also... I mean, maybe his soul was sucked away as well. I mean, hopefully, I'd imagine he would have been intelligent enough to expect that he would also be a target of the demons, or a possible target of the demons, and probably took precautions against his own soul being sucked away.
All the more reason that I...
What do you have? Soul Arrow. All right. Do need a catalyst. I think it's quite interesting. So they're both selling miracles and spells, respectively, but they don't tell you where you get a catalyst from or a talisman. Interesting. Sure, I'll find one eventually, but... Just a weird observation, I guess. Flame toss, shoot a stream of fire. Chant weapon. Never really been a fan of these, to be completely honest. Because I never felt like they actually offset the, well, what you have to sacrifice for them, right? The opportunity costs of these are too great, in my opinion. I mean, I guess the idea is that you can just level magic instead of having to put points into strength or dexterity, and your weapon's still going to be fairly powerful if you enchant them. But unless you really only focus on magic, it never really feels like this was... or never really felt like it was worth it in the past, I should say. Familiar's Prank. Generate a loud sounds elsewhere. Definitely know that one from Dark Souls. Never used it. Well, that's not entirely true. I think I used it once. To limited effect. Cloak. Become hidden from enemies. Oh, what a cool effect, though. This is... it. Well, visually at least, it looks very similar to that Miracle. Protection. Raise defense. This might be good, depending on how long it lasts. Water Veil. Sheet of water raises fire resistance. Let's see. Standard magic fires Soul Arrow. Soul Arrows inflict magic damage, making them effective against targets that are resistant to physical attacks, such as metal armor and hard scales. I like how they always mention the scales, right? Use this against dragons. Don't think that it's going to be that effective, but alright. Emits a stream of fire, explodes upon impact, inflicting fire damage to the target. Often the first spell learned by aspiring magicians. So in Dark Souls, they split these, right? Because unless I'm misremembering, isn't Dark Souls has the whole pyro stuff separate, right? From the normal magic spells? If I recall correctly. Interesting choice. Because it always feels like just normal magic, right? And for some reason... well, it's kind of cool in Dark Souls because it's connected to different NPCs, but at the same time, it always felt a bit strange that it was considered two different things, right? Almost as if you'd also have to find, or as if somebody who would teach you ice magic, for example, would also exist within the game, but they don't. So, I always thought that sort of separation was just strange to a degree. Advanced magic. Use catalyst equipped in the left hand to enchant weapon equipped in the right. Enchanted weapons have magical properties, making them more effective at inflicting damage to metal armor and hard scales, which are normally resistant to physical attacks. And just as with the miracles, these don't seem to have any sort of prerequisite to using them, which would be pretty awesome. Support magic emits a loud sound in a separate location, has no direct effects on foes, and thus requires imagination to be applied to sound effect. Masks the caster's presence, making it easier to sneak up on enemies from behind or to flee unnoticed. Reduces damage taken, only effective against physical attacks. I mean, I do still have a couple souls left, so let's just buy Cloak, to be honest. Just so that I can, you know, understand these systems a bit better. And now I would be able to equip it. That symbol there at the top reminds me of Materia from Final Fantasy. Looks very similar. All right.
Be careful how you use it. Normally, it would not be granted to one such as yourself.
Okay.
I had to make an exception for the sake of Sagefreak.
Because you're looking for him and you want me to find him. All right. So now I have that in the top slot. But yeah, still no way to actually use it. So yeah, these guys are all here, but the person that I helped in Boletaria, in the palace, he's not here anymore, it seems like. Take one more look around the corner here. There's so much space. I am wondering how many NPCs are going to be here eventually. But then again, I guess the other hub worlds always have space for NPCs as well, and they never really utilize it. Okay, this just leads to that small chamber that then leads up to the Monumental, right? That's his name. Yeah. And nobody's here specifically. All right. Well, then let's finally go back. Although one other thing, because I'm not entirely sure if I talked to the smith again since I arrived back here. I think I did. Might have been shortly before I left for the boss, though.
It's simple. In trade with your souls.
Yeah, okay. Because I was thinking that maybe he would be selling the talismans now, but doesn't seem to be a thing.
Do come back alive.
All right. Well. Well, I can go back to this one regardless. Is there another path that I want to check out, though? I mean, there's still that gate to the left, right? Where I saw that crystal lizard. Yeah, let me actually check if that has opened up now. Because it might have, right? After defeating the boss. Gates of Boletaria. Oh yeah, one other thing. I completely forgot about this. The world tendency, character tendency. So I only ever heard about this system, right? And heard about how it was very confusing, I guess, when the original first launched and nobody really had any idea how it worked. And I don't really know either. But I think there's like a tendency that worlds can have. It seems to be separate for each archstone, and I guess the symbol at the bottom would display what kind of tendency they currently have, but they all look the same, so no idea. And then you have character tendency as well. Yeah, no idea what this means. But I think it's also connected online, right? So it's dependent on what other people are doing at the same time as you. Something like that. And because of it being online, I think originally when Demon's Souls first launched, people had absolutely no clue how it worked, right? Because it would like shift and change constantly without people really being able to explain why that was happening. But again, I don't really know that much about it. It's just that I guess I just heard about it in a lot of different ways. All right, considering that we now know that the world is held together by archstones, I wonder how much even still exists beyond the walls of this castle or palace. So when you look at it, it certainly seems as if stuff still exists around it, but whether or not it's still really accessible or completely engulfed by fog, I guess it would be a different thing. Okay, no. This gate is still closed. But there has to be a way to go behind them. Maybe I do have to just jump down? Wait, wasn't there a prompt here originally? Oh no, there was a message here, right? That said something along the lines of opening up with... Wait, did it mention tendency? Yeah, somehow I'll have to go there. Sometimes they just jump past me without me knowing why. Also, the range of your weapons and swords and whatnot can sometimes be a bit longer than you'd originally think, I guess. Sometimes feels like it's not entirely consistent. Yeah, so this thing just stays dead now. So I can obviously continue this way, which I think most likely leads into the next section of the level, possibly that long bridge that I saw leading up to the other castle type structure. I am wondering though, because there was still that side path near the bridge with the dragon that I didn't check out yet. So I think that's where I'll go next for now, before venturing forth this way. Right, and then let me see. Can't vault over the... See, that's... Shouldn't you be able to vault over that? Yeah. I don't know. I feel like you should be able to. But clearly, I guess the intention is that you somehow open up that gate. Unless there is another way to jump down there, but I don't think there is. I do want to go back to this hole in the ground one more time, though. Wait, can I? I can. Alright, yeah, so you can definitely just fall down there. That's pretty cool that you can shove enemies like that. I mean, there is that one... You see that one small wooden beam sticking out on the side? I don't know if you can somehow land on that. I mean, there are definitely bloodstains down there. And a bunch of other beams as well. I mean, there is a floor there, right? But it's very hard to judge how far down it actually is. Because from here, it very much looks like you wouldn't be able to... Like, either you would be able to... Or not able to... Either you would just be falling down and not even reaching that floor. Or it's just so far down that you die regardless. Well, shit. Maybe I should have tried that earlier when I was still in soul form. Because now I don't want to try it because I would be losing my body form again, right? Not that it really would make that much of a difference. Oh, hello. Considering that I also have the ring that gives me more HP while in soul form. Wait, was that the right stone? It was. Nice. So I think I can even upgrade my weapon further. Unless it now requires more stones? No, I think it was also 3, right? I wonder just, why are the slimes here specifically? Because they haven't really been a thing up until this point, right? Whoa. I ran out of stamina there without realizing it. Ah, there you are. Didn't even see you. Might actually be quite a good idea to just get a bunch more stamina. Also, I completely forgot that there were that many people here. Yeah, with that +1 weapon, so already helping out a bunch. Okay, I think there was another... Oh yeah, there we go. I mean, the thief ring doesn't really seem to help out that much for these guys, though. Obviously, I'm also running around the place and not really sneaking up on them, but... don't know. I definitely thought that it would do just a bit more, I guess. Right, let's see if the dragon is still here. Probably? Maybe it went away. I think we can be pretty sure at this time, though, that the burning parts of the castle, or palace, I think they're calling it a palace, right? Boletaria's palace. Yeah, the burning parts are definitely because of the dragon attack, I would say. Holy shit. Somehow I didn't realize how many people were on this bridge when I came here the first time. Also, by the way... yeah, the game is pulling back the camera when you enter the bridge. I wonder if the original did that. Because the camera has always obviously been, you know, a point of contention in a lot of From Software games. And it's also a big one in Elden Ring as well. Where for some reason they thought that it was okay not to do this very thing. You know, not to pull back the camera. I don't know why they thought that wasn't necessary, but yeah, I guess the dragon's not here anymore. I like how everybody else is just watching. Oh yeah, sure, go fight him alone. But I think... well, I just find it strange that they would... okay, this is a remake, so maybe it wasn't in the original? Not entirely sure. Yeah, this probably wasn't the cleverest idea. Didn't want to shove. Probably shouldn't actually... oh, you have firebombs as well. Yeah, probably shouldn't target them when I'm fighting so many at once. Oh, well, it still worked out. Let's use this one. It's just... that point was really, really aggravating in Elden Ring to me, because I feel like a lot of the bosses in Elden Ring would have been much more enjoyable had they actually used... Oh, wait, did he turn around because of the thief ring? Because I went outside of his cone of vision or something? Maybe. But yeah, I feel like a lot of the Elden Ring bosses would have been a lot more interesting had they pulled back the camera a lot more. And the weirdest part is that I think a couple of bosses even exist in Elden Ring where they do that, and they're much more enjoyable to fight. So yeah, it's just a weird thing. I don't know. I'm waiting for the dragon to come back, but maybe he really isn't here anymore? Man, it's really enjoyable to fight these guys. It's really, the combat is really satisfying. I think part of it is also the sound design, certainly, but I don't know. Demon's Souls has a very, very satisfying feel to its combat. I definitely heard the dragon again. I guess he just doesn't want to come back. Oh man, it looks so awesome. Like the slight smoke on the bridge, right? As if the dragon has just flown over it and burned the stuff. It looks so awesome. Such a cool effect. Okay, so the dragon's definitely still here. Well, I guess there was the other one as well. Also, I forgot about you two. Ah. Yeah, the shove is definitely annoying. Don't know. These guys can sometimes be a little bit annoying. Oh well. Winged spear! There we go! Finally dropped their weapon. What does the exclamation mark mean? Winged spear. Long spear with winged lugs near the tip. Spears function as rapiers with a long reach. Or with a longer reach. They have a narrow attack range, but deal heavy damage. Spears perform well against metal armor and hard scales in particular. However, they are easily parried. I disagree with those words. And do little to break an enemy's guard, though they also allow one to attack with a shield raised. Oh, that's awesome. They are easily parried. Well, I guess the reason for why I wasn't really able to parry them is because, well, first of all, I never really tried. And then the guy with the red helmet was fairly strong, so I didn't really want to risk it. Maybe I'm really just confused by the sort of pacing of the attacks of these guys. Maybe I should just try parrying them a bunch more times. What's up with the exclamation mark? Does it just mean that I'm not able to equip it because it weighs too much? No. I would be at 38.9. Oh, it requires 12 dex. I guess that's what it means. I didn't realize... Did the two-handed sword that I picked up, did that also have the exclamation mark on it? I don't don't really think it did, honestly. Maybe I just missed it. Okay, so, see, judging by the description, I think I should really like this weapon, considering that I kind of want to go for a shield playthrough, or at least utilize the shield a bit more than what I usually do. Being able to attack while having the shield raised still would be pretty awesome. But in general, I'm not that big of a fan of these types of weapons, even though they have cool range and whatnot, but I don't know. I mean, I guess I could level dexterity just a tiny bit. Wait, how much dexterity do I have? 10. All right, so I would have to level it by 2. This hallway looks awesome. This must have been some sort of, I don't know, special place back in the day, right? Looks very, I don't know, luxurious? Is that the right word? Doesn't look like I'm missing any sort of item here. Oh. Does this lead to the blue dragon that I saw? It might. Ah, there we go. Well, they are both clearly still here. Which is interesting, considering that the red one flew over the bridge earlier. I thought that the red one might be gone now. Give me a second. I need to... Sorry. Yeah, I really thought that the red dragon would be gone by now. I mean, I knew that the blue one was still there, so I have a feeling they're, well, obviously they're going to attack me if I try to grab the items. I wonder if I go down that left path, if the blue one's gonna attack me with his tail or something. I probably, when the red one was still attacking the bridge, I could have probably tried to time it to pick up the items while he was still burning the bridge, but the blue one's still here, right? So, honestly, let's leave him be for now, I think. Unless I could maybe cheekily just try. The problem is that they might one-shot me, right? That's sort of my concern. I can target them, interestingly enough. I have a crossbow, right? Not enough bolts, but would be interesting to see if, you know, for example, if I had the soul arrow already, if I could properly engage them. Holy fuck, all right. Yeah, they can get pretty angry if you approach them. Oh. Okay, that guy is actually attacking them with a crossbow. I'm just... Yeah, no, let's... Although I have the thief ring. But I mean, he definitely saw me. I don't think that you can sneak around him. Let's remember this place and come back later. Look at left. Okay. Maybe it is possible to go down that left route. I just have a feeling that the blue one's just gonna kick you down or something. you'll find an item. Well, yeah, that was pretty clear to me, but... Okay. Doesn't look like he can hit me, though. Yeah. Fortune. Yeah, I don't know about that. I feel like they're just gonna smack me and I'll die. Maybe not. Maybe not. Archstone Shard. What the hell is that? Ah, well. Congratulations. Yeah, thanks, buddy. No idea what the Archstone Shards are, but this wasn't really worth it. I wonder if... Well, some of the other items must be worth something, right? Maybe there's another ring there or something? Let's just go away. Yeah, I don't think that I would be able to withstand the fire the entire time. Especially not while picking up items, so... I don't know, can I learn to the bridge again, though? When did he come last time? Well, I can just stand here, to be honest. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's coming. I wonder if that was because I was approaching the bridge from the other side, or if that's because I defeated the boss, and that's why he isn't coming anymore. Anyways, let's look at the shards that I got real quick. Probably here somewhere. Archstone Shard. Transports one back to the Nexus. Oh. So they work exactly like the... A shard scraped from one of the Archstones found across the land transports the user back to the Nexus. The Monumental entrusted the Archstones to the leaders of the masses, but before long the stones were forgotten and left to be gnawed away by rodents. Yeah, so as I speculated, it's actually... People forgot about them, and people forgot about what they did in order to mend the world back together. And that's why they, I guess, attempted to rouse the demons once again. It's very interesting that you get a way to go back to the Nexus. But they're always carrying all the souls with you, right? So it's not the same as in Dark Souls where you can return to the last bonfire, but you lose all the souls every time, right? That item can be used indefinitely, like infinitely, but the other ones are more limited. Definitely an interesting choice. Okay, yeah, I just need to keep in mind that there are still some items next to the dragons. I don't know if there will be a point where I guess if I... maybe if I do get the soul arrow, at least I'd have a way to engage them at range better, or I'll just buy a bunch more bolts for my crossbow. Thing is, I don't even have that much magic, right? So I would only be able to shoot a couple of soul arrows at them at maximum. You know. Well. We'll see. Anyways, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break here. Let's go back to the Nexus, and I'll take my lunch break now. It's gonna be about, I don't know, hopefully not too long, but might be, you know, 25 minutes, something like that. Hello. Who's just sitting on the staircase? Other dude seems to be gone still. Oh yeah, I can... Wait a second. Do I still have it equipped? No, I unequipped it for the boss fight, right? I didn't even utilize the pine resin. Well, it wasn't really... Didn't really need it, right? Considering that I used the firebombs to great effect. Just wanted to, let's see, can we get a cool scene going here? Maybe something like this, yeah. All right, I'm gonna take my lunch break, be back in about 25 minutes, and then we're gonna continue past that first boss room and into the proper Palace of Boletaria, that second part of it, something like that. Anyways, be back in a bit. Alrighty, welcome back. Let's continue this Demon Souls journey with a full belly. Alright, what do I have equipped? Yeah, that's fine. Do I have anything else that I could equip? I mean, the Archstone stones that I just got, I don't know how useful they'll really be. In the past, I think I've never really utilized those kinds of items all too much, but then again, they are, I guess, in a fairly niche situation. Because typically, I mean, they're only really useful if you're stuck somewhere and you don't really know how to get back. But typically, the thing is, the path you came will most likely always be the one where everything's dead anyways. So you can always choose to kind of go back that way, right? Unless there is a point of no return somewhere, I guess. Oh well. I just realized, though, that my equip burden actually became lower. Which makes sense, considering that I leveled strength, but... Maybe at some point I'll sort of accidentally reach the point where I'll be able to... not fat roll anymore, I guess. But anyways... Let's see. I find it interesting how she's sitting here. I don't know. Doesn't she almost seem a little bit lost? Not at all like how the level up NPCs usually are. I think the other ones that I've met were quite a bit more... or at least seem to be a bit more on top of their game.
Thou seekest the power of the soul, no? Then touch the demon inside me.
Yeah, I do think that her lips not moving is very much on purpose, right? Because her voice also has this sort of wind-like effect beneath it, which seems to suggest that she's maybe talking to me in my mind, rather than directly talking to me. Which I don't know why that would be, but... Anything else? Oh, we've already heard that.
I shall await thy return, slayer of demons.
I don't know if it's just the initial impression of her. For thee alone, huh? I thought there were others as well. Yeah, I don't know if that's just the initial impression of her, but... Don't really know how to put it into words. I wouldn't say that she seems necessarily weaker compared to other level up NPCs. I don't think, for example, that the Dole in Bloodborne would have been, you know, really all that powerful, but it's... I don't know, she here just has this sort of aura about her of... Yeah, what exactly? I don't know, there is something kind of intangible about her that makes her seem... Again, weaker not really being the right word, because I wouldn't say weaker. I certainly think that she not only knows a lot, but also... probably has some, you know, sort of hidden power or something. But, I don't know, the way she was sitting on the staircase, it did look like she was also a little bit almost lost, right? As if she really just is here to tend to the candles, but she can't really do much more beyond that, except for when you approach her and sort of ask for help. But she on her own can't really do that much. Which, again, other NPCs in other FromSoft games might be fairly similar in that regard, but at least they present themselves a bit more, I don't know, courageous? Nah, that doesn't really fit. I don't know, it's difficult to describe, but there's certainly this aura about her that makes her certainly different. Maybe it's also the entire atmosphere of the place is just somewhat different. I don't know. Because typically, the other games certainly do have this feeling of the world already being on the brink of death anyways vibe, right? I mean, most of these games don't really bring you into them while the world is still collapsing or at the beginning of its collapse, but rather towards the end of it. You can still do something about it, but I mean, the Monumental specifically talked about how they already tried to mend the world once, and then people forgot again, and they had to do it again, basically, but just weren't all that powerful enough because people had already forgotten, right? And so, you know, once more we come in at the point where the world has already fallen to ruin in most places, most likely. I don't know. It's still... We'll see. I mean, I'll try to keep that in mind. See if her demeanor changes. Because at the same time, compared to the other level up NPCs, she also seems to harbor... Maybe it's that she has potentially some sort of dark secret to her. Well, where maybe she also is a demon, somehow connected to the old one. But anyways, let's go to the Lord's Path. Let's see what that means. I'm still blown away by this loading effect. Specifically because a lot of the game seems to suggest that these, well, the Archstones are the thing that holds the world together or mends it back together, right? And then the fog comes in to, well, not necessarily destroy it, but take it over, right? But with the Nexus being the place that's both, you know, sort of a peaceful retreat for us, but at the same time seems to be utilized to imprison or hold back the old one. It almost seems as if the fog is also being utilized to transport us to the Nexus and back into the world, right? So they're trying to mend the world, but everything in between those mended places very much is still engulfed in fog. But because it is, it also allows us to travel between these places, essentially letting our soul maybe travel through the fog. And the loading scene elevates that feeling as well. Obviously that... I was going to say, the original didn't have that, right? I'm pretty sure the original just had your standard loading screens. But I don't know, it's such a unique little touch. Probably something where the marketing team of PlayStation would let you believe that, oh yeah, this is only possible because now we have these super fast SSDs in our consoles. That, well, I mean, we finally do, but I always think that it's very refreshing to see those kinds of things actually being utilized within the game, right? Instead of just slapping a boring loading screen there, they're utilizing the fog as a loading screen. It's really, really clever, right? It actually goes back, I mean, we were talking about Resident Evil earlier. It actually goes back to the idea that Resident Evil 1, was it, right? Had, where the loading screen was was a door that was opening, right? It was the door that you were opening within the game. It showed you the door opening, but in actuality, it was a loading screen, and then it showed you the next scene, right? I don't know, something like that. I mean, obviously, we've lost a bunch of loading screens either way over the course of the years because of the technology advancing. And then other games do clever stuff as well. I think the newer God of War titles, for example, essentially have interactable loading screens, right? Where you walk along a path and then eventually a portal opens once the level is loaded in. And I think characters can even talk while you're on that path. So that's also really, really awesome. Guess I just wish that things like that were... It's always an indication of, you know, developers really truly thinking about how they can elevate every single portion of their game and polish it further and further, right? Even taking in otherwise mundane parts. Oh, hello. Still a bunch more of these slimes. What weird creatures these are. I really want to know, are they themselves demons, or are they just some sort of manifestation of what a demon does to the world? Oh. Well, they're certainly still fairly annoying. Halfway expecting something else to be here, but it really only seems to be these slimes. And once again, the lighting on the stone on the front of your belt. The crazy part is, I feel like they're even, you know, when you look at this, yeah, they're even taking in, so it's an actual light source, right? And since I'm wearing my shield on the left hand, it's like most of the light is shining sort of towards the right of my character. So it's actually taking into consideration that the shield is in front of the light source. I don't know, it looks so damn awesome. Here's just a bunch of these slimes. I find it interesting, they're also not moving towards me, it seems like. They're very much stationary, right? I mean, they move... like, they spin. But that's more or less it. What? A large Heartstone shard. Wow, so they can even drop the next upgrade item. Also, I completely forgot. I was just back in the Nexus. I could have upgraded my weapon. Ah, that's unfortunate. Should I go back? I don't know when I'll be back next. Yeah, I should probably do that, right? I mean, I only killed, like, what, 4 slimes, so... yeah. Let's check out this room and then quickly go back to the Archstone again just to upgrade the weapon once more. Even you know, the thing that is actually most impressive about the lighting in this game is that there's very little bleed of light sources into spots where they shouldn't light things up, right? So typically, especially in dark scenes like these, a lot of games have the problem of certain structures or certain objects within the scene not being lit entirely correctly because the light sources are sort of bleeding through edges. Stuff like that, right? That's very, very hard to do, actually, to do it properly, that is. And I don't think it's entirely perfect either, but it's definitely a lot closer to realism than what you would typically have in games like this. Or, well, I'm saying games like this in any game, really. Oh. I thought this was a chest that you could open up. I don't actually know if this game has chests that can be opened. It looked like one, but clearly it wasn't. Hey, throwing knife. It can be certainly quite annoying if you can't really get through their defense. Oh, whoops. Yeah, this looks like another... But clearly they're just chests. Nothing to be opened up. Oh, poor horse. Wait, aren't you the guy that I helped earlier?
Hello? You, yonder. Over here. It's me, Ostrava.
You never mentioned your name before.
Look at me. Again, fenced in by enemies. Could you assist me one last time? Clear out the soldiers blocking this passage, if it please you. The Lord's Path, just over there, is now a feeding ground for dragons. Have your wits about you.
All right. I'll talk to him again. Oh yeah, that very much sounds like a dragon. Okay. So he wants me to get rid of some soldiers. I was just thinking, I hope that if I go back to the Nexus now, it doesn't count as me abandoning the quest or something. I don't think it will, but I guess I never quite know with these games. But yeah, let's very quickly go back to the Nexus and upgrade the weapon one more time. Oh, now she's just standing here, I guess.
I can forge weapons for you.
Upgrades. Never mind, it takes 4 now. Interesting. Well, glad that I have those. Still don't understand what the heck that exclamation mark is supposed to mean, other than I'm not able to use it.
Do come back alive.
Okay. Just double check. Probably level once more. Throwing knife, aim, and throw to attack. I'm just gonna keep the winged spear in my inventory for now, so that I don't forget about it. When I level up next, maybe there's going to be an opportunity to get dexterity, maybe. We'll see about that. First of all, let's clear out these other guys here. Or rather, let's clear them out again. Sometimes I think they would maybe miss me, right? Because I'm also moving. Might just be that their projectile is bigger than you think. Yeah. Because with the smaller guys, you can typically move... like when you're just normally moving, they'll miss you automatically. Because of their projectile going the wrong way. Yeah, he's still here, right? Another one. I mean, I have to remember that I'm still wearing that ring that gives me more item... whatever it's called. Item... increases item height... find chance thingy. Oh, shit. Already turned. Just kind of interesting to me how easy it seems to be to find at least this first level up material. Because I felt like in most other games those were significantly rarer at the start. Or at least they weren't farmable. I guess that's more the point of it. Okay. He has already said his piece, I guess. Yeah, that's mostly what it is, right? Is that very rarely are these farmable early on. So it's interesting to me that they more or less right away introduce you to an enemy where you can just farm. Yeah, now that I think about it, isn't this much better than all the other FromSoft games? Because another one of the criticisms that I always had, I even mentioned that in Elden Ring a bunch of times. Elden Ring is slightly different, but mostly the same in that regard. And what typically happens, right, is that, let's say in Bloodborne, you find a bunch of level up materials, but they're specifically placed items within a level. They're not something that enemies drop, right? So, well, that way they can obviously control when you will gain certain level ups, most likely, for your weapon. Which is kind of fine, but it also means that once you've used up those materials, there's no way to get more, right? And their solution to that problem is that eventually they'll become purchasable, right? But that moment always only comes after you've already found the next level up item, right? Meaning that whatever weapon you choose to level up first will always be your highest, and that I always found that confusing because I never understood why, especially with all the weapon choice that they typically give you in their games, they then kind of shoehorn you into using that one weapon that you chose to level up first. And all the other ones always lag behind slightly because, well, you only find a set amount of those level up materials until they are purchasable. But again, at that point, you might already have a +8 weapon, and then you get the stuff to purchase to put every other weapon to +6, right? Sort of discouraging you from changing up your weapon. Unless you really dislike the one that you're currently using, or you find another one to be much more, well, beneficial against a certain type of enemy or something. But for the most part, I've never really understood why that's a thing. This seems to make way more sense to me, right? So let's say I realize, maybe I'm not that, maybe I don't really like the longsword after all. I would always just be able to come back here, kill these slimes a bunch of times, and would be able to acquire enough level up materials to level up another weapon, right? Which seems to be way more logical to me than what they did in their other games. I understand why they did it, but it's still an awkward choice. And they had the solution right here. I guess the only downside to this approach is that obviously, in theory, I would be able to automatically upgrade my weapon to level 3, right? I could do a +3 weapon because I know that they drop it here, so, well, I could just farm it, right? And it wouldn't be a problem. But yeah, that seems to be, or rather to me, that seems to be like a very small downside compared to the fact that you can freely change your weapon if you want to and just farm for that. I don't know. Wow, that looks bright. Can definitely hear the screams of the dragons. And judging by those burned corpses over there, I have a feeling that the dragons are going to come back to roast me. Pun intended. There we go. That's the red one again, though. Huh. Did he not burn? Or did he not? Whoa, that was... He can be pretty fast, I guess. There we go. Is he gonna continuously do that? As long as I'm here? I think so. His animation isn't perfect, but it still looks pretty cool. Oh boy. Wow. That's quite scary. Well, guess I can grab the item here. I will have to remember to come back here eventually and grab the other stuff. Wow, that was... And I even leveled up my endurance. I wonder how well I would have been able to do this with less endurance. He's only ever gonna attack the bridge though, right? Not these towers, hopefully. Yeah, let's go to the top of the tower first. See one other guy. The next part of the bridge looks much longer though. Don't know if I'll be able to do that. Or maybe I would have to... I don't know. Time it better? It is certainly interesting that he keeps burning the bridge. Hey, there we go! Wooden catalyst! That's for spells, right? Wait, is it? Catalyst? Yeah. Talisman would have been for miracles, right? Okay, sounds like he's had enough. Man, it's really, really awesome how they incorporate those distant screams of the dragons, right? You know they're still there, even though they're not attacking currently. Ah, okay, so I guess this leads below the bridge? So maybe I don't actually have to take the upper path? Oh, hello. You're not hidden very well, are you? Why is this so dark? I was gonna say, there has to be a reason for why this is dark, yeah. Clearly, they don't want you to see the person that's gonna shoot at you. There's a... Hello! There's a bunch of you guys here. Oh, fuck. I do like how they're trying to move back, though, right? He was even running away from me. So they're clearly aware of the fact that I'm a threat to them up close. That's pretty awesome. Is it only you? Yeah, they're moving back. That is so awesome. Holy shit. They're afraid of me, right? We're not afraid, but not necessarily only afraid, but they know that they, you know, they only have ranged weapons. So obviously they want to try gash resistance ring. So they want to try to get away from me, right? And bolts, nice. Oh, I was going to say, yeah, my crossbow is equipped on the right hand currently. All right. Nice. Let's take a look at what I got here. So first of all, the wooden catalyst. Magic assist, all right. The wooden catalyst and the most rudimentary tool for casting magic. Casting magic requires the following. The spell must be learned. The spell must be committed to memory. The catalyst must be equipped. The required MP must be available. Awesome. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, sure. Let's equip it on the left hand. I mean, I do still have some equipment burden left over, so. And then let's take a look at the other ring. Gash resistance ring. Increases resistance to bleeding. All right. Soft ring bearing a bright red seal. Increases resistance to bleeding. Crafted by Gary, known for his magical handicrafts and close acquaintance with Sage Frake the Visionary. The seal depicts a gash. Crafted. So the Sage Frake, right? That's the guy that the person that was teaching me spells in the Nexus is looking for. And we also found a wooden catalyst here. I wonder if that means, or I wonder if that's supposed to suggest that maybe we potentially found the remains of another spellcaster here. Maybe it also was Sage Frake and he had to run away or something, right? And lost these things, lost these belongings on the way. Well, so far I haven't encountered an enemy that causes bleeding, so until that happens, I guess I don't really have to equip it, but it's probably nice to have in case that does happen at some point. Other than that, I guess I could have utilized the throwing knives as well to get rid of these guys, right? Oh, right. The spell that I have currently equipped is invisibility, right? Yeah. Okay, when you move, your outline is easier to see. That is pretty awesome, though. I'd imagine, especially in dark corners, you'd be able to hide yourself really, really well, right? In case somebody invaded you. But obviously, the spell does have a duration, so you'd have to reapply it. It's also cool how it literally removes your steps and everything, right? Really, really awesome. There we go. Helped you out, buddy. Again. Blue-Eye Knight, curious. That's the first time I actually found a proper armor piece. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say Blue-Eye Knight. It's the thing that the Blue-Eyed Knights are wearing. Surprising, I know. It's actually worse than what I am wearing. It looks pretty awesome, though. The cuirass of the Boletarian Knights is emblazoned with the image of the sun as proof of their commission from the king. Using Stonefang's hardened iron, it is heavier and stronger than a regular cuirass. Its weight slows stamina regeneration. So very similar to this one. Looks pretty awesome, but stats are worse, right? Yeah, it's literally just worse. I mean, it only weighs... It also weighs 1 less, but other than that... It's a bit unfortunate. I was actually looking forward to maybe potentially be able to wear something else, but yeah, I guess not. Hello.
Thank you. That's twice now.
It is indeed.
Time to forge ahead. This is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it.
Cool. I'm all alone. Oh boy. And now he just goes his own way again. Just nopes out. Dark Moon fully heals HP and status ailments. Alright. The effects of moongrass vary depending on their state at the time of harvest. Dark moongrass is a rare pitch black specimen, assumed to be a divergent strain of new moongrass. Oh, right, because new moon already means that, well, it was a new moon. A dark moon, interesting. All right. Wait, where the heck do you go? Oh, he's a fast one, isn't he? Just hope he doesn't get burned by a dragon, honestly. I still wonder what that effect is that he has around him. Although it might also be an item or a ring that he's wearing. Buddy, there's a dragon out there. I don't... Well, let's just hope that he doesn't get burned to death. I feel like me going up there actually would increase the chance of that happening because I think the dragon is reacting to me. But, yeah, I don't know. I can hear something. Might be from up top on the bridge, though. Oh, hello. There you are. I can see another guy standing there. Oh, that looks quite beautiful. Well, I mean, the waterfall doesn't look quite up to par with the rest of the graphics, does it? But still very, very beautiful. Almost makes me wish you could just traverse the rest of the land, right? Oh! What the fuck? There's actually... Holy shit, you can see a lot from here. Did not realize that was going to be a thing. So maybe the world is still a lot larger than I thought. Or maybe the archstones here in the castle are also holding that part of the world back together. Wow. But I guess that must have been attacked by dragons too, potentially. There is a lot going on here. Holy shit, this looks awesome. Man, I want to go there. I mean, maybe some other level is going to take us there, but this looks awesome. Look at that. It's a proper medieval town, and there's a dragon as well. That cool pathway with the bridges and the towers in between. Just in general, the lake, the area with the surrounding white snowy mountains. And then you get boats as well. Other type of storage houses, probably for fishermen. Maybe a little fisherman's village there as well. Oh my god, this looks incredible. Holy shit, I want to go there. I want to see what's up, what's happening. Although, well, technically there's also a bunch of people, probably also a bunch of people there that have just lost their minds as well, but... You know, As much as I appreciate Elden Ring for taking sort of a new approach to open world design and, you know, being this absolutely crazy world that's obviously has no sort of counterpart in reality, but that's why it's so special, right? I mean, the world of Elden Ring just, I don't know, is crafted so beautifully in a way where it constantly surprises you with a lot of stuff, but it does so specifically because it's not a real world equivalent, right? Whereas this very much could technically be a fairly rich medieval city, right? It still looks a little bit more fantastical than maybe a real city would have been. Oh, but yeah, it just, wow. Really makes me wish I would just be able to go there. But I mean, there's still a lot of this game left as well. It's just the idea though, right? The idea of an open world that allows you to go there. And also, well, that's a dog. This way. Wait, did I unequip the bolts? Oh, I think I have the two-handed. Or not? Oh, never mind. That's a big dog, though. Almost looks more like a wolf. So, what the f... Am I missing something here, or are there, like, metal fangs sticking out of his snout? Is that part of the dog? Yeah, it very much looks like it. Oh! Wait, never mind. He's wearing something, right? Oh, poor dog. They've put some sort of metal bracer? What would you call that? Definitely some metal structures on its mouth to make him more visceral, right? And potentially be able to attack humans a lot better. At least you can pull them individually if you do this. I don't really know why that's possible, but it's possible. I think there's another one there, right? Yeah, on the right. Never mind. Okay. The fact that you can pull them individually makes this whole situation a lot easier already. Otherwise, this probably would have been very annoying. Or very dangerous, either way. Okay. Yeah, I think they all have that, yeah. Metal mouthpieces. That's pretty brutal, right? Putting that on a dog. Makes me wonder who did that, right? They probably didn't come up with this after their souls had been taken by demons. So that was most likely a thing that had already been done before to train the dogs to guard the castle as well. And then they just stayed like this. I think I heard someone to the right there. Maybe not. Oh, that was... Holy shit, that's awesome sound design. That bolt hit, you know, behind me. Not only did I hear it behind me, but it also made this sort of, I don't know, clack sound. Almost as if it hit like wood at a weird angle or something. Holy shit, that's incredible. Is he behind the... Is that another merchant? He's behind the grates, right? Or behind the door. Okay, nobody else here. They're also really playing with the darkness of the environment. It's really well done. No, he's actually not behind that, but he's sitting like the other one. Or maybe it's the same one? He looks exactly like the other guy. Are you the same guy? He is. All right.
Fancy that? Hope you find something that suits you.
I actually like his little chest on his back, right? So he doesn't have a proper backpack. He just took a chest and bound it to his back.
It is the end of Great Boletaria as we know it. But hell, at least the demons don't send us to our deaths in battle.
Yeah, well, that doesn't help you much if you're constantly being attacked by them, though, right? Alright, does he sell something else? Wait, did he sell the weapons before? I don't think he did he? Oh, wow, that's a lot more stuff than previously. Crescent moongrass, half moon, late moon, pine resin. Longsword club. A coarse wooden club. Blunt weapons, which do not rely on blades, are effective against metal armor and hard scales, as well as draining a foe's stamina and breaking their shield defense. Following through with one swing and connecting will land an optimal hit, inflicting more damage than normal. Alright. Doesn't actually sound too bad from the description, does it? Short spear. Standard spears. Spears function as rapiers with long reach. Same one as the one that I found, right? They have a narrow attack range but deal heavy damage. Well, against, however, they're easily parried. Yeah, it's the same description. We have a wooden shield. Lighter than its metal counterpart, but absorbs less damage and breaks easily due to its reduced durability. Has 80% physical damage reduction. Higher durability than an ordinary wooden shield, owing to efficiently placed metal reinforcements. 90%, alright. Dreckling. A broadsword. Looks a little short. Straight sword with a broad blade designed for slashing. Slashing weapons inflict heavy damage on soft flesh, but have a limited effect on metal armor and hard scales. Handily, this sword can also be used for thrusting attacks, which compensates for that particular weakness. So it's a bit more like the scimitar that I found, right? Especially in terms of its damage type. Ooh, this looks awesome. Claymore. It's a very large sword, similar to a straight sword, is a versatile weapon, but its weight means it usually requires the use of both hands. The smashing overhead attack greatly depletes a target's stamina and easily breaks their guard. But I can't use it. Requires a lot more strength. By the way, another thing that I wanted to say, especially in comparison to Elden Ring, not so much in comparison to Dark Souls, but even though this sword certainly looks fairly fancy, it's still a long ways off from how ridiculously ornamental most of the weapons are that you find in Elden Ring. Now again, it certainly makes sense that they are, right? I mean, Elden Ring's world is so fantastical that you kind of almost expect weapons to also be, you know, pretty elaborate in their design. But I think, you know, somewhat going back to this, it's actually refreshing to see that most of the stuff, at least so far, is really, really basic in terms of its design. I like that. Was considering maybe getting the broadsword, but then again, I'm really happy with the sword that I have right now. I might want to get a couple more bolts though, because honestly, the crossbow is really, really good. Let's just get 30 or something. And then he's selling this. I think one of the starting classes had this, right? Iron helm, commonly worn by foot soldiers. The toughness of this helm owes to its simplicity. Its weight slightly moves down in the regeneration. Yeah, so this is a little bit lighter than the stuff that I'm wearing. I like the gauntlets.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Yeah, I wish you could... Is there a way to turn your character in this menu? Because if I use R2... Yeah, no, I don't think there is. Don't know. The other gauntlets look pretty awesome, but then again, I really don't need them. So I guess the other spot where he was sitting is now just empty, most likely. It's really cool how we can look back at the castle now. It looks like both dragons are gone, though. Isn't that upper portion there? Oh, hello. I think he killed all the guys that were on the bridge. The upper portion there, where my head is right now, that's where both the dragons were sitting originally, right? So is the blue one gone as well, or are they just not spawning in from this direction? Man, looking over there. Why does it look so good? Are you kidding me? This could literally be the cover of a fantasy novel. There has to be a way to get rid of the dragon though, right? Somehow. Oh, wait, what? That was a headshot! Ow, he's literally above me. Well, there's two of you. Holy. That dragon came a bit closer than I would have liked. Heavy arrow. And a bow. Nice. Whoa. Yeah, if he would decide to burn the place where I'm actually standing, I don't think that would go over well. Hi. The way he looked up. Huh? Where did you come from? How are there still that many people alive here? Are you kidding me? You think I can make them, like, walk back enough to where they're hit by the flames of the dragon? Nah, not really, right? Kind of wish they would have made the dragon movement a bit more dynamic, but in this particular case, I think it's probably, you know, like it was in the original, and they didn't change anything about it in terms of its reach specifically. Nowadays, you would probably design this to be a little bit more dynamic than what they did here. Okay, there's a fog gate here. Well, I mean, I can't really go anywhere else right now, except for picking up a couple of items. Oh. Is he gonna move on? He is. That's a really, really long path. I don't think I can make that. Okay, how long does he take? If I go back here, he will probably attack this again, right? Maybe? And how long does it take to attack this part? Doesn't make much of a difference, does it? Because he circles around anyways, so... Yeah, I don't think it's really giving me much leeway in terms of the... Unless I can... Because this way he might have to do two circles, right? If I can bait him to do... This one, I just need to be sure. Yeah, now he... Technically should attack the back one. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's scary. I also didn't realize that I had taken a bunch of damage. And what's up with the blue-eyed guys? He just stands there doing nothing. This could have ended badly, to be entirely honest. Can I... Okay, now he... Okay. At least that worked. Boy. Yeah, the dragon portion was actually pretty scary. Okay, the dude in the back, you see? I think he's just standing in sort of a cool position. Alright, at least those two are gone now. Really? How the hell? Okay, yeah, I think... it's, as much as I hate doing it, circling around them does seem to be easier than parrying. Not entirely sure. The bridge sound is awesome. Holy fuck. Did the dragon... Where the hell did he even go? Oh, he's just circling now. Alright. He's probably gonna come back, right? Or is he gone entirely now? Right? Oh. Hello. Well, hopefully he is going to be gone at some point, because I definitely want to take a look at the entrance to this castle a bit more. This looks absolutely incredible. I hadn't realized that people up top were still shooting me, though. Yeah, I don't really want to risk it now that I've gone over here. The fact that they're making you run directly into 2 blue knights, though, is actually pretty crazy. Okay, this seems... I don't know, it's definitely giving me boss door vibes for some reason. God, the design of this castle is awesome. Just the way the statues look and everything. Insanely beautiful. Oh, cool. I haven't missed any sort of shortcut though, right? Pretty sure I didn't. Kind of afraid to move on because... Doesn't look like it can go down there. I mean, well... I have a lot of healing items, but... Do I want to be sneaky and just make myself invisible? Maybe it's not even a boss at all, but... Ah, well... Never mind that! The fuck are you? And who are you? Tower Knight. Oh boy. Actually, turning invisible might have been a pretty good idea. Because otherwise I think these guys up top here would have shot me immediately. Alright. Renowned Warrior Soul. Wow. That attack looks awesome, by the way. I don't actually think he can hit me here, though. Certainly interesting. Because this design with these bow wielding... Oh no, never mind. Now he hit me. With all the bow wielders up here, reminds me of... What was he called? In Bloodborne? The fight at the end of that nightmare? Oh, item will exceed carry capacity. Really? Did not realize that was going to be a thing. It's kind of funny that you can completely avoid his attacks by being up here, though. Yeah, I don't remember what that, what the boss in Bloodborne was called, but the one that's crawling out of, the one that looks like it's made out of a bunch of bodies and that's crawling out of, oh, he flew away a bunch, crawling out of the moon, right? Like the purple moon at the end of the game. Yeah, I think I actually got rid of all the people up here. Yeah, this is where it came up. All right. Oh, wait, you can target his feet. What? Wait, how did that... That still dealt damage to me, though. Are you kidding me? How the fuck did he fall down and not get damaged? Okay, he's fairly slow though. Oh, wait, I'm damaging his... I'm somehow damaging his foot. It's a bit finicky to target. What? I'm not entirely sure when I'm actually properly guarding against him. Huh? Switch my targeting over to the other one. Now that's very finicky in terms of targeting for some reason. Maybe I have to attack the other one then. Yeah, it seems so. Maybe I have to get both of them? Oh, for fuck's sake. That was unlucky. Oh, yeah. That's done it. And obviously I stood directly beneath him for some reason. Oh, I love it when that happens. And then they don't allow you to sprint, of course. Oh, don't you just love it when a boss, you know, falls down the exact way that doesn't allow you to actually damage him? Why did that... Okay. I don't understand what my shield is doing in that specific situation. Might be missing something there. Yeah, see? I was using my shield, and I don't know why it didn't help. Well, thankfully he is a very, very slow fellow, but... in that scenario it helped, although he still dealt damage for some reason. I mean, that's certainly a magical attack, right? That's kind of weird, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I shouldn't target him? Oh, for fuck's sake, are you kidding me? How the heck is he always falling down exactly where it can't actually damage him? Oh yeah, that definitely worked. What the fuck is happening? Oh, damn it. The animation lock on your healing is so long. Why? Okay, I guess I'm not getting many iframes. It's both really finicky, whether or not you target him. Also, I was actually complimenting the game earlier for drawing the camera back a little bit, and now it's doing that exact same thing, but in a bad way. Oh, for fuck's sake. I am so damn slow against this guy. That's ridiculous. You can't even attack him like twice. That shield dash thing is way too quick compared to everything else that he does. Also, the fact that he can constantly get stuck in a corner doesn't really make it more interesting. Yeah, it's really great when they make it so that you're actually stuck beneath the enemy, and then obviously he falls in a way where he's stuck in the wall again. I was halfway expecting him to kill me there. Huh. Okay. Not entirely sure what I'm supposed to make of that fight. Once again, I mean, that's why I was a little bit on the fence in terms of doing the whole mostly utilizing your shield thing. Because as much as it is a good thing against normal enemies, against this boss specifically, utilizing your shield didn't feel at all like it was useful. For some reason, well, I guess most of his attacks probably had a magical component. Certainly the ones that exhaled the blue flames around him, right? But I feel like also his normal spear attacks must have had, like his weapon must have also had a magical component, because otherwise it doesn't really make sense that he always damaged me, even when I was at full stamina and didn't lose all the stamina when I was blocking him. The biggest issue obviously being both camera and targeting in this fight. It would have been much more enjoyable if the camera was pulled back slightly, and the targeting was just kind of weird. I didn't fully understand why sometimes only one of his feet was targetable and the other one wasn't, but they were both visually looking exactly the same in terms of their damaged state, I guess. Also, I would have thought that maybe after he fell down, his feet would have reverted back to the state where they weren't damaged or something. That was a bit weird. And yeah, the fact that he can... Well, first of all, the fact that his fall can damage you, he can literally fall onto you, which in a way is kind of funny, but is obviously very aggravating when you're stuck beneath his hitbox, which has always been a pretty big problem for many games that are utilizing fairly large bosses and fairly large hitboxes, is they never quite know what to do with the player character, and how, you know, the whole thing is actually sort of working together, unfortunately. So yeah, and the fact that he could literally fall with his head almost entirely into the wall to where you cannot really damage him, yeah, didn't really alleviate any of the issues, right? Ah, well. Iron Demon Soul. Inner Ward. Archstone of the Tower Knight Demon. Inside Boletaria's gates, where the streets intertwine, lie traps set by the much-reviled fat officials, themselves living proof of old King Alan's madness. I guess a fat official was one of the guys that stood up top grinning. Okay. Overall, the general setup of the fight, I definitely like. I think that was very well done. Especially since you're also able to run around the outside and get rid of the arches first. That's pretty awesome. I actually appreciate that they make it so that the big one, like the big Tower Knight, can't really hit you while you're up there. Makes the whole thing a lot less annoying than it otherwise could have been, right? And I do very much appreciate that, because I feel like the arches up here are really more of a flavor, right? They make sense in a way that obviously if somebody tried to defend the castle against me at this, you know, against me specifically, it just makes sense to put a bunch of archers and the Tower Knight against you, right? I mean, why should you hold back? So it's pretty cool that they have them here, but at the same time also pretty cool that they're more a minor inconvenience, but not really an annoyance, right? Which, yeah, is definitely appreciated over other scenarios where it might have been different. I do think that in this regard, maybe the fight in Bloodborne was actually a little bit of an upgrade to this one, because I think that in Bloodborne, you can also... In Bloodborne, there are like some weird sort of mages or something up around the arena. And I think the boss technically can still hit you while you're up there. There's like a ranged attack or something where I think something comes down from the sky or something. It's been a while since I've done that, but, you know, obviously the fact that the Tower Knight can't hit you up here at all, maybe it's a little bit overkill. But yeah, still very much appreciated. It was a very cool fight. It had a pretty, you know, obvious solution with his feet being targetable. And then obviously once I hit them and they spewed out blue flames, that very much looked like that was what you were supposed to do. As I said, I would have massively appreciated if this was... I don't know, I just... Once again, had I not been fat rolling, but instead had the normal roll, I think this would have been a lot easier, actually. Whereas now, because I wanted to try to utilize the shield, but it didn't really seem too effective against him. The main reason being that a lot of his attacks, especially when he set down his shield or he stomped on the ground, they still knocked me back, right? Leaving me with a bunch of wasted time, essentially. Which made it annoying to get in close and hit him. And then with the targeting being weird, right? Once you untarget him and you're able to sprint, it's a bit easier, but it also feels a bit more finicky in that regard. Yeah. I wish that it maybe would have been easier to just shield against his attacks. Or rather, well, considering that this is, I mean, it's only the second boss, right? So I don't think... Well, it's a bit of a weird one, because he's so big that his attacks obviously should deal quite a bit of damage. And they actually did. Had I not been in my human form, but instead in soul form, I think he might have even been able to one-shot me, which is slightly concerning, considering that up until now, most enemies didn't really deal that much damage. So maybe I should actually level a bit more vigor. Vitality, sorry. Yeah, it's... We'll see how the game continues. I don't... See, the thing is, I don't want to roll. I really, really appreciate not having to roll all the time. I really burnt out on rolling in Elden Ring. Wait, was this door open before? Did I miss that completely? I might have. Oopsie. Oh. Really? Okay, that was really fast. This is to close the gate, though. Considering that it's already open, I probably don't want to do that. I need to remember that this lizard was here. Hopefully he respawns if I go back to the Nexus. Okay, so these are the two guys that shot at me earlier. There's somebody else around? No. Doesn't look like that's the case. Hey, another one of those. And a soul. See, now the camera's also pulling back a bit. Ah, it's so weird. I really, really wish... Honestly, that is something that they should have just done for the remake. Even though if I don't know. It's difficult, right? I mean, I know there are also camera options, but I don't think that they do anything in terms of the distance of the camera. What's Lotus times 3? Oh yeah, might have been a good idea to actually change that for the remake and just pull the camera back slightly. Because it honestly just increases the enjoyment that you have with a boss fight like that, right? It's not making it easier, it's just making it more enjoyable. And so at least in my opinion, it's a, it's a change that is very much welcome. But then again, I can definitely also see the quote-unquote purist's perspective, right? Where they really don't want to change anything. Okay, interesting. I thought that this was just maybe a different path upwards to the same sort of level, so maybe it's different though. Let's see if the dragon will still attack me. I mean, he's still doing his rounds back there, right? Let's see, is he still coming back? Not right now. Yeah, now he is. All right. Well, I guess before I get burnt to death, let's maybe return to the Nexus real quick. Level up a bunch. That's quite a strange effect, right? In front of the fog gate, sometimes the sort of spirit shadows that the game summons look very much like actual people. Or like they're solid. It's pretty interesting. All right. Let's go back to the Nexus. Let's see if the guy that I helped for the second time now. What was his name? Ostrava, right? Let's see if he's back here. Ah, she's sitting over there this time. Oh yeah, he's definitely here.
Well, you found yourself a demon soul, did you?
I did indeed.
I'm impressed. Yes, indeed I am.
I have 2, by the way.
Stay the path, and you will soon be a monster yourself.
See, he did that again.
Can't you see? You've fallen for their trap.
You know what? Maybe elaborating on that a little bit would help me, don't you think? But yeah, he mentioned that last time as well, that I was going to turn into a demon myself. Because technically I am, when you really think about it, right? The demons seem to be collecting souls, and I'm kind of doing the same thing. Maybe for different reasons? I don't know. I'm technically not really turning people mad, right? I'm just killing the ones that are already mad. Hopefully. Such an interesting comment, though. All right, let's take a look. I probably want to put some of these items away then. Iron Demon Soul. Soul of the Tower Knight Demon. Consumed again. Okay. I wish these would elaborate a little bit more on the enemies that we defeated. Because doesn't that mean... Yeah, so the Tower Knight was a demon as well, or at least had the soul of a demon. The thing is, the Phalanx and the Tower Knight, they're so different beings, right? I just wonder what exactly they mean when they say demon, right? Does it mean that maybe a normal soldier somehow collected a bunch of souls and more or less became a demon, and that's why he got so big in the first place? Or is that something else? I don't know. What really is a demon in this context, I guess? Also, I got the bow. Completely forgot about that. Small composite bow fortified with materials other than wood, requiring additional strength to wield properly. To use a bow, arrows must also be equipped. When an arrow is readied, the user may aim carefully. It doesn't actually weigh that much. It requires 18 strength. It feels quite a lot for a bow compared to all the other stuff, but certainly interesting. Heavy arrow. Large, thick-headed arrow with more power than a standard arrow. I could put this into storage, right? Huh, I could have just switched to this ring, I just realized. But then again, the item that I picked up wasn't really that problematic. Right, let's talk to him first. See what he has to say now that we saved him twice. I mean, he already gave us a bunch of stuff, but...
we speak of the legend of the two swords and the solitary hero. The two swords are Demon Brand and Soul Brand.
Okay.
One sword banishes that which befouls man, and the other banishes man himself. The solitary hero is old King Doran. King Doran is the Everlasting One, founder of Boletaria and protector of the two swords. Of course, only according to legend. But in the dark state of our land, sometimes legends are all we have.
King Doran, founder of Boletaria. Well, he probably wouldn't really like what they've done to his land then, I'd imagine.
King Alant led Boletaria with a round table of the bravest knights. The noble twin Fangs, Valafax and Bjor. Alfred, the Tower Knight, Metas, the Penetrator, and the brave tribesman Longbow Ulan and his fearsome legions. But today, Boletaria is an abysmal mess. Valafax was lost, and Bjor slipped through the fissure, never to be heard from again. All the rest, along with Boletaria, are either devoured by the fog or fallen afoul of the demons. The Boletarian knights are no longer. But perhaps our age will see the rise of new heroes, such as yourself.
Maybe it will. Wait, so the Tower Knight, he actually called him Alfred, right? See, that's what I mean. Is he a demon, or has he been turned into a demon? Is that what demons are, right? That's the difficult part here. They're constantly talking about demons, but maybe demons are just what people become if they devour too many souls. I mean, it very much seems like that might be the case. And I guess in that particular example, the Phalanx would just be another sort of weird creature that for some reason also had the strength to gather enough souls and then also became a demon that way. I mean, we do know the intro cutscene speaks of an irrevocable poison that has been planted upon the land, right? I mean, real quote-unquote demons might still exist, but I don't know, something about this very much screams, you know, greed and people literally turning into demons because they devour too many souls, because they think they get stronger by doing that.
But perhaps our age will see the rise of new heroes.
Okay. I don't know. It very much feels like there are a lot of interpretations on purpose, though, right? It's not necessarily that, but it's probably meant to be that and more. Okay, hopefully he doesn't run away again. Hi, buddy.
Are you begging for a magic lesson?
Kinda.
Me? Of course I made my best effort to free Master Frake. But I had not the strength, it's as simple as that. Besides, if I myself were captured, who would stand here and recruit rescuers?
That's an easy stance to take, isn't it? Well, okay. Now's the big question. Honestly, I just kind of want to go with the standard soul arrow. Shoot a stream of fire. See, for fire, I have the fire bombs as well, right? Also, this seems to take up more magic. Technically, I also have the crossbow for ranged attacks, but having the soul arrow might be a good idea, honestly. Well, I kind of just want to try it in general. Let's get that. And, well, this one I don't really know about. But the water veil may be interesting. I mean, it's only 500 souls and raising fire resistance. I just realized. So they're giving you this catalyst specifically on the bridge that has a dragon spewing fire at you. I guess if you're not able to cross it by just running, maybe you could utilize this to get over it without being killed. Yeah, it might help. Might actually help. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I don't think I'm going to try it, but because I also already crossed the bridge, but
Be careful how you use it. Normally, it would not be granted to one such as yourself. I had to make an exception for the sake of Sage Frake.
Do wonder if the sage would approve of that decision. Well, I don't have a talisman yet, so I feel like acquiring miracles might not really help all that much.
If you are attacked by a demon, you will lose your humanity. What a horrible thought. Just what would happen then? I simply cannot fathom it.
I mean, you already talked to me while I was still Umbasa. While I was still in soul form, so it's not that bad, actually.
Umbasa.
Still wonder what that means. Maybe you could explain it a little bit?
Oh, august one, deep within the darkness, where no light shall ever shine, will you continue to pray, even in such misery?
Okay. He's still looking for Saint Urbane.
Oh, fellow disciple, you seek the power of God?
Don't even know who your god is yet.
A miracle is ahead. They have similar magicians in the end.
I really don't know if I would like to save up for this. Don't know if it's worth it. It's a bit of a weird one, because I honestly feel like this is more worth it at the beginning of the game, potentially. Especially when you don't have enough of those archstone fragments or whatever they're called. But it's a bit expensive to be for the beginning. I don't fully understand, to be honest.
I see. You wish to train yourself in stoicism. Very well. I pray we meet again.
Well, maybe you should just give me a talisman. Anyway, I should probably repair stuff first, right? Pet equipment, yeah. Hi. Evacuate is very worth it? Yeah? Okay. Well, I mean, there has to be a reason for why it's apparently worth 20,000 souls. It just seems like something that would be quite beneficial at the beginning of the game. But then again, I don't know how many of those archstone pieces things you get, right? I was just going off of the other Souls games. We get a lot more than you'll ever need of stuff like Homeward Bones, right? So it just felt like Evacuate, maybe. Unless I might also be missing something else about that spell. Miracle, excuse me. Okay, so in terms of upgrades, 6. Wait, so it goes 3, 4, 6? Interesting. I always wonder how they come up with these numbers, right? They already seemed fairly arbitrary in Elden Ring as well. In here, so it's 3, 4, 6. Why wouldn't you go with 1, 2, 3? Right? Or 2, 4, 6 if you want to have more more upgrades dropping. Because in the game there's only 2 checkpoints at the start and end of a level. Yeah, but I mean that's the thing in Bloodborne as well, right? And you still don't really need the... What was it called in Bloodborne? The... Wait, you have that rune thing, right? And then there is a consumable version of that as well. Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously that's how the spell would be used, but I'm just saying, typically that kind of stuff. I mean, I can count the uses of Homeward Bone that are used in Dark Souls on one hand, right? So it's not typically something that is used all that often, and considering that the game even has an item that works exactly like a Homeward Bone, just seems like a pretty steep price to want to have 20,000 souls for something like that. But yeah, maybe there's stuff later on, or maybe the levels aren't quite as connected as I thought they would be. I mean, the thing about Boletaria's palace so far has also been that there are just a bunch of shortcuts and stuff that lead back to the beginning, right? So there's always a fairly short path to get back to the Archstone as well. I guess we'll see if that changes in later levels.
You come back alive. I need your business.
Honestly, let's level first.
Thou seekest the power of the soul, no?
Yeah, she is definitely talking
Touch the demon inside me.
In your head. And the monumental is as well. Why is that? I guess maybe they're not necessarily what they're pretending to be. If she is some sort of demon, maybe this is not her actual form or something, and that's why she can't really use her lips to speak. Might also be something else. I mean, she could literally just be incapable of speech because they cut out her tongue or something. Considering that somebody put wax on her eyes, it doesn't seem too far-fetched. Although that would bring up the question of what happened to the monumental. Although, considering that he's, well, not really a god, but I guess you could say that he is just able to do it, so he just does it. I mean, sure, yeah, it does depend on the player. Yeah. It's cool that it exists. I like the concept of having a miracle that does it way more than having these weird consumable items that all the other games have. Because this way, not only is it an actual choice, but yeah, I don't know. It feels more grounded within the world as well. Now that I think about it, I never liked the concept of the homeward bone in Dark Souls all that much. It's a very weird item as well. According to its description, I guess it does make sense somewhat. But yeah, it's I don't know. Never really been a fan of those. Yeah, that's just what I meant though, right? I feel like it's a spell that most people would probably like to have in the beginning. So it's interesting that they put such a steep price on it that would be fairly hard to pay right away, right? You'd actually have to save up for it, and you're sacrificing a bunch of level ups for it as well. Obviously, once you have it, yeah, you have an unlimited use of it, but definitely an interesting price. Although sometimes with these games, I actually wonder if they did that on purpose, right? Knowing that especially newer players to their series, and well, in the case of Demon's Souls, new players in general, I mean, everybody was new to the Souls series, I guess, when Demon's Souls first released. Sometimes it does make me wonder if they specifically did that so that players would maybe drawn to it because they think that it's really, really useful. They just spend a bunch of souls on something that, well, I don't know. It's just a big opportunity cost, right? Where you could also just gain a bunch of levels that ultimately might make it so that you're strong enough to go through everything anyways, and you don't even have to teleport back. It's a pretty funny thing to think about. Yeah, for later on, it might be worth. I mean, later on, you probably have like a couple million souls anyways, right? And then you can just buy it and get around real quick. So for endgame, it might also be really, really useful. Yeah, or in general, for New Game Plus, that type of thing. But at that point, you have everything anyways, right? It's just interesting to me that they have it so early on, but be that expensive as well. I think I want to go with Vitality at 15. Because I was a little bit concerned how much damage that Tower Knight boss was dealing to me. Felt like that was way more than what I expected. Maximum. Oh, wait, I didn't realize that it actually tells you at the bottom what they do. Oopsie. Well, I guess they... So, wait, item burden is vitality. I thought that increased because of my strength. That's an interesting combination. Actually, it makes way more sense now that I think about it, because item burden is something you probably want to increase over the course of the game anyways, right? And forcing a player to increase strength would be kind of dumb. So, having vitality... That's actually true. Yeah, maybe it might actually be that they specifically set it at that high of a price because nobody will buy it because of it. You might be right in that. Yeah. True. Well, yeah, I guess it also makes, in a New Game Plus scenario, right, you would be able to buy it right away, and it would also be available right away, so... It's definitely cool that it's there. I was just wondering why it costs so much. And also in general, I'm just wondering how many of these Archstone things that I just got the game will give me. What build? Well, that's a good question. I actually have no idea. Well, that's not entirely true. I mean, I started as a knight, right? So I kind of wanted to stick to, I guess, strength for the most part. But I was considering going into other things as well if there were, I guess, interesting spells, for example, that I wanted to use. But apparently the game doesn't require any sort of specific skill threshold to utilize the spells, which I find really refreshing and a pretty cool design choice. Though obviously they'll probably deal a bunch more damage if you have more intelligence, for example, right? And more magic power, that is. So I might want to increase magic and intelligence a little bit as well. But yeah, that's gonna depend on how effective I feel like magic is. I don't know. It's just I overused magic so much in Elden Ring, where almost every weapon had some sort of magical effect, that I almost wanted to go with a more basic build. But yeah, it's definitely going to depend on what I can find, and, well, I certainly don't know what is available in the game, so... Yeah, magic is fairly cheesy, right? That's kind of it. Well, the thing is, since it's my first time playing the game, I don't want to limit myself too much. I typically want to at least try to utilize most of the stuff that the game gives you, but as I said, Elden Ring was going so over the top with the whole magic bit, and just in general, the sheer amount of stuff that is in Elden Ring and that you can do there kind of makes me want to go with a more basic thing here. But it's going to heavily depend on the type of weapons and whatnot that I can find, because I also don't want to run around the entire time with a normal sword, right? That's also kind of boring, so... And strength in general is a pretty fun experience, yeah, I agree. I mean, the first ever FromSoft game that I played was Bloodborne, and I did a pure strength build the first time I played it with a big axe that you get in the beginning, and that was hella fun. So, yeah, I might want to return to, I guess, my roots a little bit with this. Oh, the stones are pretty expensive. I didn't even know you could buy them. I just found 2, and... Because, yeah, as I said, the other games you find way more homeward bones and whatnot than you'll ever need, right? So I was just sort of expecting it to be the same here, where you find way more of those stones than you'll need, but maybe that's not the case. Yeah, I found a claymore, or two-handed... No, it's not a claymore. What was it called? I have a two-handed weapon. I don't know whether or not I want to go for two-handed, though, because I have never really done a shield build. Like a build that, you know, specifically utilizes shields and is a bit more defensive. I actually would like to do that, but fighting the Tower Knight with a shield felt a bit weird, all things considered. Didn't feel like the shield did much, but then again, maybe you need a bigger shield against him. Don't know. I might want to go for more endurance. Holy shit, I can actually level up a bunch, right? That's at least 2 more. Where are my slots? Alright, so... Wait, let me just go back for a second here. Okay, 14 intelligence gives me a second slot. Don't really need that right now. But I might want to prep for it. Also gives you more MP, okay. Yeah, let's go for 1 point into intelligence. And then maybe I'm just going to do 16 vitality, 16 endurance at this point. I don't want to put too much points into strength right away. First of all, I upgraded my weapon twice already. But yeah, I do want to keep my options open at this point. But I might do more strengths next time I'm here leveling up. Stones are 5k. Okay, well then the spell definitely makes more sense with its 20k price tag. But then again, you find the stones, right? You can find them for free somewhere, sometimes, I think.
I keep the candles lit and serve the bread.
You already said
Art thou
that.
finished? May thy strength.
Okay. Well, let's just go back to Mr. Thomas real quick.
I'm keeping a close watch on your belongings.
I wonder if I should put away some healing items, considering that they also take up inventory burden. Oh, right, I still have souls as well. Kind of forgot about that. Yeah, sure. Let's use them. No point in keeping them in my inventory the entire time. Maybe I should actually put the lead demon and the iron demon soul away, just so that I don't accidentally use them. Ah, well, it's gonna be fine. Well, I mean, vitality is always a good idea, right? Endurance, not so much. I feel like most of FromSoft's games, I was never really a fan of leveling endurance. I never felt like it did. But then again, I typically like to utilize magic, and endurance is just kind of wasted if you level magic and intelligence, right? And well, in Bloodborne, you just have so much endurance to begin with, or rather, your attacks take so little stamina that there isn't really any point to leveling up further beyond 20 until later on. Yeah, going with pure attack power is always a good idea. But then again, coming from Elden Ring, Vigor in Elden Ring is a weird thing as well, right? Because you don't want to level it at all, but then at some point you realize, oh fuck, I should probably level Vigor. It's a bit of a weird stat in Elden Ring. I didn't really like the way they balanced it out with, especially with enemy, not HP, attack power. Boss attack power, specifically. Wait, it's not actually as many souls as I thought. Ah well, let's just go with one more point in strength then. 2.3k.
Art thou finished? May thy strength help the world be mended.
I'm fat rolling, but I specifically kept it like that because I don't want to roll at all. Or rather, I want to try to not roll at all in this playthrough. Which is why I kind of plan on utilizing the shield. I'm not entirely sure if this is going to be fun. That's the one big concern that I have, is that, well, especially with bosses, for some reason, some of the bosses seem to be designed to be rolled instead of just, you know, taking on a defensive stance. But, yeah. Especially towards the end of Elden Ring, I was just getting tired of having to roll everything and not being able to use anything else, right? Elden Ring desperately needs way more defensive options on the player side, especially for its boss design. So, yeah, I was actually looking for... That's also why I picked the Knight in the beginning, because I thought that it would probably be more fun to do it this way, and by fat rolling, it kind of forces me not to use it. I still accidentally use it sometimes, obviously, because I'm so used to it, but yeah. I want to avoid it as much as possible, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, right? That it depends a lot on rolling. I don't know whether or not it really does, though. That remains to be seen. So far, it doesn't. But it also... Well, I've only fought 2 bosses. The second one did seem to require rolling a bit. You can get around without it, but yeah, it doesn't really seem to be designed only with shields in mind. Well, the first boss is the pushover anyways, right? But yeah, I just want to see how this goes. And if I at some point realize, well, maybe it's not that fun, I can always just go back and rearrange my my outfit a little bit, right? That being said, at this point in time, I wouldn't be able to put on something else anyways, because I just don't have anything else. And running around naked is just kind of ridiculous. Right, I wanted to put some stuff on Thomas, right? Well, that's the thing. I want to be in more danger, right? I want to have a little bit of a challenge, because otherwise I feel like it might be too easy. But, yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, so far, at least with normal enemies, it only really completely drains you of your stamina if you play poorly, right? Because, well, you only really want to put the shield up when they're actually attacking. And so far, I seem to have been doing quite well with the amount of stamina that I have. It's going to be interesting to see later on. The weird thing about the Tower Knight was that it was quite difficult to see whether or not it was his magical attacks that were coming through, or it was because I didn't have enough stamina. So I wasn't really sure on that. And it was a bit strange that he was able to just knock me back anyways, completely ignoring whether or not I had the shield up, which is that's the one thing that made me concerned a little bit for other bosses, right? If they can essentially completely ignore the fact that you have a shield, then obviously doing a shield run is a bit dumb. But at least for normal enemies so far, it worked out great. Actually made the encounters, especially against the Blue Knights and the Red Knight, a lot more interesting than I feel like they would have been if I just rolled through their attacks. Wait, that's why shields aren't really good? You're referring to the comment I made about bosses? I never really tested a shield in Elden Ring. That was something that or did I? No, not really. We're just kind of, well, I guess Melina is a bit of a contentious point anyways, but the fact that she heals even when she hits your shields, oh boy. Yeah, that's a topic in and of itself, but in general, I was never really a fan of shields, because the roll is just too good, right, in FromSoft's games, which is a bit of a shame. It shouldn't be, in my opinion. The fact that you get so many iframes and, I don't know, rolling most stuff is just so easy that playing with a shield just feels like a challenge in comparison, which is specifically why I wanted to do it now, but we'll see. It also needs to be fun at the end of the day, right? Do I just want to put this stuff away? Is there going to be an enemy that bleeds me? I don't really know. I mean, if there is, I still have this, right? How much do they weigh? Wait, doesn't it actually... Oh, 0.7. Consume to stop bleeding. Yeah. I think I'm actually going to deposit them for now. And this was against poison, right? We'll just pick them up again if I need them. Honestly, the level up materials, I really don't need to take them, right? Because I'm only ever going to level up when I'm here anyways. Yeah. Now that I'm considering that. Full moon, new moon. Let's put these away for now, maybe. But take these back again. Oops. Yeah, let's put those away. Do I want to keep the bow? I'm still at 73. Well, I have the crossbow for now. Do these weigh something as well? Oh, they do. Whoopsie. Oh, that's the entire stack, though, I think. Well, then, that's fine. Rings I'm gonna keep on me. Can make good builds. I've certainly seen a couple of really cool builds with shields and Elden Ring. I wonder if they're good against all the bosses, though. Like, they can certainly be really good in PvP, I think. Whether or not they're that good in PvE. I would like to try it, but...
You have a heart of gold. Don't let them take it from you.
First of all, I want to see how effective they are in this game. Let's see. 1.5. Is there anything else that I can buy?
I can forge weapons.
I have so many healing items that I don't really want to spend the arrows on... the arrows. The souls. I was reading arrow and saying arrow for some reason. 1.5. Honestly, at this point, it might actually be worth it to just grab another spell instead of taking the souls with me.
Are you begging for a magic lesson?
Yeah, sure. Let's just grab these. And then... Oh yeah, I should probably also attune the soul arrow now that I wanted to use it.
Be careful how you... Normally, it would... I had to make it.
I hope that it's not too cheesy. Probably will be. Then again, I would need to switch over to my catalyst anyways. That being said, let me see if the Monumental actually has another comment to make. Anybody up here? Nope. Well, still looks pretty empty. Well, that's the only good thing if they weigh a lot. Because if I want to utilize the shield and I want a fat roll, then the weight's not going to be much of a problem, I think. But yeah, whether or not that's fun remains to be seen. The Tower Knight already made it. But it's... The annoying part is that it wasn't even really unfun. It was just kind of too finicky for some reason. It was very weird.
The monumentals perished, and the archstones were long forgotten. And the short-sighted King Alant once again roused the Old One.
I think you said that before. Well, so far it's been a lot of fun. Right? The whole fat roll shield combination, because I'm not rolling. But yeah, if boss fights specifically require you to, then... But then again, the Tower Knight, it's not really because of the roll, even though it probably would have been easier with it, but it's just that the targeting's kind of a mess and the camera is kind of a mess, right? So when you take out those two problems, then it wouldn't have been that much of a problem. All right. I could also check out another Archstone. But I think for now I'm going to stick with this one. See, an award. Let me see if I can... I wonder if the dragons are still there. I'm going to check from this side, though. Well, the first two bosses certainly are pretty easy. So... yeah, I mean, if the bosses are fairly easy and normal enemies are the bigger challenge and so far have been pretty fun with shields and a fat roll, then I guess that's a pretty good, you know, start with the with that specific build idea. Hi, buddy. Aw, seriously? Oh, that was a really bad choice for healing. Maybe I shouldn't always try to parry them. Come here. I still find the... whoa. I didn't even realize he was damaging me. Whoopsie. I guess that's my human fall gone. Human form. Oh wait, it just spawns me back here. I always think that their attacks are way faster than what they turn out to be. There we go. Why couldn't I do that right away? Let's see. Well, I didn't really plan to... oh. Wait a second. Didn't really plan to go back to my soul form right away, but I guess I'll switch over to the other ring. Aw, seriously? Oh, oopsie. Guys in the background saw me as well. Come here, let me try to... I always think that that's an attack, the thing that he's doing with his sword, right? He sort of draws his sword back. Is that so difficult to parry? That's really annoying. I mean, obviously I can also just do this, but... was he... I think he was planning to go back to his original position. I don't know, something about that weird movement that they do with their weapon is just messing with me in terms of the, oh wait, that was the wrong grass. In terms of the parry timing. I never quite expect their attacks to suddenly be faster or slower. And most of the time I think that they're way, way faster than they turn out to be. Okay, he's still flying his rounds. So I wonder... is he gonna come back? Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, he is. Yeah, I really wonder about that. Do I have to do something else to get him away from here? Because I thought if I just progressed with the level, he would just... well, I mean, maybe I have to progress further. But I will... let's see, I have to go to the upper bridge, right? I want to check out what happened to the blue dragon. If he's just gone, or maybe he just didn't spawn in because I was so far away. Yeah, I don't really want to know about the tendency mechanic, right? Because the stuff that I didn't know about it was kind of from back in the day, what people speculated it could mean. I do think they made, or they tried to make it more obvious in this one, I think. I mean, at least they're giving you a menu for it, right? It doesn't really tell you much, but... guess I see what'll happen. Wait. Did that really drain my stamina? Huh. I'm still quite surprised sometimes that they're getting through my shield. It didn't really look like I was completely out of stamina, but then again, it's such a tiny little thing in the corner that it's sometimes difficult to keep track of it entirely. There we go. Actually worth it for for the upgrade stones to go through here a couple of times from time to time. Oh, really? Wait, how'd the... I guess... The thief ring actually must make more of a difference than I thought. Sharpstone shard. Oh, there we go. I don't think those other guys were even aware of me last time I came through here. Well, that's actually pretty awesome. And good to know. Although I don't really want to rely on the thief ring, I guess. Ooh, that was a... that was a weird sound bug. Huh? Must have been a weird camera turn or something. Well, the only issue being if the dragon actually doesn't return here, then I actually have to deal with all of these guys myself. Certainly not the biggest fan of that. Oh, wait. Then again, I already had to do it last time, right? Well, I could also just throw a fireball. Yeah, in terms of parry timing... then again, I don't even really want to rely on parry. Would just make things easier again. And I guess most of the time you probably can't parry bosses. Although I've never really tried that. Okay, that I thought would deal way more damage. I guess my fire resistance is fairly high. Or higher than I thought anyways. What the fuck was that sound? Sounded like an explosion really, really far in the distance, and then a scream. I wonder if they're trying to suggest that the dragons are also attacking that village that we see down below. It would be pretty awesome if they did that. So strange. The description... okay, calm down. The description of the spear said that it was easy to parry. Well, maybe my parry timing's just off. I'm actually fairly bad at parrying in general, because I very rarely use it. I was never really the biggest fan of it. No, never mind. They're still both here. Well, that's unfortunate. That was kind of a waste. Well, I guess you're supposed to maybe go on, right? And maybe there's a way to I could... You know what? Since I now have the soul magic, let me test what kind of damage they actually take from that, if I'm even able to hit them. I don't know what kind of range this has to begin with. Hello, Mr. Dragon. Oh. Well, that certainly didn't work. Oh boy. It's less damage than I thought, though. Really? Yeah, I think he's just too far away for that. I could probably try using the bow, but who knows how long that'd take. Did I kill the dragon in... I think I tried to kill the dragon in Dark Souls with the bow. I might have even done it. Just takes a ridiculous amount of time. I'm just quite surprised that the blue dragon was still there. I guess they just don't spawn him in when you're looking at the cliff from a distance, which, I don't know, seems like a little bit of an oversight. I feel like, given the technical state of this game, it should certainly be able to handle a dragon spawning in the distance. I mean, the other one's there as well, right? So, it's strange. Oh, oopsie. Wait, where the fuck did I just run? Well, I survived, I guess. Okay. Well then. I guess I'm gonna go to the Tower Knight boss room and just continue the level from there. And try to come back here once I've somehow dealt with the dragon? I don't know. Hopefully there is a way to do that. Oh, right. Was there another... Before I do that, I'll take a very, very quick break. And I'll be right back. But obviously I want to just be in the Nexus for safety. You never know. Be right back. Alrighty. Let's get back into it. Did I get... I have a couple souls, but not enough to level up or anything, so... Go back to the inner ward and continue with the level. It's going to be interesting to see what follows here. I mean, I do expect that it's... Well, it's probably going to be these inner courtyards, right? That you can see from a distance. Oh. Never mind. Maybe, maybe I should have tried to process this door earlier. A thick, colorless fog holds you back. Only those who have slain an archdemon may pass beyond this point. So there's even different types of fog doors here, it seems. An archdemon. Huh. Well then. Whatever that means. Archdemon. Well, that is interesting. So that's suggesting that there are multiple sort of tiers of demons, which might actually underline what I said earlier about people like the Tower Knight might have originally been, well, just normal people. And then somehow their greed for souls turned them into demons because the fog, I don't know, somehow facilitated that. So then maybe these archdemons are the actual demons? Huh. Wonder what the specific differentiating factor there might be. Well, all right. That brings up another question, though. Where the hell do I go? I mean, obviously there are still 3 more archstones. Man, those mountains just look... And they remind me of Sekiro so much. Looks really, really awesome. Well, I mean, I just said that I'm going to come back here anyways because of the dragons, right? And because of the fact that I potentially missed some items at places where I couldn't really get past them as of now, so we'll definitely be back here, I suppose. All right. Well, at least this time the guy sticks around and doesn't get himself trapped anywhere else.
Have you seen my corporeal flesh?
Ah.
Has my body gone rotten?
So he's not actually here. I was speculating about that earlier. That's why he has the blue outline around him, right? So he's, I guess, a soul that is, well, more or less summoned like you would summon a cooperator, right? Which, by the way, do I want to try that? I typically don't really play online in a first playthrough. I'm just wondering about how it works, though. Because technically that could get me back my, my human form, right? But I am wondering, so technically, if I were to try and help somebody else, it would only work against the 2 bosses that I've already done. I'm pretty sure. I mean, anything else would be really, really weird. How does he not know what happened to his actual body, though? Because if his actual body is dead, wouldn't he cease to exist? Maybe I'm missing something.
I'm sorry. Please leave me alone.
All right. Sure.
But perhaps our age will see the rise of...
Okay. Same text as before. Well, it might be that nothing will happen, but let's see. Let me just go to the gates and activate my stone thingy. Let's see what that does. I mean, it also requires somebody else actually requesting help, right? I think. Well, then again, yeah. Do I even know how that works? I don't think so. Because the other games always have a specific way to summon in help, right? Well, I guess if I don't try, I'm never gonna know, right? Where's the item? Blue Eye Stone. Leave Soul Sign to help otherworlders. Leave a Soul Sign. The Soul Sign is projected to countless disparate worlds where you can be summoned as a phantom. Help the host defeat a demon to restore your corporeal form. So if I put that down, I don't know, right next to the boss door, for example, I wonder if somebody's gonna summon me in. Door's still closed. I mean, Earlier I was talking about the idea of, you know, getting your body back by, or your normal form back by helping others, but obviously if it requires them to actually summon you in, then it's gonna be a bit of a question of how useful that really is. I mean, I do kind of expect to just stand around here a lot, just waiting. Let me see. But I do want to try regardless. Use. There we go. Examine your soul sign. Can also remove it. Okay. Well, the thing is, I myself haven't seen one of these anywhere, right? So I'm really unsure as to how often people even do that, and also how many are still in the game. I don't know. They'd also have to be on the same server as me, right? I think they have a lot of different servers. Oh, wait a second. The crystal lizard back there. I completely forgot about the one that's... where was that? Next to the second boss room, right? Yeah, I definitely want to try to get that again. I don't know. I don't want to wait for too long. So I'm probably just going to stick around for a little bit. But I also don't know how it works entirely, right? That's sort of the issue here. I don't know if I can be summoned in for players that have either of the two bosses still to complete, or if they have to be on the same boss as I am. But that doesn't make sense, because technically for me currently there isn't any boss here anymore, right? Oh. Ah, there we go. All right, because now I get it. So if I leave it here, it's specifically going to be only for this boss. And because I entered the boss room, it disappeared. All right. Well, at least that's good to know. Let me double check. I'm on some European server currently, right? Yeah. Can only be modified from the title screen. All right. Yeah, I fear that I'd have to be on the same server as them. Is that really true, though? Doesn't that severely limit the amount of players that will be here? Well, I don't know how many servers there are, but it just seems fairly limiting. Can you not bolt over this? Well, I mean, if I'm going to go back to the other boss room anyways, maybe I can leave a soul sign behind there. At least as long as I'm still doing something in this world. Wait a second. Then again, the messages and bloodstains that I can see, those are... Wouldn't those also be restricted to my server? Or maybe? Because if that's true, then... Well, at least it means that a bunch of people are here, right? Okay, yeah. I think I just didn't do this fast enough last time. Oh! You guys can heal? Yeah, honestly, I have to say I like fighting them a lot more without a parry. it just feels way more like a proper sword fight to me, if you're not trying to parry him. Okay. Yeah, never mind that. Let's just leave it here again, and then... There we go. Oh, they have a lot more HP than I thought. There we go. Large, sharp stone shard. So many S's. Let's see. Large shard of a sharp ore. Sharp stone, hard stone. So that would be the... Thrusting swords, curved swords, spears, and the like. I wonder if that's also random what they drop. Hey! So it does work. Perfect timing. That's pretty cool. Wait, does it work? Hopefully I didn't cancel it somehow. Ah, there we go. Just takes a bit to happen. Hi. Yeah, I don't know how gestures work in this game yet. Maybe you should have looked at that. Alright. Let's try it then, huh? He's a temple knight, I think. Does he not want to enter? But did he not realize what was going to happen? There was that weird sound glitch again. Okay, yeah, I think the cutscene plays every time, probably, because he gets the same one as well. Oh, he skipped one. Should I... Let's deal with the archers while he's dealing with the boss. So hopefully it makes things easier for him. Oh, there we go. He's also here. My attack is definitely lower, I think. Don't know how that works exactly. Don't think there was anybody up here. Why are you so close, sir? I wonder if there's... Huh, I didn't think about that earlier. I wonder if there's a way where you can also just drop down onto the knight from above. Because that would be really awesome, right? If you'd be able to do that. Did we miss anyone? I don't think so. Let me... Oh, I was going to take the other staircase. Don't think all the archers are dead. Please don't attack me, please don't attack me. There we go. Yeah, it didn't drain that much stamina, but it certainly took away my health a little bit. That weird back jump, man. Yeah, I think that actually only drains, or not drains, but obviously it does drain stamina, but it's also considered a magical attack, which means that it's dealing damage to me. Okay, healing and stuff works the exact same though in co-op, which that's pretty cool. I do like this boss quite a bit. There we go. I just wish that they would pull the camera back just a bit more, right? There we go. And this time he actually fell to a good angle. That deals so much damage when you're, you know, 2 people. I don't know if I should two-hand the entire time. Oopsie. I mean, arguably the boss is fairly easy with 2 people because you can stand on either side of him and he won't really be able to, you know, to do anything specific about you. You can even hit both of his feet at the same time. That's the only thing that I'm really not a fan of, this weird back jump thing. I don't think you should actually... I don't know. I mean, it's fine that he has it as a movement option. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Honestly, that's a bit too finicky in my opinion. There we go. Yay, we did it! Fuck, I need to learn how to utilize gestures. There we go. Yay! Objective met, resurrecting in your own world. Oh, that was a really cool feedback on the controller, by the way. Yeah, I like this. This is so cool. I don't know, that it gives you a tangible benefit by now being... I should have my body back, right? I shouldn't be in soul form anymore? Body restored, there we go. That is so awesome. See, that makes so much more sense compared to the other games. God, I love this. This is going to be awesome. I think I'm going to utilize this quite a bit, actually. First of all, it's just really, really fun doing the bosses again, right? Possibly even learning, I don't know, different tactics or different ways in which you can defeat them. And just in general, the fact that you're, you know, there with multiple people might mean that it's, you know, it's just a bit... Obviously, I don't want to do it for a first boss kill. Don't want to do it myself, but if I want to get my body form back, why not, right? It's a pretty cool... I don't know, just a pretty cool thing in general. And it makes so much more sense. Why didn't they stick with this? I don't really get it. I guess... Well, partly they maybe wanted to make it easier, right? I think definitely one of the criticisms that I heard back in the day was that it was quite punishing just how much health they took away from you. Especially technically if you don't find the ring, even though that's, you know, it's fairly easy to find the ring that gives you more HP while being in soul form. But you can overlook it, right? And if you don't have it, it is quite punishing to run around with that little HP, but then again, the first boss really isn't that difficult, and you'll be able to just get summoned in for the first boss again, right? So it's... I don't know, I really, really enjoy that there is an actual benefit to helping other people, right? You want to help other people and be summoned into them to get back to your actual body form and have your HP back in your game. That is such an awesome interaction. What you get in Dark Souls? Well, you're human again, I assume, if you do the same in Dark Souls, right? But the problem is that being human doesn't really help you that much. I guess so. Okay, let me get this straight. In Dark Souls, you need to be human to summon in somebody to help you, correct? Pretty sure. Which to a degree, I think, also interacts with certain quests. Isn't Solaire's quest connected to you summoning him in at certain times? It might be. I'm not 100% on that, though. I mean, I've only played through the game once. I've seen a couple people play it, but I still don't really know all that much about Dark Souls. But I guess the idea in Dark Souls is that if you lose your human form, you can then help somebody else defeat a boss, which gets you your human form back, which then lets you summon in other people again, right? I guess the problem being that humanity in Dark Souls is way too easy to come by, so you never have really any reason to, you know, be summoned into somebody else's world because, well, you can just always be human again if you want to. And then, well, the difference is, okay, so the thing is, if you go through the game without help, then there is no reason for you to ever be human in Dark Souls, unless I'm missing something. But I'm pretty sure that there's literally no difference for you. If you want to play the game on your own to begin with, then technically it's even easier not to be human, because I think at that point you can also not be invaded, right? The problem obviously being that you're missing out on a bunch of stuff, potentially NPC quests, I'm not entirely sure on that, but definitely the fact that you can be invaded, right? Although I think, well, no, wait, NPC invaders would be connected to that too, right? So NPC invaders can also only appear when you're in human form, I think. Not 100% on that at all. But the setup here just makes so much more sense. So much more sense. And then, well, the thing is, later on, they watered down that whole mechanic even further, right? So in Bloodborne, for example, I don't think there's really any mechanic that interacts with the whole online stuff. It just sort of exists, right? So you can be summoned in, and you can also summon in if you want to, but it doesn't really interact with anything. Aside from insight, I think, right? Technically, you can gain more insight if you help others, because you get insight every time you enter a boss room with another player as well. But once again, you get so much insight that it, like, what's the point, right? Like, at the end of my Bloodborne playthrough, I'm pretty sure, like, the first one, mind you, right? The first Bloodborne playthrough, it definitely had more than enough insight to see everything, right? All the sort of special things that you can see if you have enough insight, while also having more than enough insight to buy everything from the little messenger pond that lets you buy the specific insight sets and whatnot. So there was never any reason for me to gain more insight. And even had I wanted to get more, I probably would have just done, I don't know, the Chalice dungeons on my own. The thing is also, this just seems so much more logical. I know I mentioned this, you know, like 2-3 hours ago when I got those stones, but this immediately clicked, right? You get the stone, you read through its description, and you immediately understand, okay, that's a way for me to get back my soul form. If I don't have those cracked stones, I'm just going to be summoned in by another player, and if we defeat the boss together, then I'm going to be back in my human form, right? Very easy to understand, very straightforward, and it not only doesn't make complete sense, but it also feels cool, because you've potentially helped another player, right? But in Bloodborne, the fact that you technically can gain more insight by being summoned into other people's worlds is such a minor and niche thing that I don't think it's really going to occur to you. And even if it does, it doesn't seem like much of a benefit at all, right? And then I'm actually hard-pressed to find a reason in Elden Ring. Is there any sort of specific reason or any benefit to you being summoned into other people's worlds to help them with bosses? I don't think there is there? I mean, during my entire playthrough of Elden Ring, I didn't really engage with the online part. Because, well, typically, as I said on the first playthrough, I really don't want to. But this just seems so much more, I don't know, it's both straightforward, a lot more rewarding, and therefore just automatically way more fun. How the fuck did they get rid of this? And, I mean, if they didn't want to take away half your health every time you die, then, I don't know, come up with something else? I feel like there would have been a billion different things that you could do with, you know, the whole online element and getting people to actually use it. Is that just me? I don't know. This just immediately made sense to me. And yeah, I got a tangible reward out of it, right? So it's, oh well. Definitely going to keep this in mind, though. That being said, I also... Well, now I'm back to my body, right? I got the crystal lizard. So let's go back to the Nexus and take a look at the other archstones. And I think I even got like a level or two out of this. So even in that regard, it's just better. Yeah, do I want to level? Sure, why not?
Thou seekest the power of the soul, no?
I do indeed.
Then touch the demon inside me.
I will. Yeah, it's only one level. Do I want to use the level?
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
I actually think that I could still use more endurance. Mainly because, well, utilizing your shield against most attacks, but then also attacking yourself, it does drain more stamina than I typically use. I feel like. So let's try to keep the endurance stat fairly high. At least at the beginning. Rest of the souls.
Art thou finished?
Yeah. I don't think it's enough to get another spell, though. I don't even... I don't know. Originally, I didn't even plan to learn all the magic that's available. I kind of only wanted to go with the stuff that I actually use, but... You know, on the other hand, you're always here with a bunch of souls, and you never quite know what to do with them, so... Umbasa. Might as well use them, right? Okay, never mind, they're even more expensive. Well, considering that the level up is around 2.5k souls right now, I think I can keep the two in my inventory. Alright, Archstone of the Digger King. So at this point, I think it's worth it to go through these descriptions, right? Did I mention how much of a fan I am of these pictures here? I feel like they're so well made, right? Because they have this almost like super artificial quality to them, where they look better than real life. And also quite animated because they are literally animated, while at the same time still very much looking like a picture and not a 3D rendered thing. I don't know, it's something about them just looks really, really unique. Smithing grounds. Stonefang Tunnel. So we've heard a little bit about Stonefang already. Mainly, I think that the mines were used for to forge weaponry in Boletaria as well. So it seems even though this specifically says something about the Digger King, it seems that at least at some point in time, this was connected to Boletaria. I mean, maybe through the fog it might not be anymore, but yeah, I feel like in terms of if we had a chance to look at the actual world layout, I think this place would probably be somewhat close to the Boletarian Palace, right? A city of miners who maintain the giant tunnel. Long ago, the efforts of the hard-headed burghers allowed Boletarian soldiers to carry out their work, but now, dispossessed of their souls, they have no thoughts of their own and work in silence, tirelessly, without purpose. I mean, it's very much still Boletaria. It seems like. What do we have here? Tower of Latria. We've heard about Latria as well, but only once, I think. Prison of Hope. Latria, land of the Queen's Ivory Tower. A vengeful old man claimed the Queen's life and imprisoned any remaining royalty. The prison echoes with the resentful cries of its inmates, tormented by their inhuman gods. Wow. That sounds quite ominous. The Queen's Ivory Tower. I wonder what queen we're talking about here. The Queen of Latria? Or is it also Boletaria? Is it part of Boletaria? I wonder if we'll find out more about them. Still really intrigued by the broken one, by the way. Shadowmen. Ooh, this looks... Island's Edge, Shrine of Storms. The island shrine of the Shadowmen, who worshipped storms and mourned the dead. Since the appearance of the flying storm beasts, the souls of the dead have been lured to the island by its demons, where they are revived by finding purchase in the bosoms of uninhabited skeletons. Okay. Somehow I didn't really anticipate these Shadowmen to be worshipping storms. I don't know. Something about this archstone made me think that it would be a desert. Clearly I was wrong in that. And I still wonder what these egg-like shapes are supposed to be. Huh. Maybe those are specifically supposed to represent some soul? Some specific soul that connects the archstone back to the Nexus, possibly? Chieftain. Whoa. It's raining there too. Depraved Chasm. Valley of Defilement, oh god. That probably has a poison swamp, doesn't it? This humid valley is a haven for the used and forgotten. Its inhabitants, afflicted by poison and plague... There we go. Afflicted by poison and plague, await their deaths in this forsaken place, attacking those who wander in, hoping to offer their souls to the one woman who showed them compassion. Ooh. They're hinting at some pretty cool stories in these. Gonna be interesting to see how much we can actually uncover. But I think I'm just gonna go... I mean, if this is the first one, I think I'm just gonna continue with this one. I don't know, maybe the bottom ones are supposed to be the ones that you do first? Or maybe it's supposed to be this. Yeah, that's actually a good question. Maybe it doesn't matter, but that would be interesting. I don't think that the game has any sort of level scaling, right? Typically, FromSoft games don't. Maybe this works differently. Maybe it has something to do with that world tendency stuff. So maybe if you do certain things within any given world, it'll potentially change it and make it more challenging or something. Yeah, honestly, I'm not quite ready for a poison swamp yet. Let's take a look at this. The Digger King, smithing grounds. Also, technically, smithing grounds kind of do allude to finding more upgrade materials. So that would be great as well. Stone Fang Tunnel. Smithing grounds. Huh. Interesting that the archstone seems to be placed right next to this stone plate. Would actually like to know what it says. Wonder if it's some sort of reference back to, hello, some old, I don't know. This looks slightly more like a desert area. I really like what they've done with the backgrounds of these. Why is there so much background detail? What the fuck? Looks like these places are huge. Who the hell are you? God, this looks incredible. Hey! Can you stop throwing rocks? I haven't even... Not even close to your... That's really unfriendly, you know that? Oh fuck, that's a... Isn't that a lizard over there? Don't want to run straight over though. He's definitely a friendly NPC. Oh, this looks awesome. What the fuck? Okay, this is a bit... The scale of this is pretty crazy though. This looks like the scale that a modern, or somewhat modern, quarry would have, right? It's a giant. What's the scale here? Hopefully the lizard sticks around. You look kind of crazy, my dude. Are you the smith that the other smith was talking about? Did he mention the smithing grounds here, or... I don't remember. Are you even a smith?
Hello there.
Hi.
Souls, souls. I trade fine goods for souls.
Never mind. Maybe he's not. Who the heck are you?
Our little town. It's a nice wee place.
Doesn't look that little, honestly.
Those lizard-eyed townsfolk are busy tinkering with stone and don't bother with old folk like me.
Lizard
Makes
eye?
life rather easy for me. I can get away with anything. I always knew there was a god. Thanks for looking out for me.
What? That wasn't... He wasn't meaning me, right? He actually talked about some sort of god? I'm wondering. So this is the second merchant that we've met that specifically said that the demon plague more or less helped them in their life. So he seems to be potentially a sort of a beggar that, because everybody else turned to demons, just took all their stuff because they didn't care anymore, I guess. I'm just wondering, maybe somehow the... Maybe the fact that the other people had stuff to lose made them more susceptible to the whole demon plague, fog type deal? I don't know. That speculation might be a bit out there, and it's only based on 2 examples. But I do wonder if, you know, people like this who had nothing to begin with and probably weren't really afraid of anything because they already had nothing to lose, whether or not they just weren't as susceptible to the plague compared to everybody else. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, he already sells these. Okay. Well, that was quick. Pickaxe also has the exclamation mark. Yeah, because I don't have 12 dexterity. It's interesting that they specifically show the exclamation mark, yet they don't mark what stat you're actually missing. Another one of those weird decisions. Pickaxe used by miners at work, not intended for combat, but the hard protrusion allows it to function as a thrusting weapon. The signature tool of the Stone Fang mine. Yeah, don't really want to have that. Elixir recovers stamina faster temporarily. It costs 500, eh? I feel like this is not really worth it. Obviously, I haven't tested it yet, but typically these items don't last long enough to actually warrant using them. Because it still takes time for you to drink them, right? And it potentially opens you up to an enemy's attack. So, well, they would have to last quite a significant amount of time to be properly useful in an encounter, I feel like. Okay, I currently have one of these, and I needed, how many? 6, right? So I could buy, I can only buy 4, though. Well.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Likewise. Okay, that means that I can already level up any weapon that I want to level 3. The lizard ran away, didn't it? Is there anything going on here? No. Do I want to quickly... I think I just... Let's see. Let's just spawn back in real quick, because it's a bit dumb. Why did they place the lizard so close to the merchant? Oh, there we go. Did I? What? 8? Wow. Holy shit. Whoa. Now I feel stupid that I bought them. Whoopsie. Did I destroy these and they just somehow... I felt like I was way too far away to destroy them. I feel bad for the cute little lizard. Poor guy. Well... Guess it's not my fault that they're actually quite beneficial. I guess this would have been the normal path that you take to get here. I do like how they've done that, right? How they've blocked that off. It's the same with the Palace of Boletaria, where you... The place where you spawn in, there's a giant gate behind you that's closed, right? Suggesting that typically that's where you would come from in order to get to the palace. Same thing here, you know. Typically, this path would have been, well, not destroyed, and you'd be able to just go down and further down and possibly reach the village at some point, I'd imagine. Yeah, it was the very 13, right? Way too many of these now. There is just... I still can't really get around the fact that it seems like a couple of decisions that were made in Demon Souls just make way more sense than what they did in basically all their later games. The fact that you can upgrade your weapon to +3, but can literally upgrade any weapon to +3 before finding the next upgrade material. Well, technically I have one of them, right? I think I've found one, like, hard... What are they called? Big hardstone or something? Large. I think large hardstone is what they're called. But yeah, the whole process just makes way more sense. I don't know. Oh, hey, that was a summon sign, wasn't it? Huh. It's actually the first time that I've seen one for myself. Consciously, I guess. Okay, clearly these guys don't really want me to go in here. But I fear I will have to insist. That's an item, right? Oh, God. Stop it. Alright, they're dealing way less damage than I thought, though. I just really enjoy sort of the atmosphere, right? The background sounds are amazing in this game. I wish they would do a little bit more in terms of environmental sounds. I feel like sometimes, you know, wind sounds and whatnot could be a little bit more pronounced, but maybe they also didn't want to detract from the other noises because, well, you can also overdo it, obviously. By the way, that wall to the right looks absolutely insanely good. But yeah, they have this really ominous soundscape to where they're almost foreshadowing what kind of creatures you'll be fighting, right? Which is pretty impressive in a way. I mean, it's the same with the dragons, right? They sort of roar in the distance, and you can already hear, all right, that's what's going on. That's who I'm going to fight. Like, it's really, really awesome. The same thing here, sort of hearing the, I guess, the sounds of workers. How they're exhaling. It's really bright outside sometimes. Wait, is that an item down there? Oh. Ah, yeah, I guess you can actually get there. This looks like an elevator that you'll be able to activate at some point. Bunch of storage. Considering how many of these mines are in Elden Ring, I don't know. It just already seems very familiar. Do you care? Oh. Wait, are these guys lizard people? Oh my god. What the fuck? Also, why do they move like zombies? That's quite ominous, isn't it? How is Soul Arrow so strong against them, though? Okay, they are attacking eventually, though. I was gonna say, are they even doing anything? What the hell are they? I mean, it looks like they're almost, well, not goblin-like, but they have a very leathery skin, it looks like. Clearly, they're not wearing armor or anything. So I guess they're just very... Oh. Guess they must just be very, very physically strong. Well, this is going to be interesting then. But are very susceptible to magic. Which is kind of funny, considering that the guys that you find in the Mines of Elden Ring are very much work the exact same way. Where they're also very susceptible to magic, but not that much to, like, physical attacks. Because they also have, like, a stone height. They're designed differently, but I guess the effect is the same at the end of the day. Well, I guess I'm kind of glad that I picked up the Soul Arrow. Otherwise, I mean, they're not really dangerous that much, I would say. Because they're just, you know, fairly slow. And as you can see, oh, a bunch of other guys stood up as well. They're almost like zombies, though. I mean, I guess that's what supposedly happened here, right? Same way it happened in Boletaria. Said everybody sort of went mad, but these guys... What the fuck? Wonder if they're susceptible to fire, though. Less so. Definitely more to magic. God, the soul arrow. Man. Obviously, I realize how much easier it makes... Wait, is he... Why is he carrying around a sack of something? What the fuck? That's absolutely ridiculous. Now they're literally showering you in upgrade items. What the fuck? I guess he carried them around in his sack. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Soul Arrow certainly seems to make this a lot easier. But then again, otherwise it would just be tedious, not necessarily more challenging, right? Holy shit, this looks cool. What the freaking detail that they put into the stone structures, right? Even that looks absolutely incredible. Wait. That looks one of those, like one of those fat officials, doesn't it? Wait. Did he see me? I think he might have. What is he doing here? There we go. Isn't there a third one? Right. Thankfully, they're really not dealing that much damage. Hello. I can do that too. Holy shit, okay. Oh. Yeah, that's probably not the way I should be doing this. I just feel like I might be running into a trap if I approach him like this. Oh boy. That's my stamina gone. I think... You know what? The thing that might be... There we go. The thing that might have messed me up sometimes is I think stamina regeneration in this game is just slower than what I'm used to compared to the other games. That might be it. Sharpstone chunk, Heartstone chunk. Wait, we're already up to chunks? What the fuck is happening? Was I not supposed to be here yet? Clearstone shard? Whatever that is. Huh. Maybe I'm not supposed to be here yet. This is funny though. He almost has like an office here, right? As if he is like the chief of the mining operation or something. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, I think what's messing with me is that the stamina regeneration is just a bit slower than maybe what I'm used to in from like Dark Souls. Certainly what I'm used to from Elden Ring and Bloodborne, I guess. No, because yeah, it might just be that sometimes I'm like hitting the enemy, right, and then I'm waiting a bunch, and then I'm guarding, and then I'm hitting them again on guarding. And then suddenly I run out of stamina, and I didn't realize that I was so low because, well, it just didn't regenerate fast enough, right? Might be something that I need to look out for. Let's see. Oh, right, I got this as well. What the hell is this supposed to be? A sticky white wax-like substance. Applied to the right-hand weapon to imbue it with magic. Sticky white slime. The waste product of a slug that bathed in magic endowing luminescent water. That seems incredibly specific for some reason. Okay. Wax-like substance. I mean, it kind of looks like a clump of wax, right? It's been left behind by a candle. Maybe deformed a little bit. I was just thinking, maybe this is something to do with the wax eyes of the maiden, the level up lady. Because if this imbues your weapon with magic, maybe by covering her eyes with it, she's able to see magic or something. So she's given up her normal side, but maybe she senses magic or souls? Could be. Heartstone chunk. Chunk, shard of hard ore, reinforced straight weapons, axes, hammers, rudimentary ore. Can be reinforced by heartstones up to level 10. And then I got a clear stone shard. Crystallized white ore, capable of fortifying a broad variety of weapons. Used to craft quality weapons that demand both strength and dexterity to wield properly. Weapons can be reinforced by clear stones up to level 5. Okay, so what does this mean? Does this mean, like, I guess in Dark Souls you have the ability to make... There are all kinds of weird upgrade paths for weapons, right? So I guess you can do the same here. I wonder what it does specifically. And whether or not it's really worth it. Because it means that they can only be upgraded to 5 if you do it. But I think it increases their scaling or something? Is there any other way that I can go from here? That's caved in. Oh, hi. I guess he saw me? He's definitely moving more quickly than the other guys, though. Oh. Seems like they're also covering their eyes or something. If I two-hand my weapon, it kind of works. Oh, hello. Another one of those fat officials. Wow. I thought he was the guy that ran after me. Clearly it wasn't. Somehow they are sometimes very confused by walls. Like enemies in general. Excuse me, sir. That's... I don't think that position is okay for dying. Another one of you. Wait, ow! I think I just realized why they have these yellowish looking eyes. They might work like cat eyes. Do you see that? When he gets closer to the light source, they actually seem to reflect the light a bit more. So whatever they are, I think they learn to essentially live in the dark, or their eyes adjusted to it anyways. What an awesome effect though, that you can actually see that. And it only happened when he got closer to the torch on the wall as well. I do still get the normal healing item for some reason, which seems strange considering that it only heals me for about, I don't know, 1/8 of my maximum HP or something. Okay, we already saw the pickaxe on the trader, right? Definitely the same thing. Oh, this is... Are you serious? He's gonna attack me with fireballs the entire time, isn't he? There we go. Okay. I hope there's nobody else who's planning the same thing. Well, I probably should have expected something like this. You... annoying piece of shit. Okay, that gets me down to the entrance area again, right? Guess I can just pick up the item then. Most of the guys seem to be ignoring me, though. Which I'm kind of thankful for, considering that. Otherwise, this could be quite tough. Okay, let's see. God, it's freaking love. Honestly, I really, really enjoy the shove. It's such a cool looking little thing. Oh. But I just wish that it would be easier to trigger it manually instead of being forced into it the entire time. How do I get up to you, though? Oh, wait, I guess a small beam is still there? Yeah, that might be it. So this is where I was. I don't actually think there is any point in me going over here. That's sharpening stone. Nice. I think that repairs my weapon, right? Welcome to the safe place. Yeah, thanks you. Thank you very much. The thing is, I can attack him with my soul arrow, but I don't think that I can actually kill him with that. And actually, I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to do here, aside from... Oh, there we go. This looks more like it. No idea what it does, but it will probably help. Okay. Or maybe not. Looks like it started some sort of minecart operation back up. I don't really want to start attacking these guys yet. Mainly because I'm not entirely sure if I have enough resources to then also deal with the, yeah, with that guy. Wait. Oh, right. Completely forgot that I fell down. I guess I have to go all the way down. Let's double check. I want to know if me pulling that lever actually turned on the... What the fuck? I want to know if it turned on the thing out there. Huh. I guess a bunch of people are leaving those signs behind. Yeah, no, this still isn't moving. Well, that's honestly pretty awesome. It's always good to see when the games are still fairly active. Okay. Let's try to move back towards him. Maybe if I... maybe if I shoot him with a couple soul arrows or my my crossbow, he'll be staggered long enough to where it can actually cross the bridge. Might be a bit finicky though. Oh, wait a second. I didn't realize there was another staircase here. Doesn't seem to be leading anywhere though. Might just give me a really, really good position to deal with them. Oh! Well, never mind. It's there for you to, yeah, I can now actually cross and open up that door. Or rather, I have opened up the door already. Ah, for fuck's sake. The soul arrow actually requires quite a bit more casting time than I thought it would. The way he's freaking laughing the entire time. Oh, what the hell? Why'd you fall down? Wait, didn't expect that to happen, to be honest. His laugh is pretty incredible, though, I have to say. Alright, let's see. Well, he's on the other side, though. I find it interesting that he's sometimes able to cast quite a couple of fireballs, one after the other, right? Yet for some reason isn't always doing that. Ah, for fuck's sake. Did not realize that was actually... Whew. Almost a bit risky. Official's gloves. There we go. Finally another armor piece. Fat ministers who appeared just before demons ran rampant in Boletaria and ingratiated themselves with King Aland, oppressed the masses with sly grins. This uniform is said to have been resented by the masses as a hateful reminder of them. Okay, let's try to figure this out. So they appeared just before demons ran rampant, ingratiated themselves with King Aland. Interesting. That very much seems to hint at the fact that maybe Aland didn't really want to do whatever he ended up doing in order to get the demons, I guess, resummoned. Maybe that wasn't all his own plan or idea. whoever these fat ministers are, I mean, clearly they seem to be... Well, they must know, at least to a certain degree, know what's happening here, right? And how to deal with mindless slaves, and also potentially how to not have your soul removed, or their soul removed themselves, right? Maybe they're also mad. I mean, that could also be that, right? That they're still mad and just can deal with it better. I don't know. I wonder if we'll get more hints as to why King Alan might have been influenced by these in some form, and potentially other people as well. Okay, so they have slightly more fire resistance. Obviously, they weigh a lot less compared to what I'm currently wearing. Don't really look all that great though, so. Anyways. That was kind of weird. It's interesting. They are actually not dealing that much damage, right? Because they're only fist fighting you, I guess? Holy fuck. As I suspected though, attacking one group of them leads to all of them following you. Which is quite creepy. I mean, I do have to say, they have a certain amount of creepiness about them. Like slow zombies tend to have, right? Although at the same time, they also seem to be somewhat undecided on whether or not they really want to follow and attack me, or maybe not. But I mean, if they drop these shards, then it's probably not the worst idea to deal with them. Holy fuck. Yeah, it's definitely the ones that are carrying around the sacks, right? They can drop quite a bit of stuff. Oh, they're just standing there. I didn't even see them because there are these particles floating in the air that almost look like their eyes. That's pretty cool. Okay, that's very strange. That's definitely not intended, obviously. Yeah. The normal ones don't drop anything, though. Makes me wonder whether or not the ones with the sacks always drop all that stuff, though. Or if that only happens when you kill them for the first time. I don't think it's a game... Well, I don't know if the game can differentiate between that. Also, I love the aesthetics of this. Like all the mining equipment and whatnot. And just the general idea of how they would have been working here when they were still, well, normal, I guess. Probably, well, not only was it an insanely large operation, it seems like, but... Don't know, just... As always, looking at this just makes me wonder, you know, how this place must have looked like in its prime days, right? When it was still fully functioning and everything was up and running and all that neat stuff. They really do only seem to be miners, though. Not really all that good at fighting, it feels like. Oh. Wait, what happened to you? Who damaged you? Well, at least they did drop a bunch of stuff. Let's go back up. I think there was still an item on the platform where the Fat Official stood. Fat Minister? What's their proper name? I think it said Fat Official at first, but the gloves referenced them as Fat Ministers. Which also seems to hint at somebody sending them over, right? Like they were, well, diplomats or something to that effect, right? I mean, the name seems to suggest that. That they had some sort of official ambassador position, right? There's a pit ahead. Well, not immediately, but it certainly turns into one. Renowned Hero Soul. Arguably is a really cool trap. Especially since they don't punish you too much for it, right? I mean, this is obviously not the first time that I've encountered something like this in a FromSoft game, but certainly the first time you would have encountered this when you started with Demon Souls, right? So I do very much like that the Fat Official is definitely a threat. He can deal quite a bit of damage with his fireballs. He also has ranged attacks, which you might not have, or your ranged attacks are not that effective against him. You start running up to him, and then you fall down, right? And, well, obviously at that moment, you can't really touch him, because he's still up here. And there's a bunch of the miners around, but they don't actually immediately attack you, right? They're actually quite passive. So I like the entire setup. It eases you into the idea of these traps, and while being somewhat annoying, are more, I guess, it's not really a puzzle, but it's an interesting situation to figure out and react to, rather than having to, I don't know, I feel like some of the later traps that FromSoft did, not even later, but also in Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2 especially, there are just a couple of traps that are too punishing, I think, right? In the sense that they just immediately kill you. So you have to be very, very careful while you're running around, and overall they're never really fun, right? They don't present you, because that is always the, and I've complained quite a bit about that in Divinity Original Sin as well. I'm not that much of a fan of trial and error, right? So whenever a game is presenting me with a particularly difficult situation, or with a trap, or something to that degree, the way I want it to work is that it puts me in a precarious situation, but very much a situation that I can still get out of, right? So a good trap design, in my mind at least, is that you surprise the player, much like this, right? Where you don't really expect that the thing breaks down. And then you put the player into a possibly unknown position with a disadvantage, right? So it can either be that you take away a little bit of your health, right? Because a trap typically does that, right? If something explodes or if you fall down, things like that, they will take away a certain amount of your HP. So that already puts you into a more difficult spot. But then you'd also potentially have to deal with either enemies that you don't know yet, or, again, in general, just a situation that, if it hadn't been a trap, would have been fairly easy to deal with. But because it's a trap, and because there are certain circumstances that make it more difficult, it's a challenge to get through, right? That is awesome if that happens, right? And especially if you can get through it and actually fight your way back out of it, you'll feel incredible, right? And it'll be a really, really cool situation that you will fondly remember. But if all that happens is that the game basically immediately kills you because it puts you in a situation that is really, really difficult to ascertain, right? I mean, that, I feel like FromSoft sometimes does that, where you fall down somewhere and it's just dark, and 3 enemies attack you at once, boom, you're dead. Well, what are you supposed to do with that, right? That's just unfair, it's not fun, and it doesn't really... The only thing that you could take away from that is not to do that again, right? And the bad thing about it is that when you get there the next time, you already know that it's a trap, so you'll circumvent the trap and just deal with the enemies normally. It completely takes away what could otherwise be a very unique encounter with a spin on it that these enemies typically would not have, right? And again, it's not only a FromSoft problem. A lot of games are struggling with that problem, where for some reason they present you with traps that just either outright kill you, which is a big problem in Divinity, or they'll at least put you in such a disadvantageous position that it's almost impossible to get out of. Or if you get out of it, you just feel lucky, not like you actually accomplished anything, right? So this, in comparison, it wasn't really the most difficult thing of all time, and it wasn't really the most unique thing of all time, but it was still neat, right? And definitely more fun than comparable stuff in other games. Alright, is this a boss fight already? Judging by the size of the door, it looks like it. Am I full on health? No. Do I have anything to... Oh, that's a weird effect. Do you see that on the floor? Ah, that's the... That must be some sort of filter that gets applied. Ah, that's a bit unfortunate, isn't it? The resolution of that fog filter over my characters, or over the edges of my character, that looks pretty bad. It's really low resolution for some reason. Oh well. Let me see. What was it that I wanted to do? I actually don't have that many souls for some reason. Oh yeah, because the miners don't really drop anything, do they? Right. I wanted to see... I don't have anything that recovers MP with me, correct? Yeah, I don't think so. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. Never mind. It's not a boss fight at all. Holy shit, this looks cool. Every time you just look over somewhere, it just... The lighting on those stones, the stones in general. I also like this. This is a really, really cool contraption. Is there a dock somewhere? Might be something else. What is that I'm hearing? Oh, there we go. Where the heck did you come from? Did he cling to the wall? Can they make themselves... Well, not invisible, but... sort of chameleon-like turn themselves... turn their color... same shade as the wall? Huh. A millstone shard. What the hell is that? Somehow I didn't expect all these different types of weapon level up materials to be in the game for some... I don't know. Millstone shard. A shard of millstone containing intense heat. A unique ore that can melt all others, undoing reinforcement and restoring a weapon to its original state. Not necessarily what I expected out of that. Although, well, the name, I heard the name before. Somehow I thought this might turn a weapon into some lame... magical thing or whatever, but oh well. I'm a big fan of these wheels, how they're transporting the carts. That looks awesome. can't go up there. Don't think he will jump down or anything. No. Looks like a huge place, though. This entire mine. I like how you could see messages from the other side. It's a pretty cool effect. Like they're really burned, like deeply burned into the wood. Honestly, so far, I'm also a really big fan of enemy placement in this game. It's not super special or anything, but it's honestly a bit more staggered. I don't know, something about it just makes it feel way more deliberate. I mean, I know that enemy placement is always quite deliberate in these games, but they're not just spamming you with enemies, right? There's actually a logic behind it that seems to be more than just gameplay related. Because that's actually a thing that's been bothering me in Dark Souls as well, and in some of the FromSoft titles, where it feels like enemies. So they always get praised for how they place enemies and items within the level, and for the most part, I would agree with that, right? They do a really, really great job at drawing your attention to certain places, luring you into traps, a bunch of stuff, right? Although, arguably, once you're very familiar with it, it can also get stale to a degree. One thing that's been bothering me about that, at least to a certain degree, right? It's critique on a very high level, but it is, you know, a small thing where I wish they would at least change it up a bit from time to time. And that's that sometimes in From Software games, enemies seem to be placed specifically for gameplay reasons, right? So they will stay behind a corner, and we've already seen that happen here as well. So I'm not saying that it's completely different in Demon's Souls, but you will have these enemies that are standing at positions that make no sense whatsoever in terms of what a being, right, matter or not, in the specific game world would do, right? Sometimes they're standing in ways and looking into directions that only make sense in terms of the play space and the way the player specifically will move to these levels, right, or through these levels rather. Whereas in a quote-unquote natural scenario, if you were to take the player out of the equation and just said, all right, this is how these people would behave in this environment without considering that it's a game, right? Those specific positions that they sometimes choose for enemies just don't really make any sense. And well, at least to a certain degree so far, it's been better in Demon's Souls, where I feel like the places where enemies are actually make sense to a certain degree within the confinements of what this level is supposed to represent in this world, rather than just specifically being there as an obstacle for the player. Oh, this looks awesome. What the fuck? I guess this is where they melt some of the ore. Are they actually utilizing these fire salamander type things for that? Or, nah, I guess the more likely answer would be that the fire salamanders probably are drawn to the heat of these fires, right? That's why they're here. I feel like lava is really difficult to achieve. I don't know, that texture, can't decide if it looks super, like awesome or not. But yeah, as I said, it's fairly difficult to... Nope, that's not what I wanted. Hey, an elixir. For some reason it's fairly difficult to portray lava correctly. I must have a fairly high fire resistance, right? These things aren't really doing anything to me. Oh, there we go. Ah. Where the hell did you come from? The thing that's actually making this the most complicated is that you constantly hit the iron bars with your weapon. Dragonstone shard. Yet another different piece of upgrade equipment. What's with the other ones, though? They just... I guess they didn't care about me killing their fellow salamanders. Oh, I think I need to get a drink in a second here. Somehow my throat is feeling weird. Let's see. Oh, no, never mind. It was the stamina recovery. I thought it was MP recovery. Never mind. 21. Why the heck did I buy 4 from the trade outside? That was completely unnecessary. Ah, well. Dragonstone shard. A shard of dragonstone found floating in lava. Reinforces straight swords, axes, hammers, and the like. Dragonstone imbues weapons with fire. Weapons can be reinforced by dragonstones up to level 5. Wow. So this makes fire weapons out of them. I thought this would... Interesting. Well, I only have one. But that also explains why meltstone shards are a thing. Because I guess in order to apply this, you probably have to bring them back down to, you know, their original state, and then you can do this. I wonder if this requires something else from the smith, though, because he already specifically mentioned that there is another smith somewhere that we can find. So I wonder if these specific modifications aren't available yet. Because in Dark Souls, I'm pretty sure you have to find one of these specific embers in order for them to be available. And I don't know / don't think that embers are going to be a thing here for some reason. I don't know, though. It could very well be the same thing, but... God, it's so close. Now I'm wondering. At first I thought that it was simply, you know, the ore and all the metal that they're forging here, but now it actually looks more like don't go forward without miracle. I have that spell that increases your fire resistance. I wonder if that works. I also have a ring that increases fire resistance. With those, I might be able to get through it. I mean, I can certainly try, right? I think I do still have some MP here. God, that spell effect looks so incredible. It's just satisfying as well how they're sort of pushed back, right, when you hit them. I mean, arguably that's also the thing that they've... Oh, hello, that's a much bigger weapon than the other guy had. It's arguably a really cool thing that they did really well in Elden Ring. With the whole magic bit and whatnot. Where did you come from? Why did he suddenly appear? I guess he wasn't really happy about me killing all his friends. Holy fuck. Oh yeah, that definitely took away all my stamina. Yeah, that does a lot of stamina damage. Oh, fuck. That's something you really have to be careful of, right? If I do, even if I do just 1 or 2 attacks and then guard against him, because his hammer took away so much of my stamina when I was guarding with the shield, it still immediately meant that he broke my guard. Oh, I should probably... Let's do this. It's just quicker. Right, this leads back outside. So I have to remember that it can go through lava here. Pretty sure that I should be able to do that. Let's take a look outside first. Don't know why there's a message here specifically, but... Oh. Already out of MP, huh? Well, at least that stops his attack. If I'm attacking him, so that's good. They're also only the sack guys, so hopefully not too difficult to deal with. Bye-bye. What the fuck? What was that item list? Okay, not gonna lie, at this point I might be able to upgrade my weapon to like +5 or something already. Seems a bit like overkill. Okay, where are we now? Oh, this is directly above the trader. Ah, there we go. All right. Oh, hello. That's a shortcut. Nice. Yeah, honestly, I don't want to keep criticizing Dark Souls, but a lot of the ideas that have been sort of celebrated with Dark Souls were already present in Demon Souls, right? Which, you know, kind of... I don't know. It makes them seem a lot less original in Dark Souls, right? So... Yeah. I mean, it doesn't immediately make Dark Souls worse or anything, right? It doesn't mean that it's a worse game because of it, but... you know, whenever you encounter something like this in Dark Souls... I don't know, I would just always go, well... that did already exist in Demon Souls. Well, that was unfortunate. That's not what I planned at all. I guess... No, I don't think falling down there immediately kills you, I'm pretty sure. Wait, where the heck... Where did it put my souls? Great. Everything's respawned. You. That's not really what I planned at all. Oh, by the way, I think I completely forgot about the ring switching. So... Hello! Okay, seriously though. I don't have my souls with me. Where are they? And why is this down here? I guess you can also approach it from this direction then? Well, at least this seems to be the smith that I was looking for. I like that wall thingy. Looks awesome. Hi.
I haven't seen you around these parts. What does it matter? You need a blacksmith? Show me your steel. If not, head straight for the door.
Alright. Sorry, buddy. Just wanted to give you some company. Blacksmith Ed. Yeah, I think that's what that's the guy that the other blacksmith in the Nexus talked about.
I'm busy. I'm not here to chit-chat.
Alright, sorry, buddy.
Forging a weapon strengthens it and alters its character.
Goes into an explanation anyway.
Ores are transmogrified spirits. Their presence blesses the weapon.
Good to know, I guess. Okay, this can still just be strengthened. Yeah, it would probably have to be put back into its original state to be able to turn it into something else. Or maybe it's not able to be turned into something else.
Don't waste my time.
Yeah, sorry, I just lost my souls and the game won't give them back to me, so... Maybe I'm overlooking them. It would be hella funny if they were on one of those specific cards, right? And constantly rotating around. Alright. Just a soul. Time for a break. Yeah, seriously though, they have to be somewhere. Unless they glitched into the ground or something? I mean, I fell on that middle portion, right? It's just a blood stain. Doesn't seem like they're back here either. It also wouldn't really make sense for him to be there. Technically, isn't the game always tracking your position and just moving them back slightly from your previous one? You know, it also doesn't look like they're here. I mean, I went down there for that other item, but it just doesn't look like the souls are there. Oh, never mind. There they are. Hey. It's not even that much, but hopefully it'll give me a way to upgrade some stuff here. It's a bit finicky, but that's the same in... Oh god, that one elevator in Blighttown in Dark Souls is really, really annoying. Sometimes you just fall down on accident, and yeah. That happened to me at least twice, or maybe even 3 times.
If it be a blacksmith, then show me your steel. If not, then head straight for the door.
The one in Blighttown is weird in general because it has like a weird gap to it where you can actually fall down with your character, or fall through rather. That's really, really strange. Okay, let's repair a bunch of stuff. Well, for now, I only have one of those dragon ore type thingies, so I think I'm just gonna upgrade the longsword for now. And if I find a cool weapon, then I can always try to upgrade that in some other way, I think. But for now, yeah, I'm gonna stick to this one. Why is there no comparison? That's really strange. It only shows what's being changed, right? So you have to go here, basically. Look at this. It's 96 plus 12. 96 plus 12 is 108. And if I upgrade it, it's 104 plus 13 is 117. All right. Let's do that. And if we go further, plus 4. Ah, interesting, interesting. I was actually confused by how many Heartstone shards I was getting, but this makes more sense now. So once you get to +3, you still need the Heartstone shards, but you also, on top of that, need the large ones. Yeah, that makes more sense now. And apparently your weapon also already needs to be +3 to be turned into something else. Which is interesting. Yeah, Clearstone shards, 3 Dragonstone shard. You need 3 of them? Okay. Greystone shard, crushing. Because what exactly does this do? This just straight up makes it stronger, obviously. Yeah, the quality increases its scaling. For some weird reason, only increases dexterity scaling, though. I guess you have to do this a bunch of times for it to actually increase the... Oh, no, never mind. Didn't the Clearstone shards mention something along the lines of it being scaling with both stats? Yeah, I guess that's the idea, right? So if you have a dexterity character, but also want to use a longsword, you can turn it into a quality longsword, and then it's better. Also, by the way, seemingly you cannot level up the catalyst, it seems like. But then again, you have the magic stat that increases magical damage. So I guess that's the way it works here. Which is also an interesting choice, considering. It's interesting how they changed that over the years. I think that would take a little bit of thought to figure out what system I like better. Okay, and then we have this that turns off scaling, but attaches fire damage to the sword. Wait, currently my damage was what, 117 total, right? This is, yeah, 117. And this would have 91 physical, 91 fire. Where you don't... That's always what I didn't really like about the whole... about the way weapon damage is calculated, and at least being presented in the inventory, because most people would probably think that 91 doubled, right? So 91 physical plus 91 fire is vastly more damage than 117 physical attack, but that's not actually true, because the game takes the defensive stats of the, like the physical defense and the magical fire defense of the enemy into account, meaning that, let's say the physical defense is 80, you will deal 11 physical damage with this weapon, right? But if your weapon deals 117 physical damage, it will deal the full upgrade to the enemy. So if the defense is 80, now instead of 11 damage, you're suddenly dealing 37, right? So you have to take that into account, meaning that, you know, 11 compared to 37, that would be 26 damage more. So if the enemy also has 80 fire resistance as well, then you would only be dealing 22 damage with this weapon, whereas the one that would only be physical but 117 physical would deal 37 damage, right? It's a bit of a weird thing in terms of damage calculation that they're doing. Once you understand how it works, it makes sense, but I do wish they would at least explain it somewhere, right? Or make that more obvious. Because otherwise you can get confused really easily with these kinds of damage numbers. And then we have a crushing longsword. Oh, that increases, so that reduces physical attack, but increases the scaling that's already on it. So this would probably be pretty cool to do once you get to a fairly high strength stat, right? This could increase your damage further. But for now, I'm just gonna level it up further. +4. I can even go to +5 already. Holy freaking fuck. So that's 138 compared to the 117 that I just had. Yeah, sure. +5. I've only done 2 bosses. How the fuck can I have a weapon that's already halfway there to maximum? I mean, I still have stats and whatnot to increase, but...
All done. Let be God. I work alone.
Sure, buddy. I honestly wonder how this now interacts with the whole summoning. Because I was saying that, or I was thinking that maybe I want to do that other boss again, just to get my body back, because it feels kind of cheap to lose it by, you know, falling down this freaking elevator. But, I might just use one of the stones again. Let's see. Okay. It's actually a bit further than I thought, but thankfully it's fine. I don't even have souls to buy anything from him anymore, do I? Yeah. So it did turn on the elevator, which should allow me to go to the fog door that it was at, right? That's basically just around the corner. And yeah, you can just go back here. I didn't even have to jump down. I just realized you can just go this way. But yeah, that way I can continue where I left off. And then well, now I'm kind of out of souls. So honestly, before getting my body back, it might be worth it to try out that lava stuff. Wait, let me see. I would have to... Well, I have the ring, right? Let me see. Oh. Wait, fuck, never mind. This increases resistance to bleeding. How did I think this was increasing burn resistance? Must have confused that with something. Well, never mind. Then, but I'm still gonna try it now, because, if I do die, it's not gonna be a problem. She just... I really don't know what to make of her. She almost seems like a child in some ways, right? Or at least her behavior is... Well, I don't want to call her behavior childish. I feel like that's a bit of an insult. That's not really what I mean. It's just... For somebody who... you know, has the power to utilize souls to increase the strength of somebody, and also seems to have a fairly important task of, you know, relighting the candles for the monumentals. I don't know, something about her seems, I guess childish is not the right word, but rather innocent? Something like that? Hey, I found your buddy.
It's simple. Just bring me all the souls you can in trade.
Guess he doesn't care.
I can keep. Well, Ed's still up to his old ways, is he? Even the demons don't know what to do with him, hmm? Yeah, a side's ache.
Okay. I wonder why they introduced Ed so early to you. But I guess it depends on what Archstone you're going to next, right? Because depending on what you choose, I guess it could take a while until you meet him. I always find that interesting, because a lot of From Software's games do that, where they sort of have two smiths most of the time, but you find the second one, I don't know, rather early. To the point where I'm sometimes asking myself, well, why does the first one even exist? Why is he a thing, right? I mean, yeah, sure, I could upgrade my weapon to +2 when doing the Tower Knight, but other than that...
No interest, eh? I can tell you're not going to last long here.
I guess it would make more sense if they both now would work together here, instead of him still being alone. Alright, let's get over to the spellcaster guy. There you are.
Are you begging for a magic lesson?
And let's use Water Veil. See if that helps as much as I think it will. Or hope it will, rather. Don't know if I think that it will help. I don't know, maybe I was supposed to go to the Poison Swamp thing first, because it's also on the ground level, or one of the 2 ground archstones. Because it does seem somewhat crazy to me just how many upgrade materials you get here, but then again. The only thing that I don't like about the soul form being more punishing in this is that, well, it does punish exploration somewhat, right? Because, well, as you saw, it's... You know, you can fall down somewhere and you were just exploring, you wanted to try something out, and it kills you and then takes away a bunch of your health, right? I don't know. I still wish that they would refrain from doing that specifically. Obviously, it remains to be seen for me how bad it is in Demon Souls. I don't think it's going to be that bad, but it was heck of annoying in Elden Ring that they actually kill you and move you back to the last site of grace whenever you fell down somewhere. I still think that the Sekiro approach with... Are they gonna care? Oh yeah, they do. Oh, right. Yeah, what I was going to say is I do think that the... Holy shit, these guys are easy now. The Sekiro approach with just respawning you on top of the cliff or wherever you died, you know, without any major consequences, just makes way more sense. It encourages exploration a lot more compared to otherwise. It's still completely fine to take away your... Maybe that was even part of the decision for why they changed the whole, like, humanity mechanic so much compared to the soul form mechanic of Demon Souls. At least I'd imagine that's part of the reason. And I wish they would have gone another route, right? It's completely... I think... Again, the idea of being rewarded for co-op gameplay with your body form is really, really awesome. And in order for it to feel like an actual reward, they obviously have to take a lot of HP away from you or something else, right? But in this case, they chose HP in order for it to feel like a proper reward once you get it back. So that's a pretty cool choice, or pretty cool thing. But that being said, you know, in order to offset that somewhat so that weird things like that, where you just accidentally fall down an elevator shaft, essentially, aren't as punishing as losing to actual enemies. It probably would have been nice for them to, you know, differentiate between the two. But as I said, it's completely fine if Demon Souls does it, because technically, well, mechanically, right, gameplay-wise, this is a 15-year-old game, or 13-year-old, something like that. So that's fine. If Elden Ring does it, it's not fine. All right, let's see. Nope. Just immediately kills you. Well, I'm glad that I tried it out while being in soul form. Holy fuck, why does that immediately kill you? That doesn't seem right. Okay, so the water water veil does seemingly nothing to prevent that. I just immediately died. Well, good to know. Yeah, let's go back to the Nexus. This time I'm going to utilize one of those stones to turn back into my body form. But next time, you know, depending on what I'm doing, I might be inclined to do some co-op again, because that just seems like a really, really cool idea. Let's see. Let's use one of these. Body restored. Nice. Regain your body. Which means I can change over to... Yeah, let's just go with the Thief Ring again. Rest still works. Let me just double check if there are any things that I can either put in here or take out of it. Yeah, I'm never going to use it anyways. Okay, late and full moon. I think I'm gonna put the, well then, difficult to judge when you might actually need these, right? Think I'm gonna keep the late moon stuff. It's actually quite sad that I didn't fully utilize the pine resin that much in the Boletaria's palace. Well, I wouldn't have really known where, except for the first boss, and that one I dealt with firebombs, so... I just need to remember that I have this, right? Oh yeah, also... I mean, this might not be that much, but I could try to level up again. Let's see, Heartstone, Sharpstone. Well, this kind of changes the whole situation now with the upgrade things, right? Because if the smith isn't here, then it's certainly a little bit more annoying to go back to him every time. Oh, anyways, let's store all these and take them out again once I potentially need them. Although I just realized they don't even take up that much, you know, of your inventory space. Why do I have 75.8 in my inventory? Is it really only this stuff? I guess so, huh? That's pretty crazy. Oh well.
You have a heart of gold.
Don't let them take it from you. God, I really need that Windmill song as an outro, but compared to Epic Name Bro, I don't know whether or not they... Well, I don't think they'd have anything against, you know, people streaming it, but I don't want to use it if I, you know, haven't asked them specifically, and since I'm just doing this for fun and, you know, don't think they would even see that I'm asking them. Okay, there should be one more level, so...
Thou seekest, then touch the deep soul of the mind, key to life.
Okay, so considering that I upgraded the weapon quite a bit now, I don't think that strength is really going to help me all that much. I might just go with more endurance still. Simply because it gives me more stamina. So level 20. Or do I want to go with more vitality? I mean, both are pretty good. Might just want to keep them even as well. Or do 2 at a time. It's difficult to say. Let's go with 18 endurance for now. I feel like my vitality, especially in normal body form, isn't really that bad. So having more endurance might make more sense. Yeah, let's go with that. 2.8k souls. Which is actually strange, right? When you really think about it, that entire level with the minus in them, most of them didn't really drop that many souls at all, right? But I guess the later ones do. The ones that have the like glowing swords and the hammers and whatnot, they probably drop a few more.
Art thou finished? May thy strength.
God, I love the music in here. Holy shit. Now that I have the telescope, I can actually look for a proper sort of outro picture, I guess. Because the problem is if I go back to the main menu, it's gonna... it's probably going to... Let's see. Maybe something like this. It's probably going to play that intro bit again. So I think this feels like a proper, you know, end screen in that regard. Yeah, I think it works. Anyways, that's gonna be it for now. It was a ton of fun. Thanks to Chaos Ghost for the raid again. It's been absolutely awesome. Thanks for you guys hanging out and chatting and whatnot. It's the game's just really, really fun. I know I said it before, but it's super incredible to me, you know, what they already did back in the day with Demon's Souls and how Demon's Souls really established a lot of the things that would later on become staples of FromSoft. And their sort of Soul series and their other games as well. Considering what they already had with Demon's Souls, it arguably feels a little bit bad that they weren't innovating on that a lot more. But then again, I think people also just wanted to have more of the same. So it's this, you know, it's probably a pretty tough position to be in as a developer. But yeah, considering some similarities, I just wish that, looking back at Sekiro and just how different that game was and how brilliant the gameplay worked, I wish that they'd have done a couple more things with Bloodborne already, right? So the gameplay of Bloodborne, there's a lot to like about Bloodborne, but I think that certain, I guess, features that were a staple of the Soul series beforehand could have been altered or completely changed in Bloodborne as well, and would have actually elevated the game further. I think, well, clearly, or at least in my opinion, FromSoft's best work definitely is Sekiro. And I do think it is in large part because they finally got rid of a lot of the, well, I would actually call it burden, right? A lot of the stuff that had been for so long defining their games, right? And it made Sekiro a lot better, right? And the one thing that I wish they had done with Elden Ring is that I wish they'd have just taken a look at Dark Souls and Bloodborne and Sekiro and everything that they did in the past and really considered not only how they could change it up, but how the different systems are, like what their weaknesses are, right? And how they could be improved. And sadly, they didn't do that at all. Elden Ring really just is, as I think one reviewer that I watched mentioned, it's Dark Souls 4, 5, and 6 all combined in an incredible open world, which obviously is not bad, right? I'm not saying it's bad. It's just not what I wanted the game to be, right? Because Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 already exist. We don't need Dark Souls 4, 5, and 6. I mean, some people do, and some people want that, and some people are happy with it. But subjectively for me, I really, really wish they would have, you know, considered a couple of different things for Elden Ring and really kind of walked away from certain things like the level up system, like the way weapon upgrades are designed, for example. I feel like Elden Ring could have been so much more had they taken in a couple of lessons, not only from Sekiro, but also just in general, innovated on them a lot more. And yeah, honestly, seeing Demon Souls like this and seeing what this game already did and how brilliantly it did it, right? And stuff like the soul form actually making sense and, you know, immediately clicking as to why it is the way it is and how it can be utilized, especially also with the online mechanic. Because, and I mentioned that probably a billion different times during my Elden Ring playthrough, but the whole online bit of this game was done best here in Demon Souls. It clearly was. And from then on, it only ever went downhill. Now, that doesn't consider PvP, right? So the way PvP works, and also for not only how it's balanced and just the overall fun you can have within PvP, that's not what I'm talking about, right? That was, you know, a lot of people like, for example, Dark Souls PvP, they like Elden Ring PvP, right? So clearly, that specific type of online play was really, really good and also got better over time, potentially. I am more talking about the overall PvP and that, or not PvP, the overall online experience of the game. And that also includes the spirits that you see on the screen. It includes the messages that you see, the bloodstains, right? And Demon Souls already had all of that. And they never changed any of it, right? There could be so many more cool things that you can do with that, where they actually interact with you, where it's actually a dynamic element that can change how you approach certain situations in a very meaningful and interesting way. And not just, oh yeah, there's a message, and obviously it's you know, either in front of a female character talking about how you can have sex with them, or you know, in front of a wall talking about how it's not a hidden path or something like that, right? I mean, after a while, those messages just become boring and they're not exciting anymore. They're not fun. They're not funny, because you've seen them a million different times already, right? And the spirits at some point become completely worthless. I don't even know why they kept them, honestly, in later games. And the bloodstains, while sometimes being useful, again, I just think it should have way, way more interactivity to it, to where it's an actual, you know, defining element of the game. And I think we can at least look at Death Stranding to that regard to show us what online gaming can look like, right? As weird as Death Stranding is, and as horrible as its writing is, the online portion of that game and the way it's implemented is insanely well done, and also just really innovative and cool, right? It's just, it feels like they looked at specifically games like what FromSoft created and just went 10 levels further into what that could mean in a current game, right? And I just wish that, like, obviously I don't want systems from Death Stranding being copied over to Elden Ring. I don't think that would work specifically like that, but just as an idea of what online can look like, right, in a PvE scenario, I wish they would have done way more with it. And then coming back to the idea of PvE co-op in general, I also think that these games could do way, way more, which is why I was so excited about how Demon's Souls apparently does it with, well, you get a tangible benefit from helping other players because you can also get your soul form back, or not your soul form, your normal form, right? When you are in soul form. And it actually only allows you to cooperate while you are in soul form specifically for that reason, right? What a cool idea. Why has that not been developed further in the other FromSoft games? Why is it actually regressed? That's actually my biggest concern, right? Why did it regress in a lot of ways? But yeah, it's really, really awesome seeing that. It's really awesome looking at Demon's Souls and really seeing what they've already done back then. And I guess to that, it also was a really, really good decision that it got finally remade, because as cool as the game is, well, people like Epic Name Bro. He's actually fairly frequently still streaming the original Demon's Souls on Twitch. Now, he's playing it on an emulator, right, with like HD mods and then 60 FPS and whatnot, and at a higher resolution, but it's still, at least to me, it still just doesn't, you know, create this exciting factor of wanting to really immerse yourself in the game world. It just doesn't look immersive. That's all really, right? Because the game world just looks fairly empty and bare bones and just gray and brown. And so it, at least to me, it loses a lot of its interest. And again, it's not at all that I think that it's only good now because of the graphic. I mean, the at its core, all of the great gameplay and all of these exceptional ideas were already there. It's just I really had a hard time immersing myself in the original because it just feels so much like a really bare bones level structure, right? Especially because of the colors they chose. It's not even really the graphical. I mean, there is I played a lot of different games on PlayStation 3 back in the day, right? And a lot of them weren't that technically advanced, obviously, or had trouble with frames or resolution. I don't care about that. As long as the game's really good and it looks cool, like it has a cool art style or cool ideas, and what it's doing with that art, then it doesn't matter if it's not really super great on a technical level. But yeah, with the original Demon's Soul, I really, really had a lot of trouble immersing myself within the world, simply because of how mushy and uninteresting a lot of it looked, right? And seeing it now recreated in this truly beautiful art style is not only stunning, but it shows you what the game really could have been. And it definitely helps that they also played a lot with the different animations, and something like Soul Arrow is a lot more exciting to use in this game, right? Compared to, let's say, Dark Souls. In Dark Souls, it feels weak. It feels just like this very awkward to use, strange magical arrow that can be quite good, but it's just not satisfying, right? There is some sort of element missing, and it's not just about the graphics. It's just the sort of the sound design, especially, but also just the impact it creates, the way it interacts with the enemy as well. I mean, in this remake, when you burn an enemy or when you hit them with a soul arrow, it actually, you can see how the magic sort of engrosses their body and how it damages them, right? It's a really kind of a almost visceral thing that is happening. And that whole impact side of the whole thing makes it, well, it makes it a lot more satisfying, and by doing that, it just creates more fun in general. I don't know. I really do think that it adds an entirely different layer to it that just wasn't there before, right? And it might not be for everyone. I can definitely see people who you know, really like the original back in the day, and you know, if you're kind of a purist, then I, you know, completely understand if it's not for you, or if you, I've definitely heard people dislike certain design decisions that they took with specific characters. I've heard people say that they didn't really like how they re-recorded some of the voice lines, and I can see that, right? Obviously, if you've grown up with the original and you're used to how NPCs say certain things in a very certain way, and then suddenly that's changed and it doesn't have the same impact for you, can completely understand that. But it doesn't take away from the fact that they changed a lot of other stuff for the in a positive way. And I mean, the original is still there for you to enjoy, right? It doesn't mean that everybody has to play the remake. I guess I was just trying to highlight why I personally think that it's a really, really cool thing that they decided to remake this game. Certainly a lot more worth it to have this remake than a bunch of other crap that has been remade for no particular reason whatsoever, and you don't even really know why. Even good games, right? The fact that The Last of Us Part 1 now exists as a remake is still strange to me. And while I get that they wanted to have Part 1 stand on equal footing with Part 2, I don't know. I guess it would have been different if Part 2 truly had been the successor everybody was hoping for, right? But it just wasn't. So, I don't actually think that The Last of Us Part 2 is bad. It's, in a lot of ways, it's a really, really good game. Focus also being on game. Like, it's actually really fun to play. If you enjoy that kind of genre, that is. But yeah, obviously it had some choices that were made with characters and whatnot that were just, in terms of the story, it failed to deliver, I think, what a lot of people expected. And, you know, had there been, especially I think, it might even stand on its own too much, which is why I think it's so weird that they decided to remake Part 1, especially because it already had a remastered version on the PS4, right? I'm kind of going off topic here now, but I'll end stream here in a minute anyways. But just to bring that to a close, I thought that it was weird that Part 2 seemed to be, especially in terms of the story, so, I mean, it was the same characters, and obviously it continued story threads from the first game, but it still very much felt like its own idea, right? It was almost completely enclosed in itself, and it's not really, you know, when you see The Last of Us Part 1, Part 2, it makes it look like they're two games that really belong together, right? And can only be enjoyed together, which is not true at all. I think they can very much be enjoyed separately, and they can only really be enjoyed for very different reasons as well. So, you know, putting them on equal footing graphically through the remake was an awkward decision. Although, granting, I think the main reason for why it exists probably was because the developers, I guess, utilized it as a means to get familiar with the PlayStation 5 development tools, which I can also understand. And if it leads to a better, I don't know, whatever Naughty Dog is doing next, then why not, right? I mean, you don't have to buy it. And I'm sure that at some point it'll appear on PlayStation Plus anyways. I mean, I think it's already on one of the, like, PlayStation Plus Extra or whatever the fuck they now have. But I'm pretty sure that it's also eventually gonna appear on the basic one, and then you just get it for free anyways if you have a PlayStation. Anyways, that's my 2 cents about a bunch of different games, but especially Demon's Souls and the FromSoft series. Demon Souls is going to return next week. In terms of streams, I will be going back into Divinity Original Sin tomorrow. Hopefully also for a longer stream. Somewhat similar today. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go for 10 hours, but yeah. Divinity Original Sin tomorrow, and then no streams on Friday and Saturday as always, and then a little bit more Divinity Original Sin on Sunday, and more, hopefully more, reclays in Final Fantasy XIV of Dragon Song's Reprise Ultimate. Demon Souls most likely gonna return on... well, either Monday or Tuesday. But as always, I'm gonna keep the stream schedule on Twitch here updated as to when I'll be live again with Demon Souls, but probably Monday or Tuesday. Alright, that's gonna be it from me. Again, thanks for the raid, thanks for the chatting, thanks for being here. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are, and maybe I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye!